It's a high-pressure wind blast in front of him after a short casting time, dealing AoE animo damage. The Wanderer's elemental skill harnesses the power of the air all around as he casts off the shackles of gravity, dealing AoE animo damage and rising into the air as he enters the wind-favored state. In this state, the Wanderer is unable to use plunging attacks, and his normal and charged attacks are converted to Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai, which deal increased damage over a wider AoE. Using Kugo Tofukai will not consume stamina. The Wanderer hovers in midair while in this state, continuously consuming Kugo Ryoku points to remain airborne. When the sprint button is pressed, instead of sprinting, the Wanderer consumes more Kugo Ryoku points to fly through the air more quickly. Holding sprint maintains a faster flying speed while consuming points at a faster rate. Pressing jump raises the Wanderer higher into the air at the cost of Kugo Ryoku points, and holding jump does so continuously. The wind-favored state ends when all Kugo Ryoku points are used up. The wind-favored state allows the Wanderer to do battle from midair, as well as explore difficult terrain more easily. Casting his elemental skill again while airborne brings the wind-favored state to an end. After unlocking the talent Jade Claimed Flower, if the Wanderer's elemental skill makes contact with Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro when cast, the wind-favored state provides different buffs depending on the element. Hydro increases the Wanderer's Kugo Ryoku point cap. Pyro increases the Wanderer's own attack. Cryo increases his crit rate. And Electro causes him to regain some elemental energy when Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai deal damage to enemies. A limited quantity of energy can be regained per set time period, and a maximum of 2 buffs can be gained at any one time. The force of wind cannot always be seen, but it can certainly be felt. After unlocking the talent Gales of a Reverie, when Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai hits an enemy, the Wanderer has a chance to gain the Descent effect. The next time the Wanderer uses his alternate sprint to fly at speed, the Descent effect is consumed instead of Kugo Ryoku points, and several wind arrows are fired, each dealing animo damage. If a Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai does not trigger the Descent effect, the chance of triggering the effect next time is increased.
Know your place!
Casting the Wanderer's elemental burst compresses the surrounding air to form an animo plenum that blasts all sources of frustration away, dealing multiple bouts of AoE animo damage. Casting his elemental burst while in the wind-favored state brings this state to an end. Though Wanderer is his name, aimlessness is not his game, and he does not hesitate to take decisive action in pursuit of his goals. The Wanderer's elemental skill is his preferred means of doing battle. Once in the wind-favored state, he attacks from the air using his Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai to deal increased animo damage with a wider AoE. By coordinating with his teammates, he can benefit from a range of enhancements, which make him even more powerful in battle. When energy is full, the Wanderer unleashes his elemental burst, dealing several rounds of AoE animo damage in one fell swoop, devastating all obstacles that stand in his way. The world of Teyvat has its own rules. They aren't perfect, though, and in some cases they are as delicate and fragile as the human heart. That's why I've been tasked with the job I have now, a job which gives me certain special privileges. I'm someone who likes having the freedom to live their own life, but I don't mind this job. It gives me the chance to see this world and everything that lives in it from a lot of different perspectives. People can find ways to forget, but they can't undo what they've done, and there's no escaping the past. The Wanderer learned this the hard way. But what about his future? Which way will the wind blow? A lot of people crave the power to predict the future, but I doubt the Wanderer cares for that. With a past like his, he knows the only way is forward, whatever lies ahead, for better or for worse.
on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Wanna come over for tea? If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Those plants have withered. Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
The wind rises.
Bow your head! A friendly word of advice. Test of Courage events tend to give rise to a variety of strange rumors and stories. So please, be sure to exercise caution.
Ah! How was that? Were you scared? Who goes there?
So, is there really a ghost around here? Why does Paimon have a feeling that it's staring right at us?
Are you talking to me?
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me.
From this day forth, Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Dottore. Dottore! In that case, I'll take some time for myself now. Squall and Fury!
You dare to gaze upon me?
Dare to mess with me? Too late for regrets. Have fun with this gift.
Scaramouche, the mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
no sense of respect. Academic research isn't some kind of fad. Topics don't just go in and out of fashion. Madame Faruzan's life started more than 100 years ago, and her story covers as much ground as some major academic publications. What is it that you would like to learn more about? Different forms of pressure-based puzzle mechanisms? The base layer design of elemental monuments? Sure, I'll hang out with you youngsters. Dare to mess with me? Truth repeats its course. What do you think? Got any interest in becoming my student? What did you say? Oh, I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears. Try calling me Madame Faruzan, and I'll see if I can pick that up. My ordinance divine.
Welcome, travelers around the world, around the globe. And here we are in the KLCC Convention Center for one of the best official event coming up from Genshin Impact. It's going to be the Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival. I'll be your host for today and tomorrow, which is going to be Choo Choo. And also today we have 8 teams across Southeast Asia to compete for over 10,000 USD plus a lot of primo gems for the prize pool around South Asia. And here we are. If you guys happen to be in KLCC Convention Center, do drop by our booth as well. And this is going to be also sponsored by Genshin Impact, brought to you by IO Esport. And definitely thank you so much for our Predator who's supporting us as well. So you guys, if you happen to be in Malaysia right now, don't forget at 12 p.m. every 2 days, I mean like within these 2 days, we have the mini games for you guys to actually win so many stuff. But also we have show match throughout the entire of Comic Fiesta here in KLCC Convention Center, Malaysia. If you guys happen to be watching at home, don't worry, because you guys can watch it over in a lot of channels. We have Twitch, which is going to be Teyvat's Spotlight, and also Sadafa's Twitch channel. We have YouTube, Teyvat's Battle, and IO Esports. If it's on Facebook, you can also hop over to IO Esports and Choo Choo Gaming, which is going to be my page, okay? And also, if you guys happen to be around everywhere else, there's also on EGG Network. Everything's going on here is super hype, but more hype about the 8 teams competing later on. When it comes to the bracket, there'll be 4 series for today. The players have to fight among themselves for the carnival commissions. They also have travels, trials, and the best part, they will have a restriction condition when they're fighting for the trials and bosses. Now, we can't wait to see what 8 teams have to offer across the Southeast Asia representative, but we do have our remarkable, amazing, charismatic casters on the desk. It's going to be none other than Sadafa and Julian. Julian and Sadafa, take the mic away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, travelers of all ages at Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival, happening live right here on ground at Kuala Lumpur Convention Center, Comic Fiesta 2022. As Choo Choo has so graciously introduced, my name is Staffa. Joining me today is none other than Julian, bringing you all of the spicy Genshin Impact action, my friend. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Staffa. How are you? You know, me and Staffa, we're both very grateful and we're both very, very glad to be here KLCC Convention Center itself to be hosting the Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you're gonna enjoy the show today and stick around because we're about to be heading into one of the first of our many challenges for our players.
Our players today, they're gonna be very valiant warriors as they roam around the lands of Teyvat, completing challenges, which they've already done so in order to get here. As our host, as Julian has introduced previously, we have 8 teams here at CF. The top 8 teams from the online qualifiers from all across Southeast Asia, now vying for a chance to become the champion of the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. Obviously, it's not going to be an easy road though.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy mode. These people are from all over Southeast Asia, right? We got countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, Philippines. The list just extends way on, all right? And in total, we have 24 players here. Each is going to be playing off against each other. They're going to try and qualify into the semi-final round. So from there, they're going to have a much higher shot, maybe a better chance at aiming for that grand final itself. That sweet $4,000 US, and that's what they are going to be going for.
Yeah, that is of course going to be the top prize, but we'll talk a little bit more in depth about the prize pool specifically in a few moments. As before that, we have to talk about the format that these teams are going to have to play against each other here. Obviously, Genshin Impact not exactly designed to be a competitive gaming experience in the first place. We got the chance to see the Warriors Expedition during the online qualifiers, but our format for the playoffs is going to be a little bit different. So, Jillian, tell them, what are our players going to have to go through today?
Very well, Staffa. Our players today are going to be going head-on-head against each other. So, there are going to be a total of 49 commissions in this Carnival Commission Challenge. They'll be placed on like a bingo box, you know. I'm sure we all know bingo, right? So, it's going to be like a 7x7 table squarish type of shape. And here are the winning conditions. For the quarterfinals, the first team to get 4 commissions in a row under 50 minutes will win. So how does this work? Basically on the bingo square, right? We need to get at least 4 commissions done in like a shape. It could, not a shape, in like a orientation. So it could be straight, it could be vertical, it could be horizontal, or it could even be diagonal. It doesn't matter how it looks, as long as it's 4 stacked together in a row, that's good. And for the semifinals and grand finals, pretty much the same thing, but they will need to get 1 more extra commission. Now, if no teams are able to complete the winning condition within the time limit, the points will be counted instead. However, the Carnival Commission will also end before the time limit when the team completes the winning condition. How's that sound?
Sounds very interesting here. This is, of course, the first part, the first category of our carnival today, the Carnival Commissions. Like Jillian mentioned, bingo board, clear commissions on the bingo board to try and complete a line. Today, we're only going to be watching these quarterfinals. So each one of these teams, each one of these rounds will have to complete 4 commissions in a row. And some of you may be asking, how do you complete a commission? What happens is these teams, they'll randomly select a block, a space within the bingo board itself, and then they'll get revealed to them what is this commission. It could be anything. It could be collecting materials, it could be fishing, it could be crafting, it could be defeating specific monsters. We don't know until they pick it, and that does add a layer of challenge because the strategy is of course to get a line, but if one of the spaces on this line happens to be a particularly annoying or difficult commission, well, that's going to eat into their time. And these teams, they're trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And also, we didn't mention this, but you can also sabotage your opponent to stop them from getting a line. Very interesting. And now we have our second challenge, also known as the Traveler Trials. Right. So, players are basically allowed to pick exclusive characters to fight bosses for points. For the quarterfinals, 1 random restriction will be chosen for the match by none other than our host, Choo Choo.
Yep, and after that, when we are watching the semi-finals and the grand finals, we're actually going to be witnessing the debut of a pick and ban phase for a Genshin Impact event in which teams will compete to pick and ban characters that they want on their party setup to try and construct the best lineups they can go for to clear bosses in as speedy a fashion as possible. But that is not all as well, because there's gonna be a little bit of an addendum, an addition to the pick and ban phase. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Right, so here's the playoff format. Each team will start with 4 party setups when they start the match. Each setup is only limited to 1 5-star character. That's right, people, 1 5-star, alright? You can't build an entire team of 4 5-stars, it ain't work that way. So here are the rules for the quarterfinals. Each team will create 4 party setups following the applied restriction pick for the match, and for the semifinals, it's the same thing. However, there is the added ban pick result. Ban pick is normally something you don't hear in like Genshin,
Yep.
right? But for the grand finals, there will also be 6 teams in total, which will also follow the ban pick result and will ban 2 of the opponent's setup.
Yep, so party setup is going to be very important across our Genshin Impact SEA Carnival this time. In every round, there's going to be 4 party setups that the teams actually use, with the grand finals perhaps being the most unique, in which there will also be a party ban system as well. So if you guys are interested to check that out, make sure to tune in to the stream tomorrow as well. But before we get to tomorrow, we have to talk about today. It is going to be 4 quarter-final rounds.
Yep, exactly. As we can see here on the screen, we have 4 quarterfinal rounds which need to be played. The first one, which we're going to start with, will be Team Sayonara against Team Nothing to Lose.
Yep, and following that, we've got 3 baddies, 1 squad going up against Yoo-Hoo, followed by Epak Ena officials up against Argonomics in our 3rd round of the day.
Yep, and last but not least, we also have the Team First Sage of Biwa against Blue Rats.
Absolutely. Now, you guys, make sure to burn this image into your memory. These are the 8 teams who have made it through our online qualifiers and will now be playing live here at Comic Fiesta Kuala Lumpur. But what are they playing for? Our oh so lucrative prize pool.
Yep, exactly. As we can see on screen, the 5th to the 8th place, so basically there are 8 teams, right? The 5th to 8th place will be receiving $500 plus an additional 1,000 Primo Gems per players. Primo Gems, right? That resource which is so difficult to come by, but yet we all yearn for it so heavily. And for the 4th place, in fact, they have $1,000, similar to the 2nd runner-up. And for the 1st runner-up, they'll be having $2,000 instead. And like I mentioned earlier, the champion of this carnival will be receiving a whopping $4,000.
Ooh, absolutely scrumptious right there. That is going to be the ultimate prize that all 8 of these teams will be vying for in our carnival today. And speaking of our players, let's have a look at their stalwart expressions up on screen right now. We are currently looking at Team Nothing to Lose. We got the chance to watch a little bit of this team's performance in the online qualifiers. Not a lot, but I do feel like their timing pretty solid overall. Very happy to see them here today.
Yep, I'm happy to see them here as well. I heard that they did quite well in the qualifying, the pre-rounds, right? Like before this, I heard they did quite well actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But when we're talking about that, I think we also have to introduce their opponents for the first round today. It is a name that I think is also quite familiar to us because we also got the chance to witness this team in the online qualifiers. Quite a rare thing considering how few we got to see, but it is none other than Team Sayonara. I love their name. I think it's super cute. I think their logo is super cute as well. And they were one of my favorite teams overall in the online qualifiers. I think their performance was extraordinary.
Extraordinary, right? Besides that, I also think that their name's quite a creative one. So like, you know, the Japanese term sayonara when you say goodbye to somebody, right? They replaced it with Sayonara, which is actually a character in Genshin Impact itself. I like that little touch, honestly. I think it suits their team quite well.
Yep, and I, again, really like that logo. I feel like I want to ask them who designed that logo for them. I want to get a little bit of designing done for me as well, because I just love that little raccoon, the little tanuki logo. Obviously, the symbol of Sayu as a character, but they're definitely not the sleepy characters you would expect from this little tanuki ninja. Like I mentioned, their performance on the qualifiers is very strong. So I think we already have a pretty notable lineup here. These 2 teams in our very first round of the day.
Yep, exactly. I totally agree with you, Staffa. So what do you, in terms of the two teams, right? Who do you think has a better chance of making it out of this quarterfinals, honestly?
It's a difficult thing to say because although we did get to watch these two teams play in the online qualifiers, the Warriors Expedition, which was the challenge that they went through during the qualifiers, is going to be very different from the combination of Carnival commissions and Traveler trials that they're actually going to be facing here in the playoffs. Therefore, I personally feel Team Sayonara did a little bit better in the qualifiers, but now that the stakes are different, the challenges are changed, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, it's true. Life's full of unexpectancies, little different events, miracles, right? That can happen at times. It's impossible to predict this sort of thing, but right now, people will be looking at our bingo board.
Yep, our bingo board, the Carnival Commission board up here on screen right now. Like we explained during the rule explanation, this is going to be a 7x7 grid, 49 commissions right up there. And the players will be competing, picking these commissions just by number. You guys, we can see what are the commissions associated to each of these numbers, but our players, our travelers, our warriors today will not actually get to see the commission until the number is chosen. So once they've locked in that number and they find out, okay, this is the commission we have to go for, well, that's it. They gotta be able to figure out how to solve it to actually get that space ticked off on the bingo board for their team.
Exactly. As we can see on the list, there are, how should I say, commissions, right? There are commissions ranging from all sorts of things. It could be collecting materials, collecting animals. It could be even fishing, actually, which is quite a notable one. There are even collecting trees or even collecting fruits, actually. So we do have quite the variety on stake here. And as expected, the most difficult task is also the one which rewards the most amount of points. So in this case, as we saw earlier, the task which is most difficult will be making 3 jade parcels.
Jade parcels, not an easy recipe to complete here, and you have to complete 3 of them, meaning that you see all these other commissions that are just collecting materials. The cooking jade parcel commission includes all of that within it for just 1 commission. Including, we can also see other commissions as well, things like collecting scarabs. I think a lot of us hate collecting scarabs. Fishing, you think it's easy, but it just feels really slow in a situation like this. You're at a carnival, you want things to go fast, go speedy, go flashy. And so I think it's just going to be very interesting to watch how these teams deal with these challenges.
Exactly, and if I'm not mistaken, each and every single character in Genshin Impact has their own unique ability, you know.
True.
Some make fishing easier, some make collecting resources easier, some even point them out on the minimap for you. That's certainly going to be of much assistance, don't you think?
That's true. Those character passives could come in clutch in these sort of situations, and you never know exactly what abilities could truly come in handy, but we'll actually get the chance to find that out pretty soon because it's time for our first round of Carnival commissions. Once again, it is going to be Team Nothing to Lose. We can see them up on screen right now, up against Team Sayonara. Doesn't look like they have quite selected a commission just yet, so we'll have to see in just a moment what their goal is right now, but we're seeing they're both going to be using Yelan just to try and get across the map as fast as possible.
Exactly. And currently we can see that they're taking out a Ruin Drake, but that's not quite the commission actually. It appears that their chosen commission is to collect 6 activated star shrooms. So Staffa, tell me, how do you activate a star shroom? We know how to find them, right? But how do you activate it actually?
Yeah, you're gonna have to use Electro in order to actually activate a star shroom, and then you can collect it afterwards to get that activated star shroom in their pockets. I do like the use of Yelan here because I do feel like she's one of the most universal characters in Genshin Impact. Not only can she move quickly with the elemental skill, they can also use her to deal a lot of damage with her elemental burst, thereby not having to switch characters around very often. And just to give you guys a bit of context as well, you guys might know during the online qualifiers, these teams consisted of 3 players. Don't worry, they still do. But for the Carnival Commission specifically, it is going to be 2 players from each team participating only.
Exactly. And also, as we can see on screen, right, we can see that Team Sayonara, they are currently working on a commission apparently based on the bingo board.
Yep, it does look. I'm not too sure if we've updated the commissions just yet, but I'm
Yeah.
going to assume that their commission involves defeating several ruined drakes. I do feel like I saw a commission like that just a moment ago. I'm gonna have to check my notes to make sure. But from what we can see of the progress currently on the Carnival commission board, Team Sayonara, they've got one space up on the board for themselves. Team Nothing to Lose still taking a moment to get their first sticker.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, it appears that they are heading towards the animal hypostasis. There, I wonder what they could be up to actually.
Indeed, animal hypostasis. Just to provide you guys some information, the bosses will not be any of the commissions here. There are no commissions that involve defeating boss opponents because that is going to be reserved exclusively for the Traveler Trials. Now we can see Team Nothing to Lose. They've got a space up on the board as well. From what I can see of my notes, there is one commission that involves defeating 2 ruined drakes. So I think that's probably what they got in that particular space. Now they're up on the board as well. They've gone for a more centralized position, whereas Team Sayonara going a bit for the right side of the board. Being a 7x7 bingo board, there's a lot of space for both these teams to get that 4 in a row. But once things start getting dangerous, I think we can expect a little bit of sabotage, a little bit of blocking happening from either side.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to happen actually, because if we look at the trajectory that both sides are building up towards, they might intercept each other at a point actually. But ignoring that, based on the score, Team Sayonara has secured an entire 40-point lead on Team Nothing to Lose.
Indeed, we have to remember different commissions provide different points based on how easy they are to complete. So although certain teams might look like they're completing commissions more quickly than the other, that might be because they specifically have an easier commission. And while yes, that results in you getting points more quickly on the board and potentially achieving your winning objective of 4 commissions in a row, it also reduces the number of points you have in total because those points will be taken and added to the score they gain in the Traveler Trials to actually determine who will be the final victor of the stage.
Exactly. And right now, we can see that Team Nothing to Lose is collecting... They aren't collecting anything actually. They're just running around this electro-purplish island, which I've forgotten the name off the top of my head. And meanwhile, they appear to be killing the fungi.
The fungi. I don't think those are fungi.
Oh,
my
wait,
friend.
those specters.
I'm pretty
Specters,
sure
sorry.
those are specters. Understandable.
Yeah.
They are both small, very annoying creatures that we farm consistently in order to get materials. Right
Exactly.
now, I assume that Team Nothing to Lose are completing a commission that requires them to defeat specters because, well, otherwise there's not much reason to do so.
Yeah.
So if they're able to get enough of these, hold on, let me see if I can find the commission on my list here to see exactly how many they need. I believe it's 5. There is a commission for defeating 5 specters. So I think that's what they're going for, as now we're watching the perspective of Team Sayonara.
Yep. And I think they haven't updated it, right? Because they're farming, the commission is to farm Valberries, but they're in Inazuma. That doesn't seem quite right. So I think we'll just have to guess based on what they're doing, unfortunately.
That's a little bit here, not too certain, but it's understandable. When things are going so fast-paced, sometimes you can't quite keep up in terms of what commissions the teams are actually doing because there's also the possibility of teams using past chances. They have access to opportunities to pass specific commissions if they just think, oh, this commission a bit too difficult, so they can skip it. They won't get a sticker, they won't get the points, but they'll be able to move on to do something else instead.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And it looks like that their previous commission was to collect 10 Sango pearls. Those pearls are definitely not something fun to look for.
Yeah, and that explains why we saw Team Sayonara on Watatsumi Island, basically the only location on the Genshin Impact map where you can find those Sango pearls.
Yeah.
And oh, they are getting very close, both these teams right now. 4 stickers on the board. We're waiting to see exactly which team will complete their final commission first. As you can see right now, Team Nothing to Lose. It looks like their current commission involves collecting agile. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm not gonna try. The coconuts.
Yeah, the coconuts, yeah. Angry Sumerians on the way to beat us up for mispronouncing.
Yeah, someone's about to come and beat me up for
Yeah,
not
exactly.
pronouncing their coconuts correctly.
Yeah. Alright, right now, it appears that Team Sayonara are still trying to secure their very last commission. As we can see on the bingo board, they are almost done forming the line actually.
Yep, I'm pretty sure both teams are currently in the midst of completing their final commission. What's interesting is that both teams have just decided on a gentleman's agreement. Hey, we're not gonna block each other at all. We're just gonna try and complete a line each as fast as possible. As now we can see Team Sayonara, they are hunting down a lava churl. I am pretty sure that as well is a specific commission.
Yep,
there are
it
commissions
is.
for defeating lava churls. There's commissions for defeating a camp with a lava churl. I think either one works in this case because this is just a lava churl by himself, and if they can take it down, they already have. I wonder if that will be the end point here. 7.5 minutes left on the challenge time. We can see in the player cameras, things have stopped. I get the feeling our marshals have announced the completion of the Carnival Commission stage.
Yep, that very well may be the case actually. And it appears that they are discussing with each other. I wonder what they're up to.
From what we can see of the points, Team Nothing to Lose currently having 60 total points. Team Sayonara 100 total points. We have not yet factored in the points from winning the round, from getting 4 commissions in a row, which is going to be a bonus 120 points flat added to the total. A very valuable set of points that both teams will want to vie for. So for now, I think we're gonna have to wait a little bit to hear which of these teams actually did manage. Oh, okay, never mind. We got the results. Team Sayonara, officially the first ones to complete their Carnival Commission line.
Yeah, congrats to them for winning the first part of their quarterfinals, but now we'll be moving on to the next part, which will be the Traveler Trials.
This is already a pretty resounding lead though for Team Sayonara. We saw them having 100 points at the end of the Carnival Commission. If that did not include their winning points as well, they're gonna be sitting on over 200 points heading into the Traveler Trial. And Team Nothing to Lose, they've only got 60.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for them actually, that they weren't able to keep up the pace, you know. But let's see, they may be able to mount a comeback actually, depending on how they perform in the Traveler Trial section. They might bring it back, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. But before that, we have to remember, for the Traveler Trial segment in our quarterfinals, a restriction will be applied to both teams, which will be selected at random out of a box, a jar, I'm not too sure what they're using, by our host, Choo Choo Gaming. I wonder what kind of restriction it's going to be.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think you guys know this, but there are actually several types of restrictions, right? It could be from restricting elements, restricting weapons, maybe even specific characters from regions, but let's see, as we can see that our host is mixing around, and oh, looks like she's picked one.
She is blessing the restriction. Don't know if she wants it to be bad or good. She's hiding it. You can see the mischief in her face. She knows she's about to make the lives of these players just a little bit more difficult. The suspense. Dun 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 dun. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Could you open it just a little bit faster, my friend? It is going. Oh my god!
No 5-star characters.
No 5-star characters at all in any party setups.
That's just, wow, that must hurt, right? I mean, 5-star characters are literally what the game's about, if you think about it. Many of our party setups as travelers in the game, we rely on those 5-star characters. They are our lifelines, man.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty debilitating restriction, and this is going to be applied on both teams as well. And since Traveler Trial is all about rushing down bosses as fast as possible, those 5-star characters, all those DPSs that we know and love, they're just not going to be allowed.
Yeah, they're not going to be present. And because of that, I have to assume that the duration needed to take down these bosses, it's going to be increased by a lot. Like, they're going to struggle, I'd say.
Yeah, and they're really gonna struggle. Team Nothing to Lose, Team Sayonara. Currently, we know that Team Sayonara, they're gonna be leading the pack since they were the ones to win the Carnival Commission stage. But even though they have a pretty notable point lead right now, that may not actually matter, because from what I can remember of my notes, some of the most difficult bosses in Genshin Impact, weekly bosses like Azaha, like Raiden Shogun, like the brand new weekly boss Scaramouche, all provide 2 100 points just from defeating them once. So, in an instant, that gap can be closed.
Yeah, it very much might be closed, in fact, because weekly bosses, as we know, they only spawn. Actually, no, it's not that they spawn once a week, but rather that, you know, you can only claim your rewards once a week, right? And because of that, they are one of the most difficult bosses to defeat in the game, actually.
Absolutely. I wonder, now remember, this is not like a predetermined path that teams have to take, similar to the Warriors Expedition. They don't have to defeat bosses in a specific order. They themselves get to choose which bosses they want to challenge and in which order they want to do so. Similar to the Carnival commissions, they will also have past chances, so if they start challenging a boss and they decide, ooh, we can't actually defeat this, they can pass and move on. But that is, of course, time wasted as well. And because there could be quite a long time, there's only 15 minutes in the quarterfinals, but it'll extend up to an hour or something during the grand final, bosses can be defeated more than once. But when a boss is defeated, you have to defeat another 10 bosses before you can challenge them again.
Yeah, this prevents any repetitive farming, actually, if you think about it. Like, the players might actually abuse, but thankfully, we can stop it, right? And also, right now, our players are adjusting their party.
Yep, we are now going to be seeing both teams setting up 4 party lineups that they will be using for the Traveler Trial. The restriction that is applied to them, no 5-star characters. So we're going to be seeing 4 teams of 4 stars from both sides. And that's going to be exciting because a lot of the really popular and notable characters are just not going to be on the table at all. So if you were in this situation, Julian, what characters would you really prioritize?
I'd prioritize those supports, man. The Bennets, especially the Bennets, right?
Yep.
Maybe even the Sucroses, actually. There are some notable animal element characters out there. There are 4 stars. There are actually many of them that I personally don't use because I prefer building teams out of fully 5 stars. But now the players, they are forced to adapt and improvise from the situation, right? So we'll see what they're up to. But I predict that Bennett's definitely going to be present.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Bennett, probably one of the strongest 4-star characters that has been around ever since the beginning of Genshin Impact as a whole. Now, in this format as well, there's going to be some slight changes compared to the Carnival commissions. Back there, we saw 2 players per team participating and competing to get as many commissions as possible. In the Traveler Trials, there's going to be all 3 players from the team participating, and they will have a party of 4 characters, meaning that the host, the player that's determined as the host of the world, will have access to 2. And that's also something that they want to consider when it comes down to building their comps and making sure that they have the best elemental reactions.
Yeah, definitely. Building those teams, especially based around elemental reactions, are pretty important if you think about it. I mean, the fastest way which you can use, you can apply to defeating bosses, enemies in general, they are going to be those incredible elemental reactions, you know?
Absolutely. Now, another thing that we have to consider is that within the time limit for the Traveler Trials, not only includes the bosses being defeated, it is also moving between the bosses, because it is the teams, the players themselves determining what path they take, what order they defeat bosses in. Previously, we saw Carnival commissions, they like to use a lot of Yelan because it is movement and damage in one package. But Yelan, she's a 5-star. She's no longer going to be permitted, and there's very few characters that can match that level of utility.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with you, actually. So it really depends on what these players they pick in the end. I mean, like we know, 5 stars are banned, so it's honestly up to their creativity. I mean, there are a couple of 4-star characters. They're like, how to say, loitering around the game, but whether or not they'll be picked, that depends on the players.
Yeah, I think this is just overall gonna be a really good marketing segment to show players and travelers out there, hey, you don't have to roll for the 5 stars. The 4 stars are plenty good on their own. And I do agree, I think there's a lot of really strong 4 stars. Supports especially are going to be abundant, but DPSs are definitely going to take a bit of a hit. So in terms of DPS characters, 4-star here character pool, who do you think?
I think maybe Razor, I think?
Razor.
Because for that extra tankiness, I mean, his damage, to be honest, it's high, but I wouldn't say it could be comparable to the 5 stars, but he might suit as quite a good DPS because, you know, he's got that tankiness within him. That's one of them, I say.
That's fair, that's fair. There's also other 4-star characters that people may not really think about. Obviously, if you want to have someone that can match up to the prowess of Yoimiya or Hu Tao, Yanfei, always available. If you want someone that feels somewhat like Scaramouche a little bit, we still have our good old resident punchy boy himself, Hazo. Also a good idea, but that depends on whether or not these players actually want to go for that. Sometimes just having a full support team is actually pretty solid as well. You put Xingqiu, Xiang Ling, Chong Yun together, the national squad, and it's pretty scary.
Yeah, especially those vaporized, melting reactions. Those are pretty terrifying, to be honest. I'd run if I were an enemy. And as we caught a very quick glimpse, we saw a Xingqiu, Bennett, and a Sucross actually. What do you think about that?
That's already pretty solid here. I do believe that's on the side of Team Sayonara. Pretty close to the national team that we were talking about, just with some characters swapped out. I think it's definitely very viable. But yeah, I'm just honestly very curious to see what these teams will go for. And there's also the concept of strategy in setting up your party compositions, where do you want to have 4 different teams that all suit different bosses specifically? Or do you just want to construct 1 or 2 party lineups that can be used everywhere? Because remember, swapping parties also takes time.
Exactly. So now we're gonna be heading into the game, and wait, here we go.
All right, what's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? And which bosses will be the starting point for both these teams? We're seeing on the left, on the right, already ready. The first boss gonna be the Jade Plume Terrace Room and the Cryo Regisvine, respectively. Team Sayonara, indeed, going to be the ones fielding the Sucrose, Bennett, Xiang Ling lineup. Lots of elemental reaction, mainly going around swirling pyro damage.
Yeah, and that pyro damage is definitely gonna be a big help against the Jade from Terrace Room because it's a Dendro boss actually. It constantly has Dendro applied to itself.
Yep, absolutely. So they're gonna be able to get pretty consistent burning stacks here. What's interesting is that they have elected to go for the burning reaction on the Jade Plume specifically, instead of going for the electro reaction, which can result in this little mushroom chicken being disabled for long periods of time. They are actually not going for that. Instead, the pyro reaction is going to be enough to burn down our little vegetable rotisserie chicken here. In hands of Sayonara, already clearing their first boss. Team nothing to lose. They started with the Cryo Regisvine, already took that down. Now moving to the Pyro Regisvine.
Yep, that's right. We can see that Team 9 to lose, they have quite the team comp actually, even using one of the more newer characters, Faruzan.
Yep, this is already what we talked about. Hazo, our little punchy boy, gonna be here supported by Bennett, Faruzan, and Xingqiu, focusing on giving him as much damage as possible. And it's already working out instantly. Pyro Regisvine down for the count. Now, I feel like I have to check exactly how many points each of these bosses are providing. So I'll tell you guys that in just a moment as we see Team Sayonara moving on to the next target.
Yep, the Aeon Blight Drake actually. That's quite an interesting one because this one flies if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to see how they improvise from this situation, but just looking at the screen, we know that this thing's not going to last long.
Yep, from what I can see, Team Sayonara going for bosses that are a little bit more towards the midpoint in terms of difficulty. Both the Jade Plume Terror Shroom and the Aeon Blight Drake provide a good amount of points, a total of 300 once Team Sayonara will complete them, whereas the Cryo and Pyro Regisvine only provide 80 points each, so nothing to lose. Their progress definitely going to be a little bit slower in terms of points being earned.
Yep. And as we can see, the Aeon Blight Drake looks like it's about to fall actually. It has to be close to dying, right? Come on. And yep, it's gone.
Honestly, that's a risky boss to go for when you don't have an archer to knock it down. But speaking of risky, nothing to lose now. Taking a hint out of their opponent's book, going for Child himself. The weekly boss with the lowest number of points provided, but still a very impressive sum of 180. Gonna allow them to catch up very quickly to Team Sayonara, who themselves are also going to be showing our favorite 11th Harbinger exactly what it means to be outnumbered.
Yeah, definitely. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw Team Nothing to Lose moving on to the Magu Kenki actually. That's interesting.
We can see just from taking down Child himself, Nothing to Lose able to catch up in points, but that was before Team Sayonara are able to complete him themselves. So if they're able to continue making good time right here, they're gonna be able to catch up as well. So currently, very tight competition from both these sides, and I do think that both teams have chosen to just go for one team composition that is the strongest they can build instead of spending time swapping party lineups.
Exactly. Quite an efficient strategy if I may say so myself. And right now I think it's quite neck to neck actually, right? In terms of the points.
Well, I remember Child gives 180, so that's gonna put Team Sayonara's point total up to 480 once we can see the points tabulated. As now we can see Team Nothing to Lose. They are going, as you mentioned earlier, for the Magu Kenki. He gives 140 points as well. Not an easy boss to take down.
Yep. But speaking about easy, it's dead.
Yep, it's dead.
Yep.
Again, these teams, they've proven themselves. They got all the way through the online qualifiers, being the top 8 out of 64 to compete here at Comic Fiesta. So they've definitely got a lot to prove.
Yep. And right now, Sayonara's moving on to the Primo Geofish Shop. This is like the ancestor of all the Geofish Shops actually. This one's kind of tricky, don't you think? Because like it could be resistant to certain elements, but thankfully it's resistant to cryo, is it? Or is that hydro?
I do believe this is the Cryo Primo Geobishop here. Now I'm sure if we're wrong, the people in the comments are definitely not going to let us walk away without knowing it. But it's fine, you know, it's blue, it's one of those, and preferably it is Cryo because Xingqiu here providing the hydro application will just do a little bit extra damage without hydro resistance to have to think about. But this of course is a boss that is very annoying because of the iframes when the Primo Geovishap enters the ground, and of course the Primordial Shower as well. Wow, they just decide we don't need a shield to tank it, we are going to defeat it before it can take us out.
Yeah, no shields needed here, man. And right now it looks like Team Nothing to Lose are going to be moving on to the Cryo Hypostasis. This one's how should I say? It's like playing bowling, right? When you knock it down to low HP, you gotta hit those ice balls, back at it to destroy its shield. It's kind of annoying, actually.
Ooh, both teams actually challenging the Cryo Hypostasis at the same time here. Looks like Team Sayonara gonna be just a little bit quicker, but not by much. And okay, hold on. They're actually just wailing into the Cryo Hypostasis before the little bowling balls even start flying out. The frost fruits are not gonna be their priority as the Cryo Hypostasis falls quickly in their favor. Team Nothing to Lose, focusing a little bit more on the bowling side of things, but not too far behind. The point total currently neck to neck.
Exactly. And right now, I think that they're moving on to... I'm not too sure. Let's see here. They're moving on to a certain boss that starts with memories, but meanwhile, Team Nothing to Lose, they're gonna be moving on to the Electro Registine.
Yep, Electro Registine. Just a little bit stronger than its Pyro and Cryo counterparts, gonna provide an extra 20 points in comparison, but not a very high point total at all. Whereas Team Sayonara, wow, going for the Harbingers right now. La Signora, their next target. A weekly boss that I think many of us hate to face because of how her damage over time pierces through shields. And so we can expect that they want to break this down as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And they're going for quite a different strategy. I mean, like normal players like us, normies like us, right? We use like the Pyro Crystal Flies, but no, they decided to just hit that thing down.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed at how quickly they were able to take it down without constantly relying on those little crystal flies, because yes, a lot of us do that. But now, this is gonna be a very pivotal part. The second phase of La Signora's boss fight. Do they want to burst her down as fast as possible, or do they want to space out her HP to avoid her going into her massive iframes in the Flame Tornado?
Yeah, and it appears that they've reached the second stage of La Signora actually. I have to imagine they're quite close to taking her down, no?
Yeah, what I'm worried about is, will we see the tornado? That is going to be the thing that these teams want to avoid the most when they're going for La Signora, because that's just so much time wasted. But nope, we're not gonna see it so quick from Team Sayonara, not even allowing the boss to utilize her final phase. Team Nothing to Lose now gonna be going for the Mushroom Chicken themselves, the first boss that Team Sayonara took down, but they will take it down in quick fashion.
Yep, and now they're moving on to the Magu Kenki. Eh? Magu Kenki. I don't like how it teleports between its clones sometimes, like its shadows. Like one moment you think you're there, you use all of your elemental bursts, and then it just teleports away. It's like, come on, man.
I think teleporting is just a very common issue among the bosses of Genshin Impact. You think you already got them on the ropes, but they just jump away to waste a little bit more of your time. But so far, not a lot of time wasted from either team. Team Sayonara shouldn't have not too much problem taking down the Magu Kenki, but now we can see Team Nothing to Lose going for the algorithm of semi and transient matrix of Overseer Network. I still don't know why its name is that long, but it's cool, isn't it? They're gonna try and take it down without having any Electro on their team as well, but that's not proving to be much of a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely not much of an issue actually. I mean, they've already defeated it.
Oh, really quick right there. Team Nothing to Lose making up the point difference and now in the lead against their opponents. Ooh, that's a bit rough there. Xingqiu nearly dropping. You definitely don't want to waste time by dying during this challenge, but looks like they were able to take it down quite simply. They should be able to regain their point lead for now, but with 20 minutes left on the clock, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, very much anyone's game actually. And right now, Team Nothing to Lose are going to move on to the Electro Hypostasis, one of the first few bosses in the game.
Meanwhile, we can see Team Sayonara going for the Thunder Manifestation instead. Both Electro bosses, but pretty different in terms of difficulty. The Electro Hypostasis will provide 100 points, whereas the Thunder Manifestation will provide 150. And their difficulty definitely going to reflect that. No archers as well on the side of Team Sayonara, so they're going to be depending a lot on Xingqiu's swords in order to reach this boss when it is in the air.
Yeah, definitely. Thankfully, that thing does shoot up though. Oh, and this is the part that I hate about the Thunder Manifestation the most. This cube-looking thing that chases you all around, it does a heck ton of damage, man.
Yeah, but they were juking so well around the Bennett burst, but they have lost one member now, and that is absolutely not ideal. Meanwhile, we can see Team Sayonara as well. They're still working on the boss. We can see Sucrose already respawned, but needs to take the long way home, teleport back. They've already made it, but that's going to be precious seconds wasted.
Yeah, time's definitely up the essence here, you know. You can't just throw it away or waste it as you wish. Both of these players, they have something to bargain on. Like, they are definitely playing for something very important, actually.
Yep, and now we can see Team Sayonara going to heal at the Statue of the Seven. That is an option that is available for them, but they can only do it between boss challenges. They can't go and heal and come back in the middle of a boss fight, because that's just a little bit unfair. But now, Team Nothing to Lose, it's their turn to take down the 8th Harbinger of the Fatui.
Yep, and it appears that their strategy is to knock it down as well, actually. No crystal flies needed here.
Now, one thing that's actually quite handy here is the fact that Bennett C6 will provide Pyro Infusion within the grounds of his Elemental Burst. So not only are they healing from the damage over time, all of their basic attacks are able to actually pierce through the Cryo Cocoon of La Signora. And instantly we can see how quickly they're able to take it down and move on into the next phase. Whereas Team Sayonara, ever the pioneers, the first team to challenge the Coral Defenders in Enkanomiya.
Yep, the Coral Defenders. These two incredibly huge fish amps, actually. Like, look, they enjoy climbing onto the pillars, shooting stuff at you, in fact. It's pretty annoying, actually.
Yeah, very annoying. You have to be able to work on both of them at the same time and try to avoid their attacks, because the attack patterns of the Coral Defenders do tend to be a lot more aggressive compared to other bosses. They deal a lot of damage as well. So being able to dodge those is important when you don't have access to shield characters like good old Zhongli.
Yep. And on the other side of things, Team Nothing to Lose has already taken down La Signora, actually.
Yeah, very quick work right there. Meanwhile, Team Sayonara still gonna take a moment to take down the core defenders. Look at the damage they're absorbing here, but they don't mind. They don't need shields because they just have to stand inside the Bennett burst all the time to make sure that they're constantly topped up. Team Nothing to Lose now. Looks like they've actually started to repeat their path. I'm pretty sure they have defeated 10 bosses by now. So returning to the beginning, what they know they can take down efficiently, the Cryo Regisvine.
Yep, one of the most simplest bosses to defeat. And it looks like both sides are going to be going for the same option actually.
Yeah, now we can see Team Sayonara. They'll be able to make pretty quick work of this as well. Bennett and Xiangling gonna be more than enough to defeat one of probably the easiest bosses in the game. But Team Sayonara, they've certainly been left behind in terms of point total. Very impressed by the progress that Team Nothing to Lose is making. It does seem like they've already determined the specific order of 10 bosses that they want to defeat, and they're just repeating it.
Yeah, exactly. Like just rinse and repeating, you know. If it works, it's not broken, why fix it, right?
Absolutely. It already worked out for them previously. Why fix something that's already working? Team Sayonara now gonna be moving over to the Electro Hypostasis. It doesn't really look like they are repeating the path that they have taken, instead vying for a larger variety of bosses. Both strategies will definitely work, but it all comes down to how quickly they're able to take down their adversaries.
Yep, and those adversaries which you mentioned are dropping like flies actually.
Yep, these bosses, they definitely don't know what hit them right here. Hopefully, they will have enough elemental application to take down these final remnants of the Electro Hypostasis. Definitely cutting it a little bit close because only Bennett can consistently take him out, but just barely able to make it. Team Nothing to Lose once again, back to Child.
Yep, back to Child in the... It's like a merry-go-round, you know. You go round and round and round and eventually hit something.
Absolutely. Child obviously gonna be one of the easiest weekly bosses to take down. Also one of the first. Now, some of you may be wondering, why haven't these teams gone for Storm Terror? Why haven't these teams gone for Andreas? Considering that they would be easier weekly bosses to take down than Child even. Now, Storm Terror, obviously, a single player instance, not ideal. Also not ideal is the fact that their main DPS on Team Nothing to Lose just died. Hazo getting taken out inside a domain as well, which means he's not going to be respawning and TPing back, but looks like the rest of them going to be able to clean him up.
Yeah, and cleaning them up they will actually. They're doing a tremendous job so far, I might say so myself.
Absolutely. So far, point total still very close to one another, but Team Nothing to Lose, we have to remember, they're going to be slightly behind here, just contemplating the points that were earned during the Carnival commissions.
Yeah.
Roughly a, how much was it? Roughly 160 point difference. So not only do they have to be ahead of Team Sayonara towards the end of this timer, they have to be at least 160 points ahead of Sayonara.
Yeah, that's definitely something they gotta keep in mind, you know, because it's gonna be what motivates them to perform better, I'd say. And right now it looks like they're gonna be preying on the Mago Kenki once more.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Team Sayonara going for the Aeon Blight Drake. Once again, we're going to be seeing repeats of bosses here. From what I can tell, both these teams have ascertained what are going to be the most effective bosses to take down. And honestly, they're not all that different from one another. They are specifically avoiding bosses that require very specific elements to take down. Things like the Geo Hypostasis, the Pyro Hypostasis, what was Rodea again? What
The
was
Rodea of Luck?
The Rodea of Luck. Well, there was another name for that boss. I suddenly cannot remember it.
I can't remember it as well,
It's like the
actually,
more
but
general name for.
yeah.
Why can't I remember this all of a sudden? Someone is about to tell me, how can you not remember this boss's name? For some reason, I really cannot. I can remember their actual name. I can't remember the boss name. I don't even know how that works.
Yeah. But anyways, it looks like the cycle is repeating once more as Sayonara are back to preying on Child. Poor
Yeah.
guy.
Child, definitely not going to be catching a break here. I don't think he minds too much. You know, he's a battle maniac himself. He's definitely enjoying a lot of this. But meanwhile, we can see Team Nothing to Lose now going back to the Thunder Manifestation. Very difficult boss to have to deal with considering their lineup. Hazo not going to get as many chances to just punch it down as compared to other bosses. But they're doing a pretty good job of just keeping the Thunder Manifestation in place. And again, Xingqiu's swords will be able to easily home in on any enemies that might be out of melee reach.
Yep, that's definitely the case here. And looks like that they're hopefully at least halfway down with the Thunder Manifestation, because you gotta remember, Nothing to Lose, they have quite a lot to catch up. I mean, like on screen, on paper, it looks like they're ahead by 60 points, but that's not taking into account that the 160 deficit which they had last round.
And that's why it's so important to be able to get that victory during the Carnival commissions as well. I think a lot of teams, a lot of viewers may think, the Traveler Trial is going to be more important because you just get way more points for defeating bosses. But those small differences you get from the Carnival commission now already proving to be a little bit of an issue because, yes, Nothing to Lose, they're ahead in points, but it's not quite enough to make up for their loss in the first half of this round.
Yeah, and looks like we're back to the cryo hypostasis once more. I'm running out of things to say here. And looks like they're actually going to be opting for the bowling method this time.
Yep, the bowling method gonna be pretty tried and tested. As of now, it does seem like both teams have settled in on a pretty consistent rhythm. They know exactly the pattern of bosses that they want to clear and how quickly they are able to clear them. So all that comes down to at this point is consistency. Whether or not these teams are able to consistently defeat these bosses and not die like what we witnessed here. Again, that is going to be time wasted. Xingqiu, very important character to this lineup for setting up those elemental reactions.
Yeah, and I think that a flaw with 4-star characters are like, if you choose to go with more defensive oriented type characters, then you're gonna lack on the DPS, unfortunately. And right now, it appears that we're back to taking down the Electro with the scratch, that we're now moving on to the Jade Plume Terrace Room, I think, for Team Nothing to Lose. Meanwhile, the Cryo Hypostasis is once again getting picked off.
Yeah, so it's gonna be all of these simpler bosses. In terms of weekly bosses that are being defeated, it is actually only Child and La Signora. So that's not all that surprising here when you compare to the other bosses that they have an option of defeating. Obviously, Scaramouche and Raiden Shogun are gonna waste a lot of time. And the same could be said for Azdaha. Even though he himself is pretty much a punching bag, he deals a lot of damage and you don't have Zhongli to be able to tank it, and you're gonna have to wait for him to transition between elements as well. So it's very understandable why these teams have picked these specific boss lineups.
Yeah, and also, you know, like the Raiden Shogun herself, she has a huge health pool actually, so it's really understandable why they don't go for her. In fact, opting to go for the simpler bosses instead.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk a little bit about the lineups that these two teams have chosen to use thus far. Again, no change in party setup at all, so they're just trying to buy as much time as possible without having to swap parties. So we see team... Oh, wait, are they swapped? No, they're just entering the domain.
Yeah.
And we can see Team Sayonara, they've got a pretty support-oriented, like no main DPS, whereas Team Nothing to Lose, they have Hazo buffed by Faruzan. Which of these two lineups do you prefer, personally?
I go more towards the Hazel team actually, like Team Nothing to Lose. I much prefer what they're doing because I like to have a main DPS, you know. But hey, if it works, why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? I can see where you're coming from. Having a main DPS does make it a lot simpler to delegate responsibilities to make sure each player knows what they need to do. But at the same time, having multiple support characters doesn't necessarily mean that there is a lack of DPS. It just means that there isn't one specific character dedicated to doing it. And I think that actually is pretty effective as well when you have characters like Xingqiu, like Bennett, because there's just so much utility on these 4 stars.
Yeah, can't argue with that because it's really true, just look at it yourself. And also, we're back to La Signora once more. I feel bad for these bosses, you know, repeatedly getting tormented by these players.
Yeah, they signed up for this thinking, oh, I'm going to be a weekly boss. I just need to fight the players once a week. But all of a sudden, they're getting rushed down multiple times in the span of an hour. And this is like, this was not on my contract.
Yeah, definitely not. Alright. it appears that based on the difference between the scores, Team Nothing to Lose, they're performing much better. In fact, they've made enough to make up for the deficit from Carnival commissions actually.
Yeah, so it does look like what we mentioned about the Hazel composition, having that main DPS, and Faruzan especially, I do feel like adds a lot to their lineup, because these more niche supports, characters like Goro, like Faruzan, like Hujo Sarah, like Shen He, you don't see a lot of universal use for them, but when it comes down to their particular niches, they do add a lot. And in this case, having access to a C6 Faruzan adds a lot of crit, adds a lot of minus resistance for Hazel to take advantage of.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope that they did build the teams around the constellations unlocked, because do take note that all characters are unlocked, every single one of them, and they'll all be at C6 constellation actually. Something that most of us wish we had, but
Yep.
we'll never have it.
Absolutely, but being able to build around those C6 constellations is going to be very important here in order to really maximize on the utility of their characters. As you can see now, Team Nothing to Lose once again going to be wailing on La Signora, whereas Team Sayonara definitely falling behind in terms of their pace. Now going for the Magu Kenki. Again, a very annoying boss, because he as well has a lot of iframes. He looks like he's standing there. It looks like you can smack him, but you just can't. And that does waste a lot of time, especially on a team composition that relies on these elemental bursts. If you pop your burst at a bad time, that is damage wasted.
Yeah, definitely. The iframes, right? We abuse them, and so do the bosses actually, if you think about it. Like, just denying the elemental burst is gonna be such a huge drawback for the players, but that shouldn't matter here, I feel. And Team Sayonara, they're catching up actually. They're gonna try and take this back home with them.
Yep, things definitely starting to look quite tight. Nothing to lose, still maintaining a pretty solid lead right now. That is going to be 100 and... oh, hold on, that is now only a 50-point difference. Again, these weekly bosses really add a lot of points to your total. So Nothing to Lose, again, really needs to close that gap. They need so many points to make up.
And that's dead. They can't revive. They lost.
Oh, that's bad.
Yikes.
That is really bad right there. That's a wipe. They have to reset the domain and challenge her again.
Yeah, because in domains, right, your characters, if they die, they don't respawn. And in this challenge, you can't use food either, actually. That's something we forgot to mention. Oops.
Yep, food buffs, potion buffs are not allowed on all of these teams. So if you guys are wondering, why don't they just use Adeptus Temptation? That is why. There is a restriction on that. And that is going to give so much time for Team Sayonara to catch back up, because Nothing to Lose, they have to TP back to the statue, they have to regen, they have to re-challenge La Signora from the beginning. They were already in the second phase. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
That's definitely gonna hurt. It's gonna put a dent in their plans, actually. Whereas Sayonara, they don't mind. They're just constantly farming and farming. Meanwhile, Team Nothing to Lose, they're gonna give their second attempt at taking down Signora this time.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna be choosing not to use their past chance to just skip Signora and go for something else. The points earned from this weekly boss are going to be very valuable to make up that difference. But what did it cost them? Team Sayonara now have the lead, and we know Team Nothing to Lose, they are the ones in a disadvantageous state going into this stage.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them actually that Bennett died, because, you know, when you're having a race against time, you're definitely going to want as much damage as you can, but that also means that you're sacrificing tankiness, maybe even some health regenerating characters, you know, the healers and so forth. You're going to be sacrificing that in terms of damage, which I totally understand where they're coming from. But look, it does have its disadvantages actually. One wrong move and your whole party's dead actually.
Well, in a carnival like this, sometimes you just gotta go for that high risk, high reward. Playing it safe, as you mentioned, is gonna cost them time. If you go for a character specifically for giving shields, that is a whole character's worth of damage that you could be missing out on. And when you're racing against the clock, against your opponents who are evenly matched on the other side of the table, every single moment is going to count.
Yep, and we have 3 minutes left actually. It's getting really close, but as of now, Sayonara, they definitely have the lead. And not to mention, this is without factoring in the addition of points from Carnival Conditions. If they add that in, they will definitely have the lead. So Team Nothing to Lose definitely gonna catch up, you know. And Sucrose is there.
That's rough again. Thunder Manifestation hurts quite a lot. Now we can see, oh no! Bennett is dead again.
Yeah,
On
and
Team Nothing to Lose, no healing
Yeah.
on this team. Hazel dropping real low as well, their main DPS. They had to stand around these little things. I don't know what they're called. I don't know if they have a name. I probably should. But they're
they
able
got
to
it.
just clean it up, just barely. Ooh, that's a sigh of relief.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine if they, if they failed the second time, that's gotta hurt, and it would definitely put them more behind than they've ever been.
Yeah, failing to defeat a boss twice in a row is basically going to be like a death sentence in the SEA Carnival here,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
all of these teams are very strong Genshin Impact players, very knowledgeable, very skilled travelers, and they're just not going to allow for mistakes to go uncontested here. You see your opponent, you see, ooh, they just made a huge mistake. You're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, you definitely gotta keep going. You can't just back off or take a break, because there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left actually. Time is catching up with them.
Only a single minute left. Team Nothing to Lose, they've actually done an admirable job of regaining their point lead in this short span of time, but it is still not enough. I'm very worried about them right now. As they continue, they're going to be repeating their path now, once again heading to visit their good old friend, the Pyro Regis Vine, whereas Team Sayonara, next stop, going to be the Coral Defenders. Now this worries me a little bit, because with 1 minute left on the clock, I do feel like going for an easier boss would be more ideal.
Yeah.
I'm not
but-
sure you could take down the double Bishop in 1 minute.
Although true, but you remember, you gotta wait at least 10 bosses before you can take it down, so perhaps they used their chance earlier, and now they might regret it actually. And also do note that they can't see each other's scores, if I'm not mistaken, so Team Sayonara, they might think they're ahead, but in fact, they're gotta catch up.
Well, I think what's important for both of these teams is just to acknowledge that you could be ahead or behind at any stage of this carnival. So it's more important to just focus on your own game instead. And with the final 5 seconds left, I don't think either of these teams are going to be able to successfully clear out their final boss. So the point totals going to be pretty locked in at this stage, but we cannot be too certain. We have to wait for confirmation from the side of production to make sure we can determine which of these two teams will be heading into the semi-finals.
Yeah, but just based on watching alone, right? Who do you think won?
Oh, that's a difficult question to answer there. Considering the point totals, Sayonara probably are just slightly ahead, but I'm honestly really impressed with how quickly Team Nothing to Lose was able to make up point differences. It looked like they were behind from the beginning, then they catch up, they lead, they actually died to La Signora, but they're still able to maintain a very even point total.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive by them, honestly. I thought that they were gonna be permanently behind. Oh, we've just received news that our winner's gonna be right.
Ooh, okay, looks like we've heard it. It's time to announce the official results. Our first semi-finalist for the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival is none other than Team Sayonara, our winners of our first quarter-final match today.
Yeah, huge congrats to them actually. Props to them because they mounted how should I say this? Nothing to Lose actually mounted quite a comeback, but Team Sayonara was able to stop that, put it on a halt, and grab this victory with them.
Yeah, grabbing that victory and running with it. I bet they're feeling very proud right now, and they should be. That was an impressive showing, a really strong sense of competition from both these teams, and definitely evenly matched as well. Excited to see who's going to be up against them next, as now we have our updated brackets. Let us have a look.
Alright, as we have on the screen, Sayonara have made it out, and unfortunately for Nothing to Lose, they've been kicked out of the bracket, but still, that's nothing to weep about, right? Because they still have $1,000 plus, actually wait, did I get it wrong? I think it's something like that, but at least they have 1,000 Primo Gems for each player, so that's quite nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because they will unfortunately be finishing their Genshin Impact SEA Carnival journey here doesn't mean that they won't be going home with some rewards and the pride of knowing that they were able to make it this far. Congratulations. GG well play to Team Nothing to Lose and to Team Sayonara. Good luck have fun for the semi-finals. We'll get to see them again tomorrow.
Yeah, gonna be looking forward to that actually. So, what do you think about what just happened? Like, let's put it in a summary. I'd say that at first things looked like, it was really head on head, but nearing the end, they managed to keep that pressure from start all the way to end actually. I think that's quite incredible. I thought it was gonna be like, quite a clear cut, like we're gonna be able to see who's gonna win first, but constantly it's so difficult to tell, right? Because at first it looks like one side's on the, how should I say? At first it looks like they are low on points, and next thing you know, oh, they suddenly came out and we have no idea how they did that. So I guess it's maybe the rhythm and the order of bosses they fought in. That's quite impressive actually.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what goes through these players' minds and what kind of strategies they're thinking of when they decide, okay, we're gonna go for this boss first, we're gonna go for this boss next, because it just seemed really efficient. It seemed like they were very comfortable with what they were doing, they were very knowledgeable in their objectives, and when it comes to things like this, stamina gonna play a pretty big part, because you think, playing Genshin Impact is very chill, very casual, very fun, and of course, it's still fun here in the SEA Carnival, but you gotta make sure that you don't end up dropping your momentum, losing your grip here and there, because fighting bosses for that long straight really does take a toll.
It does take a toll actually, in terms of both mental and physically. Like, you gotta be moving your fingers on keyboard, something like that, right? And then also the mental strain. Like, I could feel that team Nothing to Lose, they must have had a huge panic when Bennett died actually, their one and only healer.
That's always the risk, right? When you only run one character as a healer and you have no shields, once that character falls, you're stuck in a really awkward situation. It's quite lucky for them that during the second time they were facing La Signora there, they already got her low enough that Bennett's death didn't actually matter too much. But it still got very close, very tight. And that's just really unnerving. It puts you on the edge of your seat. You're thinking, will they clear it? Will they not? Who knows?
Yeah, it's very hard to tell actually. But once again, congrats to Team Sayonara. And right now, we might be... Oh, sorry, scratch that. So I think that if this is our first quarterfinals, then the rest of today might be quite the show actually. But here we have the players and oh...
A good show of sportsmanship from both sides, both teams acknowledging that they put up a good show, they put up a good fight, and of course, in the end, we all love Genshin Impact. So, let's pose for a group photo here and congratulate to both teams for making it this far and demonstrating what it means to truly be a traveler of Tibet.
Yep. And also, do remember once again that this is a carnival, not a tournament, so we're glad that everyone's in the spirit of having fun, they're all enjoying the time, because that's what counts actually.
Absolutely, and you can see both teams definitely getting to interact with each other, having fun. They know even though they might be competitors, they are all enjoyers of the same game, lovers of the same title, the same characters, the same waifus, the same husbandos. So, we can all connect over these joint things.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all about what gaming is about actually, right? Because it's not always about the straining, it's not always about the sleepless nights, it's not always about winning the prize. I mean, we could have fun in games. That's what games were created for in the first place actually.
Absolutely, and having fun is what the SEA Carnival is all about. So, just to provide a little bit of an update to anyone who might be joining the stream a little bit late, you're currently watching the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival playoffs happening live here at Comic Fiesta KLCC. If you guys are in the area and you don't know this is happening, make sure to drop by and have a look. And for those of you joining us from online, thank you very much for taking the time to witness this glorious and eventful event.
Yep, definitely appreciate all the support that you guys give, and do know that we appreciate it a lot actually.
Absolutely, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. There's still gonna be 3 quarter-final matches to close out the day, where we are gonna be chopping our team pool in half. We're gonna be seeing 4 teams moving on to the semi-finals. Now, of course, we have to thank all of the viewers for joining us, but we also have to thank the people who make all of this possible. Our sponsors, our organizers, Genshin Impact SEA Carnival, of course, going to be sponsored by Genshin Impact themselves, organized by IO Esports, and supported by Predator. Thank you very much to all of these parties because they're the ones who make this possible in the first place.
Yep, huge shout out to all of them actually, because without them, this couldn't have happened. Like this entire thing, it couldn't have been organized without the help from these associations, groups, companies, whatever you call them. So huge shout out, thanks a lot, seriously.
Make sure you guys show them some love. We already love Genshin Impact, but make sure to let the other sponsors, the organizers know that we appreciate this whole event. Because, yeah, like we've already highlighted a few times, Genshin Impact is not really a competitive game. It's not really something we get to watch in this sort of manner, but this has been made possible, and I'm hoping to be able to see more events, more carnivals like this in the future. And if you guys agree as well, make sure to show them some support, some love.
Yep, definitely. Whew, that was quite the show, I must say.
Absolutely. Like, what are you feeling right now? Like, now that we've actually gotten a taste of this format, the Carnival Commissions and then the Traveler Trials, what are your thoughts?
How should I say this? Well, it's proved that even though Genshin's not like a competitive game or anything, it shows that even when you're just having fun, you can turn it into quite a competitive scene, if I must say. And, you know, because, let me be honest, when I first heard of a Genshin competition, or like even a carnival in some sense, I was like, how are they going to make a competition out of this actually? But now that I see it, it's possible actually. Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. I think that's a good tagline overall. Having the SEA Carnival become a thing, and that's possible. We get to watch all of these players come from all over Southeast Asia to enjoy the festivities together, to show us what they've got, to demonstrate our abilities as travelers of Tibet. Anything truly is possible. So the next time you guys are thinking, I could not possibly roll this 5-star character, remember, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. I must say that I hope the next 3 matches, if they are as entertaining as this one went, then okay, today might be quite a good day actually. Plus, with all of the fans heading down here to Comic Fiesta today, it's quite an entertaining day, if I must say.
Definitely, definitely. When we watched both of these teams, they decided to go for the strategy of having just one party, so they don't change their lineup at all, even though they have the option of 4 different party setups tailor-made to specific bosses. So, like, what do you personally think? Do you think this is a good idea here? Do you think maybe they should go for more varied lineups? Like, what do you think?
Wait, sorry, can you see what you said just now? I kind of got distracted by something.
I believe, like you know, they both used one party lineup, right? Both teams. Do you want to see more of that? Do you think that's the good strategy, or do you want to see different lineups from one team? Like they have 4 parties. Do you want to see 4 parties?
I'd say that, you know, it's up to them pretty much, honestly. But in terms of preference, I'd say that this one party trick, it's worked quite effectively actually. Like when you invest more of your time, it's actually quite like a trade actually, right? Like when you invest more of your time, more of your knowledge, when you invest it a lot into like artifacts or maybe even weapons, characters, which one you're gonna pick, it's quite good actually, and it appears that it's quite effective. So it's more like a, you know, quality versus quantity sort of thing, right? Would you prefer to have 4 different party setups, or would you prefer to have one super well thought out one? It's kind of something like that. And I guess that different situations may call for different scenarios. We never know.
Yeah, I guess in terms of efficiency, we've already gotten to witness both of these teams use one party lineup, and not having to switch lineups between bosses definitely does seem like the more efficient way to go. But if I have a little bit of personal bias, obviously, I want to see more different parties, you know? You see more characters, they're the life's blood of Genshin Impact. We all love our waifus, our husbandos, our whatevers, you know?
Oh, whatevers, yeah.
Our whatevers.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I can see where you're coming from, because if we want to see more diversity, right, more adversity between the teams, then going for the 4-party setup, it's quite an experience actually, because so far we haven't seen very many, in fact we haven't actually seen anyone pull something like this off. So if the following teams that are gonna play next, if they do try this strategy, it'll be quite the eye-opening experience, actually.
Absolutely. Are there any characters specifically that you would like to see in the following rounds? Like we got to see the common use of Bennett, Xingqiu, we got to see Sucrose, we got to see Hazel, Faruzan. Who else do you think deserves to be put on a Traveler Trial party lineup?
No personal bias here, but the new character Scaramouche or the Wanderer, if he gets picked, then that's gonna definitely be something entertaining, because do note that in Carnival commissions, he can fly.
That's
so
true.
You remember the coconuts we were talking about? Because I'm not gonna try and pronounce that name, I'm gonna butcher it so horribly, but imagine being able to just fly up, you levitate, and then you pick it. That's quite nice.
That is true, that is true. And again, having characters that can have that utility of doing damage while also helping you move across the map more quickly are always going to be valuable. So we get the feeling that in future Carnival commission stages, we're still going to be seeing a lot of Yelan, which on one hand is, I guess, a little boring, but you know, you can't argue with efficiency. But let's move over to our host real quick. I think she's got some things to do, some interviews to happen. So, Choo Choo, take it away.
Thank you for our amazing casters, none other than Sadafa and also Julian. You guys been awesome. A very interesting match, and congratulations to Sayonara again. But not just that, we have more happening here in KLCC. If you guys haven't got a clue, we are having the Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival. I'm Chuchi, I'll be your host for the entire 2 days of the Comic Fiesta. But you know what? We can't wait to see what's happening here. One of it is going to be the amazing cosplay. Come on, guys. Oh, they're so cute, by the way. I mean, like, we have... Come. They're so scared. I'm so sorry. Come here. I love Naida so much. I love Hu Tao. So, what's your name, Miss Hu Tao?
Philo.
And what's your name, Miss Naida? She's so shy. It's okay. Kenny? Oh, so cute. Kaylin. Kaylin. I can't hear so well. I'm so sorry. This is, you have channels? Oh, but do you have any? But you guys should come over. Look at how great. Just spin over for us. Look at this, Nadia. Do a bit of Naida cosplay for us. How Naida does it? It's like she's very shy. Don't be scared. Can you turn for us? Yeah, look at it. Oh, the details, the bells, everything. She's so cute, by the way. She's like real Naida. I wish she can actually jump like how she did the skills. But for our Hu Tao, look at her outfit. Can you have a bit of a twist for us? Yeah, there you go. I don't know if Hu Tao carry a handbag, but it's okay. So how do you think about this event so far?
It was fun.
Fun?
Yes.
Is this your first time cosplaying Genshin?
Not really.
Do you do other characters too before? What characters you actually do?
Ganyu, Albedo, Xiao, Kazuha, and Kokomi.
You literally do everything. You literally do everything. Kaylin, come here. Come here, baby. She's so scared. Okay, how do you think of the Genshin Impact Carnival and Comic Fiesta so far?
It's good.
It's good?
Yeah.
You have fun?
Yeah.
Do you cosplay other Genshin Impact characters other than Nahida?
No.
Your first time? Really, your first time? Wow, she did it so well for her first time. Oh my god. You do it yourself?
No.
You have a team helping you?
Some people, yeah.
Yeah. There's people helping her. I mean, like, that's... Why are you getting further than... Come here. She's like, yeah, I got Nahida for my character too, okay? Don't do this to me. I love my Nahida, but my Nahida don't love me anymore. But for first-time cosplayer, I have to give a lot of respect for you. You did such a great job. And we as a community do love you. Don't be so scared and shy. First time to actually stand out in a crowd, bringing her cosplay for the first time with her team. And this is a bold choice. Not everybody have the courage to do that. So props to you. Yeah, okay? She's still scared though. So far, have you guys been watching the tournament?
No.
No, okay, but guys, you play so much. But thank you so much for our Hu Tao and also our Nahida. Don't forget to, look at all the pictures of the cosplayers as well, because things has been amazing here in the KLCC Convention Center. But we're back for our players for the Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnivals. So Costas, take it away. Oh, sorry, it's actually going to break. So yeah, we're going to take a break for a bit, guys. Bye.
Hey, you there! We heard there's an inn near here. Gonna need you to show us the way. Huh? We won't ask twice.
Too big, strong Fatui. Asking me to be their chaperone. Is this some kind of joke?
Think you're funny, do you? You'll regret that!
Sure I will. The wind rises. I look forward to that. Sadly, you won't be there to see it! What a waste of space. Just as useless alive or dead. You were looking for trouble. No one to blame but yourselves. Huh? We're done here. Next time you're looking for directions, I suggest you find your own way. Once more, I have lost my heart. It hurts. My skin feels like it's on fire. Burning me alive. Turning me to ash.
You mean, you wish you had a heart? Have you ever heard this story before? There once was a puppet soldier whose greatest wish was to be with the ballerina doll forever and ever. But the soldier didn't have a heart and didn't know where his feelings came from. One day, his owner didn't want him anymore and threw him away into a fire. But even in the flames, his eyes never left the ballerina. The next day, the people found a tiny heart in the ashes left by the fire.
Probably ashes in the shape of a heart. But that's not a real heart.
Maybe, but what if hearts can be born from ashes?
How dare you die like this? And break your promise to me. What a joke. It's just ashes. Nothing left but ashes. If only I could have burned to death in that fire, too. No. In fact, I wish I'd never been born at all. Never been born at all. Is that really all you wish for?
In the Academia's early years, researching ancient mechanisms meant deciphering numerous documents. So even though Faruzan is a Haravatat scholar, her mastery of runes led her to become one of the pioneer scholars in the field of ancient mechanics. But as the academic world progressed over the course of a century, Faruzan's dedication to this field was buried beneath the sands of time, just like her unusual fate.
Sure, I'll hang out with you youngsters.
Although she may look young, Faruzan is an experienced Haravatat scholar and mentor with a robust research background. Her control over the power of Animo grants many new potential uses to her ancient trinkets. Researching mechanisms and solving puzzles is a hands-on process, and one which has taken Faruzan all across Sumeru. Faruzan gains increased rewards when dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Sumeru. Faruzan's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Faruzan executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. While aiming, mighty winds accumulate on the arrowhead, and a fully charged arrow will deal animo damage. Casting Faruzan's elemental skill deploys a polyhedron device, dealing AoE animo damage and causing her to enter the Manifest Gale state. In this state, Faruzan's next fully charged shot will consume the Manifest Gale and turn into a hurricane arrow. This arrow deals animo damage based on the damage of her fully charged normal attack, Parthian Shot. The hurricane arrow will apply a pressurized collapse effect to the enemy or character hit. This effect will be removed after a short delay, creating a vortex that deals AoE animo damage and pulls in nearby objects and enemies. If the arrow does not hit any enemy or character, it will create a pressurized collapse effect at its point of impact. The vortex damage is considered elemental skill damage.
Truth repeats its course.
Unleashing her elemental burst, Faruzan deploys a dazzling polyhedron that releases a whirlwind pulse and deals AoE animo damage. While the dazzling polyhedron persists, it will continuously move along a triangular path. Whenever it reaches a corner of that triangular path, it unleashes a whirlwind pulse. The Whirlwind Pulse will apply Prayerful Wind's benefit to all nearby party members, granting them an animo damage bonus. When the pulse hits an enemy, it will apply Perfidious Wind's Bale to them, decreasing their animo resistance. After unlocking the talent Impetuous Flow, when Faruzan is in the Manifest Gale state created by her elemental skill, the charging time of her aimed shot is decreased, and she can apply the Perfidious Wind's Bale effect to enemies hit by the vortex created by pressurized collapse. As a veteran of academia, Faruzan never hesitates to impart her wisdom to the future generations. After unlocking the talent Lost Wisdom of the Seven Caverns, when characters affected by Prayerful Wind's benefit deal animo damage to enemies with a normal, charged, or plunging attack, or an elemental skill or burst, they gain the Hurricane Guard effect, increasing the damage dealt by a certain percentage of Faruzan's base attack. Hurricane Guard can be triggered only once within a set duration, and the effect is cleared after animo damage is dealt. Faruzan is unfazed by the fact that her field of research is now considered outdated. On the contrary, it has inspired new grit and determination. Faruzan starts battle by casting her elemental skill and quickly firing a hurricane arrow to deal animo damage to the enemy. The arrow's pressurized collapse effect then pulls in nearby enemies, providing support to her teammates. When energy is full, Faruzan unleashes her elemental burst to deploy a dazzling polyhedron. This device moves over the battlefield, creating whirlwind pulses and decreasing enemies' animo resistance, which effectively increases the team's animo damage. Make the most of Faruzan's carefully researched dazzling polyhedron, and the rest of the battle will be a breeze. Time is a relative concept and is perceived differently by different people. 100 years is the longest life most people could imagine. Small wonder that they are fascinated by the idea of someone disappearing for this long, only to return looking not a day older than when they left. To Faruzan, those 100 years were physically exhausting and mentally taxing, yet she balks at the idea of seeking sympathy or being the topic of other people's conversations. Only convincing the academia's new enrollees to address her as Madam gives her experience some meaning. But if you ask me, age isn't much of a qualification. After all, time never really stops flowing. And although ancient wisdom should be respected, how long would it really take to erase it all?
There once was a palace, and in that palace was a puppet, sound asleep. You know, I could just pretend that I don't remember what happened after that, and then make up some boring story and get this over with. But boring clearly isn't my style, nor is it the Wanderer's way of doing things. You could say his story is simple and straightforward, or horrendously complex, and both would be right. It all depends on the storyteller.
Are you sure it has to be me? Fine. Let's get this over with.
If you happen to run into this wanderer, don't let his menacing expression make you nervous. He's really not all that hard to get along with. You just need to keep your distance, that's all. Don't provoke him, and he won't kick up a storm. Simple, isn't it? He doesn't like to talk about it much, but the wanderer has quite a lot of experience in forging weapons. So when the wanderer ascends bows and catalysts, it doesn't cost him as much mora. The wanderer's normal...
Welcome back, ladies and gents and travelers around the world. We're right here in Malaysia, Comic Fiesta in the KLCC Convention Center. I'll be your host again for the entire day and also tomorrow. Right now ongoing, we do have the quarterfinals of the Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival. If you guys are here, you can actually see the one booth players actually playing and battling out for the whopping amount of prize pool. Over $10,000 of USD at stake here. Not just that, we have so many booths, so many activities, even behind me here. We do have the merchandise official of MiHoYo booth and also Genshin Impact stuff you guys have to visit if you happen to be in Malaysia. If you're not, don't worry, you guys are watching it live. We love you as well because we bonded with the language of Genshin Impact. You guys can watch at Tevat Spotlight and Sadafa for Twitch. There's also Tevat's Battles and IO Esports for YouTube. Facebook is going to be IO Esports and Chuchu Gaming. If you guys happen to be having EGG Network, also you guys can watch it around there somewhere. Now we're going to just resume the long pause we've been waiting for our quarterfinals of Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival. I'm going to toss it over to us, our amazing casters again, Sadafa and Julian. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Choo Choo, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, fellow travelers of the lands of Teyvat, to the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival once again. Like we were introduced, my name's Stafa. Julian, once more, gonna be sharing the casting table here for this very exciting event.
Yep, it's good to be back, and I hope we're all ready for the second round for the quarterfinals. I'm excited for it, actually. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. After we got to witness the battle that was faced between Team Sayonara and Team Nothing to Lose, anything's on the table, anything's possible, like we mentioned. And I do want to see more interesting strategies, more unique party lineups, because that is gonna be the fun of Genshin Impact, experimenting with different characters, with different reactions. Guess we'll see whether or not we'll actually get to witness that though.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly up to the players, right? Like we talked about earlier, there are between the strategies of like making 4-party setups, or it's also between just making one, but it's super refined, right? So let's see what our next bracket's up to.
Yeah, especially since that the teams did have to deal with a restriction last round that Choo did draw out for them. Obviously, no 5-star characters at all in any party setup. And I imagine that definitely does make an impact. So a lot of teams relied on Bennett, on Xingqiu, Sucrose, even using Hazel for a DPS character here. So I imagine we're probably not going to get the same restriction twice in a row. It's not impossible, but I'm hoping that's not the case. Just for something a little bit more interesting, something a bit more unique, and to see what 5-star characters can truly bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the basis of our team compositions are literally built upon 5-star characters, right? So I hope that they don't get restricted again, because if so, I'm afraid that a repetition of round 1 might happen again, and I certainly wouldn't want to see that. I like to see more diversity, you know, more examples about how people can simply play this carnival actually.
Yep. And also, during the first round, the Carnival Commissions, we just saw something like a gentleman's agreement between both teams, where it's just like, yeah, you can block each other, but both teams were just like, we're not going to block each other. We're just trying to complete our commissions as fast as possible, and the faster team wins, you know? Good sportsmanship, but, you know, it does lack a little bit of that tension.
Yeah, because, like we said, it's up to both of the teams as to how they would want the Carnival commissions to be played out, right? So for last game, they played it quite smoothly. It's like, alright, they drew a line, you stay on your lane, and we all stay on our lane, alright? But this time, things might change, because sabotaging, although morally seen as something that we wouldn't prefer doing, but in-game, sure, anything goes, right? So let's see how our second team actually performs.
Yeah, now that we've gotten to see the types of characters that our teams like to play, and the types of characters we can expect going forward through the quarterfinals, I think this is also a chance to ask. You know, we're both Genshin Impact players. Julian, who's your favorite character?
Favorite character, it might be Kazuha actually.
Oh, interesting, interesting. Kazuha, huh? Well, very strong character, I think very universal as well. So let's see whether or not these teams will actually use him. Right now, we have our first team for the second round of the quarterfinals. 3 baddies, 1 squad up on screen. From what I can see, an all-female team as well. Let's see what they got.
Yep. And for our next team, it's going to be Team Yoo-Hoo with a quite the mixed team, I would say, quite the diversity, right?
Indeed, the Yoo-Hoo, very happy sounding team name, gonna be making us cheer for joy every time we refer to them throughout this round. So look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to a lot of Yoo-Hooing this time. Let's see which of these 2 teams are gonna come out on top, because compared to Team Sayonara and Nothing to Lose, they were both teams we got to see in the online qualifiers, but we didn't get to see either of these 2 during that stream. So this is going to be their debut for the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. It's time to enter the first stage, none other than Carnival Commissions.
Yep, Carnival Commissions once more. We're going to be starting out for this for all 4 matches, right? So right now, I think that they're still... alright, it looks like they have picked their commission, which will be to activate 6 starshrooms for 3 baddies, 1 squad. Okay. And activating starshrooms, like we mentioned earlier, right, is basically just using Electro to just strike at the mushrooms, whereas for... Oh, it appears that their commission might involve clearing a lava trail, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they might instead be doing the commission that involves clearing out a monster camp that includes a lava trail, considering how efficiently they already knew, okay, This is the camp we're going for. Once again, we're going to be seeing Yelan being used as a character by Murasaki from 3 Baddies 1 Squad, but we can also see that the other player is using Ayato here.
Yeah, Ayato. Definitely one of the slightly more unique 5-star characters, I'd say, because of simply how he functions, right? Like, you know, being able to just dash around and then shing, shing, shing with all those water strikes.
Absolutely.
Definitely quite cool, I must say.
Very cool indeed. Whereas on the other side, Team Yoo-hoo, again, going to be having a Yelan within their ranks, but also using the Raiden Shogun. That's also very interesting. Now, I do feel like I can see a little bit more utility in the use of Raiden Shogun comparatively, because she'll be able to provide a lot of energy recharge to Yelan to constantly pop her elemental burst and deals a pretty good amount of damage herself.
Yep. Plus, do remember that when the Raiden Shogun uses her elemental skill, all characters, if I'm not mistaken, actually get like the little electric symbol above their heads, which allows them to apply electro damage as well. So taking that into account, Yelan will definitely be able to clear enemies much more quicker.
Yeah, in comparison, I am kind of wondering the choice of using Yelan and Kamisato Ayato on the side of 3 Baddies 1 Squad, because there's going to be no elemental reactions here. It looks like they're focusing mainly on just buffing as much of their hydro damage as possible. Both teams have already claimed their first Carnival commission. Now moving on to the next one, I'm going to be assuming that 3 Baddies 1 Squad, they be looking for the Ruined Sentinels here, going to be able to clear out that camp very quickly. Again, neither team seems to be focusing on delaying the completion of Carnival commissions for the other side, instead of focusing more on making sure they can complete their own line.
Yep, so once again, it looks like we're sticking on each other's respective lanes once again. No sabotage at play as of now. So a bit, how should I say, a bit sad to not see any sabotaging play. I really want to see someone getting a bit cheeky, you know, like just denying that opportunity for a straight shot to victory. But let's see, because right now, teams, Team Yoo-hoo are very close to forming a line, actually.
Yeah, they're moving very quickly right now, already working on their 3rd commission, whereas 3 Baddies 1 Squad still working on their 2nd. Looks like they as well. Oh, no, hold on. Their next target looks to be the Spectres right here. Once again, the little floating balloon buddies, not very friendly at all. And this is going to be a problem, because these are Hydro Spectres, and they have 2 Hydro characters, which is why we see one of them having to... Well, I thought they were walking away to change characters, but they just came back with Yelan, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Looks like they're gonna go look for a different camp entirely.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for them actually, because they're probably relying on just using pure hydro damage, but the commission board itself said, nope, we're gonna put a halt to that plan, and proceeds to deploy hydro specters. So obviously we know that you can't use the same element to hit something that's already made out of the element, right? Because it simply has decreased damage and the resistance to that element. So in this case, the hydro specters, they simply have increased the resistance to hydro.
Yeah, so that's going to be a problem. We can see that they did in the end TP away, so they could swap to another lineup, this time having Yoimiya and Ningguang. Again, I do feel like the choices of characters that 3 Baddies 1 Squad is going for here is a little bit strange, because just having characters that have a little bit more synergy would probably clear these camps a lot more quickly. Here, having 1 Geo character means that there's just no reactions happening.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, right, the elemental reactions, that's what grants you the ability to clear the enemies out. So not relying on the elemental reaction is kind of peculiar, I must say, but let's see how things unfold, right?
Yeah, right now 3 Baddies 1 Squad still struggling quite a bit. They're continuing to take down Spectres. I do believe they have been given the commission to clear out more Spectres here. Yeah, they gotta clear out 5, so they gotta find at least 2 camps. So that's definitely gonna slow them down, since they also had to take the time to swap out their team. I am wondering how Team Yoo-hoo is doing right now. They've been stuck on that 3rd commission for a little while.
Yep, and honestly, just teleporting to the domain of Scaramouche actually frightened me for a moment because I thought they were gonna go take him out instead, but no, that's not the case.
That would be a flex.
Yeah, definitely. And it appears that their commission involves clearing the poor crocodiles actually.
Yeah, I can't quite recall if there were commissions specifically for taking out the crocodiles or for animals in particular. We're just gonna have to confirm that at a later time. But Yoo-hoo, they've already cleared out their third commission, now working on the fourth. And from what I can see, considering that we can see Ayato here whacking some trees, they are looking for wood.
Yep, chopping down wood. So, explain a bit about how we claim, about how we obtain wood in this game actually.
Obviously, you have to whack trees, you have to knock them down. I am surprised that they're not using a character like Arataki Ito, considering he would have the passive to collect wood just a little bit more quickly, but it doesn't seem to be a concern for them because I do believe that they already completed it. We see the hand being put up from the side of Team Yoo-hoo. They seem quite comfortable right now. Either that or there's some technical difficulties that they have to deal with. But either way, there is a pretty notable point disparity right now between these two teams.
Incredibly substantial difference between them actually. It's 220 against 10. Yeah,
that's quite rough.
Yeah, very rough actually. I mean, it's gonna be painful for Team 3 by this one squad because, you know, they were, how should I say, it's very unfortunate for them, right? Because they had to deal with Hydro Spectres with Hydro characters, so that's definitely a huge thorn on their sides, I think.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a risk to have two Hydro characters here. Remember, Carnival commissions only involve 2 players out of the team. So, you probably want to have a little bit more variety here. When you see teams go for the double Yalan, that could be a potential issue as well. And it just so happened they got the commission that needed them to take down Spectres. And the first camp they ran into was Hydro. And you have 2 Hydro. That's just so many unfortunate situations at once. But Choo Choo, let's pass it over to you. So we can see here, Choo Choo gonna be drawing yet another restriction. Last round, it was no 5 stars. This time, it is only 3 characters in each party setup. And Choo Choo, I don't know how you keep drawing these restrictions specifically. We have so many different restrictions. We have region restrictions, we have element restrictions, we have weapon restrictions, and yet you're getting none of them. So 3 characters in a party setup. Honestly, I don't think that's too bad. The teams are already pretty used to that from the qualifiers.
Exactly, because in the qualifiers, they were only allowed to play 3 characters, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, I guess it must feel maybe quite repetitive to them, but the way I see it, this is definitely not as bad as having 5-star characters totally outlawed. If you're
yeah. But that's gonna be interesting. So now that means we will actually get to see some 5-star characters being played. And we can see up here, the restriction, only 3 characters in a party setup. Again, we're gonna be entering a bit of a party setup time. There are a few minutes in which the teams will be given to set up their 4-party lineups. And we already discussed this earlier. Do these teams want to, again, focus on one lineup to clear as many bosses as possible, or do they want to build more? Because now that they are limited to only 3, that does make the single universal lineup a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it does definitely. So like, they can't rely as heavy. It's not to say can't rely, I think, but maybe that, you know, between maybe, because now 5-star characters are allowed, right? So maybe between Kazuha, Mona, Bennett, Sucrose, like between them, maybe they can't pick all 4 anymore if you think about it. They have to rely on maybe only 3, maybe even 2 actually,
and
if they are planning to run a main DPS.
Yeah, and we have to remember as well that each party only has 1 5-star character. You're only allowed to have 1 5-star in each party setup. So, in your opinion, is it better to use that single 5-star as a DPS or a support?
It's a bit difficult to say because we have incredible 5-star characters which are supports out there, you know. We have the Monas, the Kazuhas, even the Nahidas actually, which is something we haven't seen yet because, you know, last round 5-stars were completely discarded. So there's definitely a lot of windows for opportunities for both teams. So I think they might go more towards the support side this time.
That's true. That's a good thing to point out. Nahida specifically is a character that unlocks a lot of potential for these players, because I think something that we noticed during the online qualifiers is that Hyper Bloom is a very powerful elemental reaction. There's not a lot of bosses that resist it. It involves many different elements, which if a boss is resistant to one, it's usually not resistant to the others, and therefore allows for a lot of universal usage. We didn't get to see it in the first round because 5-star characters were banned, and Nahida is just a very important character to enabling Hyper Bloom comps in the first place. So now that that is an option, are we going to see a lot of that?
We might actually, because like you mentioned, right? Bosses, no, it's like, because Dendro as an element is actually quite powerful right now. I might even call it broken, because as of now, I think there's only one boss, like let's say in terms of Traveler Trials, right? There's only one boss which might be resistant to the Dendro element, and that's the Jade Plume Taro Show, also known as your forest chicken, basically.
Absolutely.
So outside of that, every other boss on the list, they're susceptible to Dendro. They will fall if the Hyper Bloom reactions come. They will.
Yeah, and that's gonna be so interesting to see. Is Dendro going to be the focus here? Are they gonna focus on other characters instead? Because we also have to remember that these teams, they need to move between bosses quickly. So if you were to bring Nahida, she is the chibi character model, the small child, the little radish Archon. And she obviously will not run very fast compared to other characters. So even though she will enable a lot of damage, you may have to end up waiting for her to start bosses, and that could cost some time.
That might actually. But the way I see it, because when they move from boss to boss, they're using the teleporter waypoints, right? So the time lost there might actually be worth it in terms for the more powerful elemental reactions. But that's just the way I see it, honestly.
True. And we have to remember, a lot of these characters are going to be C6. So imagine, C6 Archon, C6 5 stars. We didn't get to see it in round 1 because, unfortunately, 5 stars were just completely banned out. But now, a whole realm of brokenness is open to us. And I think that's kind of terrifying.
Yeah. So this time we'll definitely be seeing much more diverse gameplay, and right now we'll have a good look at our players.
Once again, we're going to be seeing the players from Team Yoo-Hoo here, setting up their party. Honestly, I'm super excited. I'm very curious to see like what characters are going to be used, what party setups are going to be prioritized by all of these teams. We already talked about Dendro. We already saw and emphasized the importance of good support characters like Bennett and Xingqiu. I think Xingqiu probably might see a little bit less use now that Yelan is also unlocked for potential usage. But you could say the same for basically every other 5-star character. There's just so many possibilities.
Yep, that's true. The possibilities are limitless if you think about it. And right now we have Team 3 baddies. One group, I think I forgot about it, is basically on screen just now. And yeah, both teams are basically, they're thinking very hard, they're strategizing. And I wonder which strategy they're going to go for this time, because like you clarified earlier, we have 2 strategies, right? So I hope that they definitely open up our horizons a bit more, right? Maybe they'll just play that 4 different party setups, which we've been quite wanting to see. But then again, the opposite is also, how should I say? It's possible, right?
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is I'd love to see lots of different party setups being used by these teams, but you really cannot deny how much faster it is to not have to change parties every time you go for a boss. Because if you construct different parties to be suited for specific bosses, well, you'll fight that boss once, then you'll go for another, and it's not like you can spam it. You have to defeat 10 full bosses before you can repeat the lineup. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think one setup is definitely the strategic way to go.
It might be, actually. So let's see what our players are truly up to, right? I mean, we are not too certain for now. Things might actually go the way we wish to see them, but we'll never know, honestly.
You never know, indeed. Let's have a look right here. You can see in the background our booth. We can see all of the important characters from Sumeru decorating the Genshin Impact booth here at Comic Fiesta in the Kuala Lumpur Convention Center. If you guys aren't aware, CF is happening, and while I would like to invite you guys to come join us, if you weren't able to grab early bird tickets in time, unfortunately, they're no longer available for sale, but that doesn't mean that you can't enjoy the festivities live, on stream, over the internet with all of us here today.
Yep. And if you take a much more closer look, you'll see that we are fans of Comic Fiesta. Maybe some of them are even fans of Genshin, actually. They're just roaming around the background. Some might even be cheering on the players for them to perform better. It's just like the important thing, you know, like the most incredible thing about Comic Fiestas like this, and I'm glad to be able to experience it, honestly.
Yep, absolutely as well. We can see right now the teams, it does look like they're getting pretty close to finishing their lineups here. Again, only 3 characters per party setup. And we're seeing here on the screens of Team Yoo-Hoo right there. You can see at the bottom, it does look like Yoimiya, Bennett, and Ning Guang. I wonder if that's actually their final party setup, because that's very interesting.
It might be, actually. And also, not to mention, Ning Guang giving them shields mean that they can actually take on the Primo Geovisha much more effectively, right? Because the Primo Geovisha likes to launch like a strike at you, I think, or something like that. And then when you have shields there to reflect the damage at him itself, he's gonna collapse. So that might be intentional, actually.
That is true. A pretty good shout out there. Although Geo characters might be a little bit less prioritized because they're not going to be able to contribute in terms of elemental reaction damage, what you mentioned is actually true. Having those shields specifically for the Primo Geo Bishop just off of the crystallized reaction may allow them to shorten their times by quite a significant amount. But considering it would just be for that one particular boss, is it worth it?
In my opinion, it might not actually be worth it. As much as I would love to give them credit where credit is due, do note that Geo is one of the most, I won't call it weakest, but most inner element, in which like it can't exactly conduct a lot of elemental reactions. But we'll have to see, honestly. They might have a different type of strategy this time.
Well, I guess we'll find out, because now the Traveler's Trials will officially begin for our second quarter-final match of the day. Right now on screen, we can see Team Yoo-Hoo does indeed have that Yoimiya, Bennett, Ningguang comp, whereas 3 baddies, 1 squad gonna be running Xiangling, Yelan, and Bennett.
Yep. Once again, we're seeing that Bennett and Xiangling, the 4-star characters which are actually quite popular if you think about it, they're being picked once again to support this Yelan this time.
Whereas on this side, again, having Ningguang there to provide a little bit of that geo protection, provide some crystallized shields along with Bennett's elemental burst, means that they're gonna have a lot more protection in comparison to the teams we saw in round number 1. Whereas on this side, 3 baddies, 1 squad seems to be focusing more on overall damage, elemental reactions, having 2 pyro characters to provide elemental resonance to increase their damage, and also have sufficient hydro application with Yelan's elemental burst.
Yep, which means we'll be seeing a lot of the vaporized reactions, especially. Vaporize is definitely one of the better elemental reactions in the game, right? Because it allows players to deal a heck ton of damage, actually. And damage is definitely something that they'll be looking for because, you know, you want to take down the bosses, right? So huge amounts of damage will definitely be very important.
Indeed. Wow. It does look like we're gonna take a short moment. I think there's some things that needs to be ironed out before the Traveler Trial can officially commence. So let's go back to talking a little bit about this challenge overall. How do you feel about these lineups? Like, let's say they're actually planning to use these as their singular lineup throughout the entire Traveler Trial. Which one has better chances?
I'd say that the Yelan, Xiangling, and Bennett, I think that team comp is going to do much better. But do take note that with such a monotone team, right, because they are relying heavily on Pyro especially, so that might give them some trouble against some bosses, especially if the Primo Bishop decides to be a prick today and decides to just have the Pyro element running on him. He might be in trouble, right?
That's true, that's true. That could definitely be a concern here. Okay, looks like we've gotten an update that there is a small technical issue that does need to be ironed out before we can continue with the challenge. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere for now. Yeah, okay, looks like it has been resolved much more quickly than I would have expected. So let us once again, for real this time, begin the Traveler Trial for our second quarter final match.
Yep, it's definitely a sight to see, I'd say, because when this is done, there's going to be only 2 more quarterfinal matches done, so going to be looking forward to that. And right now, for Team Yoo-Hoo and 3 Baddies 1 Squad, they're on quite similar strategy. Both of them are going to be starting out with the Cryo Registine first.
A very interesting choice right here. Now, we did see this to be the strategy from Team Nothing to Lose as well in round 1, who, although they didn't quite manage to make it to the semi-final, put up a very good showing. So this could be a good way to start things off. As we can see, Team Yoo-Hoo, they were just a little bit quicker, but understandable, they have Yoimiya. So against Cryo bosses specifically, they're gonna be much speedier than their adversaries.
Yep, definitely. And with that pyro advantage which Team Yoo-Hoo has, they're going to be taking on the Electro Hypostasis. Whereas for Team 3 Baddies 1 Squad, they're going to be moving on to the Cryo Hypostasis.
Interesting choice right here. Cryo Hypostasis is going to provide just a few more points as compared to the Electro Hypostasis, but both teams going to be able to break through their defenses very quickly. Again, all of these characters are at Constellation 6, so this is just a taste of what these characters are truly capable of already in the second phase to finish things off. Yoo-Hoo gonna be the first team to complete their boss and move on to the next target, while 3 Baddies 1 Squad doesn't even really need the bowling balls. Gonna be able to take down the Cryo Hypostasis, who now is Yoo-Hoo's next target.
Yep. Team Yoo-Hoo, I'd say that they perform quite well against this, right? Because they do have Yoimiya as an advantage, actually.
Now, I'm still personally very curious as to why Ningguang is being used as the third character in this situation. Yes, she does do a lot of burst damage, but I do wonder whether having a character that would apply like some Hydro, some Cryo would be a bit more effective overall. So this does indicate that they're going for a bit more of a universal character here, playing a bit more safe, a bit more defensive in exchange for that lower damage ceiling.
That is true. But I do realize something interesting about Team Yoo-Hoo's team composition, which is that they don't actually... Do they have a healer, actually? Which is Bennett, right? I think? Yeah, Bennett. Alright. No, it's not as bad because I thought that they didn't have a healer. But anyways, we can see that Team 3 Baddies 1 Squad are going to move on to the Primo Geobishap.
Interesting. They're gonna be the first ones to start on this boss. I would have thought that this would be a priority boss for the side of Yoo-Hoo, since having Crystallized Reaction will enable them have... Oh! A party switch! Okay, so we're actually seeing Team Yoo-Hoo not go for a single lineup, and this is what we talked about earlier. That Hyper Bloom squad going to be a very strong reaction overall.
Yep, Nahida definitely taking the stage on this one because of, like you said, right, it's about the bloom, the Hyper Bloom reactions and how powerful they are. And once again, there aren't many bosses out there that are simply resistant to the Dendro element.
But of course, we mentioned this earlier, Radish Archon gonna be a little bit slower, the last one to arrive, but that doesn't matter because all she's here to do is to snap a photo. And we can see Kuki Shinobu and Xingqiu handling the rest. The Pyro Registine gonna be made quick work of by Team Yoo-Hoo. While 3 Baddies 1 Squad, they've started on the Primo Geo Bishop, and they have also swapped to a Hyper Bloom team, the exact same lineup in fact.
Yeah, it's the exact same. I wonder if they picked onto each other's monitors, you know, to like get a quick glimpse about what the other team was up to, because this looks oddly similar, but if it works, honestly.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most ideal Hyper Bloom lineup you could go for with 3 characters, because Nahida is definitely going to be compulsory here, and then you need a character with strong Hydro application to get the blooms down, so Xingqiu definitely gonna fit into that slot. Kuki Shinobu is the most interesting character here, because she's one of the better Hyper Bloom enablers among the cast of Genshin Impact characters due to how well she scales with Elemental Mastery.
That is true, actually. Elemental Mastery, the thing which grants these Hyper Bloom reactions so much damage, actually. But now, it looks like... Am I seeing this right? Are both teams going for Child as well?
Well, Yoo-Hoo is already done with Child. In
Yeah.
fact, made quick work of once again the battle maniac of the Fatui Harbingers, not putting up much of a fight against the skills of these travelers up on screen right now. That's definitely going to give them a pretty notable point lead once we see that calculated. I wonder what boss 3 baddies 1 squad is going for. Yeah, you're right. It is going to be Child. Not quite at the same time. But if they're able to clear this quickly, they can very quickly make up that point deficit.
That is true, and it appears that they have swapped back to their predecessor, which is also known as like what, the Bennett, the Yelan, and the Xiangling. They swapped it out because I guess Child is has just way too much resistance against the electro reaction, so understandable, honestly. Quite a smart choice.
I think one strategic use of these bosses, the weekly bosses in particular, is that we already mentioned that to be more strategic, to be more efficient, using a single universal lineup is probably the best way to go because it takes time to swap parties between bosses. But one situation which may not be heavily affected by this is these weekly bosses, because you have to enter a domain in which you will go to the character selection screen anyway. Yes, it's still going to be faster to just click on start and not change any characters, but using these domains to swap between parties is actually going to be a little bit faster than doing so in the overworld.
That is true, honestly. Utilizing the game's in-game's mechanics to their advantage, that's incredibly smart, honestly. Quite a good deduction. But now, it appears that Team Yoo-Hoo is moving on to the... Oh god, this thing. It's moving on to the thing with way too long of a name. But I like to call it like the boss of the primal constructs, you know, it is the largest one.
The algorithm of semi-intransient matrix of overseer network. Is there? I think there's an acronym for this. I feel like I've been on the internet and I've seen people use like an acronym for this. Is like ASIMON. Yes, they call it ASIMON or something like that.
Yeah, I can see it, honestly. Whereas on the other side of things, Team 3 Baddies 1 Squad are now going to take down the Electro Regis one, and they have a whole different team called one consisting of Ganyu. Is that Ganyu?
I think it is Ganyu.
Yeah, it is Ganyu.
This is yeah, it is.
No,
It's Ganyu.
it's Eula,
It's
actually.
Eula. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, we just see tall blue lady, and there's a few options, but it is Eula. This is a superconduct physical damage Eula team with Fischl and Diona. I do feel like it's gonna be a bit slow to take down the Corolla for the Electro Regisvine, but Eula's Elemental Burst does a lot of damage once it explodes, and instantly, boom, Electro Regisvine is gone.
Yep, and looks like they're going to move on to your favorite forest chicken now. The Jade Plume Terror Shroom, actually.
Indeed.
And I think they're swapping the team comp once again.
Yeah, there's a lot of team comp swapping here. We were literally just discussing this. We're we were saying like, we're probably not gonna see a lot of different lineups from these teams. But instantly we get to see, no, that's not the case. There's a lot of swapping, and I love that. That's great. That's so much more fun. And now we can see the mushroom chicken getting roasted once again.
Yep, and very unfortunate for this chicken, honestly. But meanwhile, Team Yoo-Hoo is gonna be moving on to the Aeon Blight Drake, and they're bringing back the Nahida, Kokishinobu, and Singchu team once more because it's simply way too good at what it does.
We have one team dealing with the leftover Thanksgiving turkey and one team dealing with the Lego chicken on the other side. Yoo-Hoo again, they don't actually have an archer, so that's always a risk when you're fighting the Aeon Blight Drake, because if it happens to fly up too high, you have no way of bringing it back down, so it's all about the damage rush. And while they're able to do it, I hope they're able to achieve it consistently, because, well, the moment that thing flies up and you don't have a bow character on your team, you just kind of wish that you didn't do this at all.
Yeah, definitely. And now we can see why Dendro isn't actually such great of an element against the Jade Plume Terror Shroom, because look, it's honestly resisting quite a lot. Actually, never mind, scratch that. It appears to be quite weak to this reaction as well, honestly.
Yeah, that's the thing about Hyper Bloom. There's just so many elements involved that it's so universal in its usage. And the Jade Plume Terror Shroom itself isn't actually completely immune to Dendro damage.
Yeah.
Therefore, although I think it could be a little bit faster if they went for something like Vaporize, this is still a very strong showing from the side of Team Yoo-Hoo. Currently, their point score going to be notably ahead of Tree Bat. Oh well, never mind. Instantly, that's changed. That's how quickly the mechanics here can change. A single boss is all it takes for one team to take the lead over the other.
Yep, that's definitely true, which is why Traveler Trials is like so unpredictable at times, right? So yeah, that's where the suspense is most of the time. But now it appears that Team Yoo-Hoo's gonna take on the Electro Regis fight, whereas Team 3 Baddies One Squad are gonna be taking on La Signora herself.
Yep, La Signora probably not going to be too much of an issue here. I think this is a pretty solid lineup to have to deal with both Cryo and Pyro phases, considering that they do have Yalan, Bennett as well as Yang Ling, so they shouldn't have much problem. Honestly, they can just break through the cocoon here without even needing to wait for the Crimson Lotus Moth specifically.
Yep, that's right. Pyro reaction certainly coming in very helpful right now. And just like that, they're moving on to the next phase of La Signora.
Once again, Crimson Witch of Ember is going to be gracing our screens. And we have to remember, we mentioned this earlier, the most important part of taking down the second phase of La Signora is to make sure that you're able to clear her HP bar before she enters her invulnerability phase, where she turns into a flaming tornado of absolute doom and destruction, which we all want to avoid. And just as I say it, we see the flaming tornado of absolute doom and destruction.
Exactly. This thing is like so annoying and it's such a time waster, right? Because it's basically like the boss's version of an iframe, just that it lasts way much more longer.
Yeah, it's less of an iframe and more of an phase.
Phase, yeah. But thankfully it's ended. And now they'll hopefully be able to take her down. Whereas Team Yoo-Hoo's working on grinding down the Thunder Manifestation, which has already been hit down to half. And the Bennett's critically low, actually.
Yeah, this is a boss in which the Yoimiya composition is going to be particularly effective against, because Thunder Manifestation usually is in a situation where it can just taunt you saying, haha, I'm just a little bit too high for you to reach. But Yoimiya, that doesn't matter to her. It does matter to Bennett though, and Ningguang, who are apparently both dead right now. Definitely not a situation that Team Yoo-Hoo is hoping for. Hopefully, Yoimiya can solo this for a while for the rest of his team to arrive.
Yeah. And that was so terrifying, right? When Bennett just suddenly died, and then you know when you feel so vulnerable without that healing support with you, and they are all very low actually.
Yeah, luckily for them, this is not a weekly boss. It is happening in the overworld, so the rest of the team is still able to return and provide backup. If this was a weekly boss and they were in a domain, that would straight up be a reset.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a reset and then more time wasted. While meanwhile, Team 3 Brothers One Squad are gonna move on to the Magu Kenki.
Yeah, Magu Kenki. Again, a very annoying guy, this samurai man. Lots of iframes, lots of damage. You have to be very precise in your dodging ability to make sure you don't take too much damage. Now, obviously, having Bennett here is going to help a lot because you are just able to tank that damage. And yeah, I would assume that teams are just not going to rely very heavily on shield-type characters, because unless you are planning to use your 5-star slot on Song Li, it is just better to bring damage overall.
Yeah, can't argue with that because, like we said, right, when you have such powerful 5 stars and then you simply can't just sacrifice that slot for a more defensive or health regenerating based character, right? So yeah, I can totally agree with where they're coming from because the extra damage is definitely done, but Xiang Ling has fainted actually.
Yeah, but they were able to take down the Magu Kenki in time, so everything is fine. As here you can see, Yoimiya as well has been taken down, so a lot of death happening in this round 2 as compared to round number 1, a little less clean in their execution. But what does matter right now is the point difference, because we can see that Team Yoo-Hoo looking pretty comfortable up there with their point lead.
Yeah, they're sitting at quite the advantage actually, but you gotta remember that Team Yoo-Hoo, they ended Carnival Commission with very little points, right? If I'm not mistaken, or was that?
I definitely recall that they had a massive lead in the Carnival Commissions. And what's more, they won the Carnival Commissions, so even more points to them. So 3 Baddies One Squad has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, definitely. And now it looks like Team Yuhu are gonna be moving on to the cryo hypostasis this time. Time to go bowling again.
Oh, and oh, wow, okay. We see 3 baddies, 1 squad going for the Raiden Shogun herself here, the weekly boss Narukami no Mikoto. That's gonna be a rough one. This is a boss that has a lot of HP, a lot of iframes, a lot of damage.
Yeah, one of the bosses in the game which simply have the largest of health pools, right, actually. So it's definitely going to be much more time, much more damage needed, but it looks like they might actually take her down before she even gets into that phase.
Well, hopefully they do, because once she gets into that second phase and earns her elemental shield, it is going to be so difficult for them to break down her defenses. So the more damage they're able to deal at this point in time, the better their chances will be of speedrunning this.
Yeah, definitely, but it appears that the Raiden Shogun transforming is gonna be inevitable actually, because there she goes.
I'm not able to quite see how much HP she has left. If she doesn't have a lot of HP left, they don't actually need to clear out the elemental shield here to be able to defeat this boss. But things are not looking good, because that's unfortunately the end of Benny Boy right there. Bennett gonna eat it. This is a domain. He's not gonna be able to come back, so no healing. They're actually gonna leave.
Yeah, they're gonna skip it, I think.
Are they gonna restart this, or are they gonna skip?
It might be a reset actually. But meanwhile, Team Yuhu, they're gonna be moving on to the Pyro Regis Fine, while Team 3 Bears 1 squad are gonna try and lick their wounds and potentially even retake the fight against the Raiden Shogun.
That is going to be a absolutely massive roadblock for 3 baddies, 1 squad there. That is basically run ending. As we can see, Team Yuhu are still proceeding at a very comfortable pace, yet again taking another boss down, going back to the weekly boss, Child, their next target. And yeah, they're just gonna choose to skip the Raiden Shogun entirely, and that's such a shame because they were so close.
Yeah, they were actually very close, right? Like stopping her before she reaches the second phase. But as soon as she did, she sweeped that Bennett. And without Bennett, remember, we have no heals.
Yeah, I feel like they could have at least tried though. They still had damage with Xiangling and Yelan. They just gotta have faith in their dodging abilities there. But I guess they just wanted to avoid risking any more and just going next.
Yep. And meanwhile, it looks like the Universal... Not Universal, sorry, like the Hyper Bloom team, it's gonna be performing quite well against Child actually.
Absolutely, Child not gonna know what hit them when he was introduced. Dendro didn't even exist as an element just yet. So bringing this over to his domain definitely gonna confuse the man, as he's instantly bursted down 100 to 0 in a matter of 2 seconds. That's gonna be a lot of points for Team Yuhu.
Exactly. And Team Yuhu actually has quite the massive advantage right now. Because remember, 3 baddies 1 squad, they were so close to taking out the Raiden Shogun, but in the end, they failed, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunate as well. We want to see these teams be able to put up their best performance, but sometimes unforeseen circumstances just lead to undesirable outcomes, and you just gotta be able to deal with it. As now we can see Team Yuhu breaking that 2,000 point threshold. This is easily the biggest point lead we have seen so far.
Yep, it's quite a huge lead actually. It's not as close as what happened in Game 1, but Nahida has fainted.
Ooh, that's not ideal right there. But again, it's the Mago Kinky. He's not that far from the teleport waypoint, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Nahida to return and provide backup. Yep, she's already here, even with her tiny little legs. So no worries for them.
Meanwhile, 3 baddies 1 squad are gonna move on to the Pyro Regis Fine once more. And yeah, at this point, we already know what to expect from these bosses, right? They aren't the most difficult and they fall quite easily. Whereas Nahida faints once again.
Again! That's really unfortunate right there. I'm KC from the side of Team Yuhu, kind of stuck in a samsara himself of death. Not so ideal, but again, it's okay. If it comes down to these bosses in the overworld, death is just a small roadblock on the path, unless, of course, you are facing a boss that is a little bit further away from the TP waypoint. For example, the Primo of Geo Bishop, which we can see 3 baddies 1 squad now challenging.
Yep. Whereas for Team Yuhu, they're gonna be moving on to the King of the Primal Constructs once more.
Oh, Asimon himself, the triangle man, the nightmare of your geometry class, the engineering spectacle. Yeah, I don't know how much more titles I can come up with this right now.
Right now we have Team 3 Baddies 1 squad. They're going to be going on against the Primo Geofish Shop, which is in its pyro form actually.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty solid for them, but it looks like they already swapped over to the Eula team for this one specifically, so they weren't willing to take any risk as to what element it might be. Just go for physical damage, which is going to be effective overall. And so far, making pretty good work of it. They do have the Diona shield as well, so they'll be able to deal with the Primordial Shower attack, which is coming out right now. That's going to do a lot of damage to the Primo Geobishop himself.
Ooh, deflection achievement completed right there. Alright, meanwhile we have Team Yoo-Hoo moving on to the Aeon Blade Drake actually.
Yep, Aeon Blade Drake, once again, the mechanical chicken as opposed to the mushroom chicken. A lot of chickens in this game. They're just large birds, like large bird-shaped objects.
Yeah, way too many of them actually, but enough talk about that because Team 3 Baddies 1 squad have already bursted down the Primo Geofish Shop, as Team Yoo-Hoo are taking down the Aeon Blade Drake.
Now again, taking the risk of no archers here. I suppose it's somewhat okay since they do still have the Hida to take pictures even if it does fly up into the air. That's obviously not ideal, but considering we have some very strong characters here, C6 is no joke.
Yeah, definitely no joke. It's something we all wish to achieve one day, but dreams will be dreams in the end, right? Unless you're willing to sacrifice your bank account. Whereas meanwhile, Team Yoo-Hoo are moving on to the Jade Plume Terrace Row, whereas 3 Baddies 1 squad are once again beating up Child.
Yep, from the mechanical chicken to the biological chicken, as we can see on the other side, we can see Child definitely taking a lot of damage from the combination of 3 baddies at 1 squad. So far, I am liking that these teams are just swapping lineups. I just think it's very fun. It's much more bombastic to watch, but definitely some clear winners here. The Hyper Bloom lineup from the side of Team Yoo-Hoo making very short work of our favorite vegetable friend.
Yep, definitely. Whereas right now that Child's in his third phase, Yelan will be doing much lesser damage, and oh, that's quite a misplace of an ult by Bennett, unfortunately.
Yeah,
has fallen.
That's just really unfortunate right there. You could see Zenya on the side of 3 baddies 1 squad walking over to the elemental burst to get that healing, but the moment they arrived, Child was just like, how about no?
Yeah, how about no? Whereas I hope Child is close because... Okay, he's got it. Okay, not that big of a setback then.
Definitely don't want to see a repeat of the Raiden Shogun situation from earlier because right now, there's just a resounding lead for Team Yoo-Hoo. They are comfortably ahead. They can honestly just take it slow for the remaining time in this challenge, and I think they'll still be able to secure their semi-final spot.
Exactly, the lead's definitely going with them because they have a huge lead. And now both sides are basically trying their best to take down the Electro Regis and that's official, actually, against the Electro Regis. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they're once again going to be using the Superconduct lineup with official Diona and Eula here. They are trying to break down the little summons from the Electro Regicide, but personally, I just don't think it's worth spending the time for that. Better to bring characters that have good, solid elemental application to take down the Regicide as fast as possible. Because right now, only Diona can break through the Corolla. And yes, while physical damage is going to be universally helpful, I feel like this is not one of those situations.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially since the Corolla being alive means that the Electro Regis is going to be taking massively reduced damage, right? So now they'll have to basically break it apart, and it's not breaking very quickly, unfortunately.
Yeah, in fact, it's breaking incredibly slowly. Oh, that's... These players have to be just a little bit more careful. Oh, just as I said it. No Diona shield available. That's going to be Murasaki on the Fischl, taken down once again. On the other side, Yoo-Hoo working once again on the Thunder manifestation. Again, I don't think Yoimiya squad will have much problem here As long as
Am I
they're
seeing this
able.
correctly? They just fainted, Yoimiya and Ningguang.
Oh,
thankfully
did
they
they? Oh,
could.
yeah.
Yeah, thankfully they could fly over because that would have been that would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, Bennett definitely in a situation he does not want to be in. In terms of lore, he's probably the first person to be taken out in these situations, not the last. So definitely not a familiar place for him to be.
Yeah. Alright, looks like 3 baddies, 1 squad are gonna go to the Jade Bloom Terrace room right now.
Yep, the stir-fried fowl right here.
Yep.
I don't know how many more names I'm gonna be able to come up with this guy, but you can bet that I'm gonna try and use a different name for this boss all the way through until the end.
Entertaining. Alright, looks like the Yan and Bennett Xiangling team is performing. Alright, just kind of like what we expected, honestly. But on the other side of things, we have Team Yuhu destroying the Cryo Regis fight. I mean, it's already gone.
Yeah, Cryo Regis Vine never stood a chance right there. And unfortunately, being one of the earliest bosses means being one of the weakest bosses as well. When you're up against a lineup consisting of full C6 characters, well, it's just not very fun for them.
Yeah, honestly. Alright. That's the Jade Bloom Terrace room down, and now Team Yuhu are gonna move on to the Electro Hypostasis.
Once again, gonna have not too much problem here. We are definitely seeing that we are approaching to the final few minutes of the Traveler's Trial. And while 3 baddies, 1 squad has definitely been able to catch up a little bit, Yuhu still consistently maintaining their difference. At this point, they're basically 600-700 points ahead of 3 baddies, 1 squad.
Yeah, a tremendous difference, in fact. Nowhere as close as it was in the first game, actually.
Absolutely. And that's kind of worrying for them, you know? It does already feel like it is set in stone when you also add on to the fact that Team Yuhu had a very comfortable showing in the Carnival commissions as well. So their consistent progress so far, truly a demonstration of why they were able to make it through the online qualifiers.
Yep, definitely quite a display of skill, honestly. And right now, oh yeah, just as I was about to talk about this thing with way too long of a name, it's already dead, and here's the Cryo Hypostasis getting smashed into bits of ice.
Absolutely right here. I feel like I'm saying absolutely a lot, but it is absolutely the case, you know? There's absolutely no problem with using one word too many times, and I can absolutely assure you that you should not be concerned about that at all. Absolutely.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Alright, here we go. We're going bowling once more, trying to break the shield of the Crapaces, and yeah, we're done.
Yep. Bowling, you know, when you're playing bowling with more skilled players, like if you're playing with someone who actually knows how to bowl and you're someone who doesn't know how to bowl, the game just feels like it goes a lot quicker because all of a sudden it's your turn again, yeah?
Yep, and meanwhile we have Team 3 baddies, 1 squad. They're gonna be attempting to take out La Senora once again. And here we have the Hyper Bloom team marching towards the Pyro Regis-Vine.
Yeah, singing its last prayers right here. Pyro Regis-Vine just sitting in his house, comfortably, safely, thinking, I will never be in danger within the safety of my humble abode. And in comes Team Yuhu with their Hyper Blooms saying, how about no?
How about no? Alright, as we can see, they're already bursting through the Corolla incredibly quickly. Whereas on the other side of things, 3 baddies, 1 squad are going to be trying to take out La Senora.
Once again, successful home invasion on the side of Team Yuhu, taking down the residents of this innocent little Pyro Regis-Vine. As now, La Signora gonna be the next target. 3 baddies, 1 squad. They only have 1.5 minutes remaining to be able to take this boss down, and hopefully they'll be able to do so, because that is gonna be a lot of points coming from these weekly boss targets. But unfortunately, I just don't feel like it's going to be enough. Look at the point difference on the side.
Yeah, honestly, like things are definitely not going the way of Team 3 baddies, 1 squad right now. Like not at all, honestly.
It's honestly very harsh to say, but at this stage, Team Yuhu, they can just stop whatever they're doing and take a chill pill for the rest of the trial.
Yeah, honestly, they can just stop after taking out Child here because they have such a massive advantage, but thankfully they don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know that. So for all they know, the competition could be very tight on both sides. And we still do have to give a very good props and praise to both of these teams because again, a very strong showing from them. The point totals for this round are just overall higher than we saw in round 1.
Exactly. It's quite amazing, honestly. And once again, I'm glad that we are able to see, you know, different various team compositions which we really wanted to see in round 1. I'm glad that we got to see it here, honestly.
I think it's a good demonstration that even swapping team comps can be a viable strategy. And I think we get a very good proof of the strength of the Hyper Bloom lineup here as well. Because even though both teams did end up switching teams here and there, the most consistent has been this Nahida, Xingqiu, Cookie, Shinobu lineup from the side of Team Yoo-Hoo. So I would not be surprised if we get to see this party again in the following rounds. But that's it. That's gonna be all for this Traveler trial, and the results are gonna be, unfortunately, a little bit obvious here because congratulations to Team Yoo-Hoo! They have made it through. They are going to be your next semi-finalist.
Yep, congrats to them, honestly. Because I'd say that even though they swapped out a lot of their team, in fact, they were the ones who ran the rather peculiar Yoimiya, Ningguang, and then Xiangling setup, and Bennett, sorry. They ran that setup, right? And even though at first it looked strange, it worked for them in the end, honestly.
Yep, if it works, then there's no reason to judge here.
Exactly.
They are able to make use of the character's specific specifications here, using Yoimiya to take down flying enemies, and then just overall relying on Hyper Bloom for everything else. Because like we mentioned, not a lot of resistance to Hyper Bloom in the current state of Genshin Impact. So a little bit of a hint, a little bit of a strategy to our future teams. That's something you guys should take advantage of.
Yeah, definitely. Just play Hyper Bloom on every other single boss, and then yeah, it works wonders, honestly.
But without further ado, let's have a look at how our bracket is looking now as we have officially determined 2 of our semi-finalists. Team Sayonara from round 1 will now be joined by Team Yoo-Hoo from round 2. They will be facing off in our first match tomorrow. Whereas 3 baddies, 1 squad. This will unfortunately be the end of their Genshin Impact SEA Carnival journey.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see them go, right? Because they seem like quite the young batch of people, I must say. So to see that they actually managed to last this long, right? Like even getting into the qualifiers, managed to make such tremendous progress, right? It's quite amazing, honestly, if I must say.
Yeah, definitely gotta give a lot of praise to them. Like you mentioned, a very young looking team, but youth means that there's just so much more in the future to look forward to. And if we get more iterations of the SEA Carnival, then we might get to see these teams, these players once again, once they've refined their strategies and improved their skills as travelers in the land of Teyvat.
Yep, definitely hoping to see much more of them in the future if we definitely have like another carnival like this. So yeah. Anyways, they're not gonna go home empty-handed because they're gonna be going home with some rewards as well, right? It's all about the spirit of having fun, you know?
All about fun indeed, and we're definitely getting to see a lot of that spirit here today as well at Comic Fiesta Kuala Lumpur. For those of you who don't know, the event is happening, so drop by if you're in the area, maybe you can check some things out. And for everyone watching at home, we hope you are enjoying the matches so far. Don't go anywhere because there's going to be 2 more quarterfinals to finish off the day and officially determine who will be our SEA Carnival survivors.
Yep, definitely. Do stick around for that though, because based on just these 2 games themselves, right, these 2 rounds, I'm hoping that the next 2 will be just as entertaining as they were, because this was quite a sight to behold.
What makes me sad is we still haven't seen Hu Tao. You know? We don't need all of these other characters, we just need the one. We just need the Hu Tao.
It's the biggest Hu Tao simp right
Yeah,
here.
you know? It's okay, you know? It's fine to have a favorite character, you know? I asked you earlier, yours is
Yeah,
Kazuha.
definitely fine.
You're probably not quite as big a fan here, you know? Like, I want to get all the Hu Tao merch in the entire hall, but we can save that for later because we got matches in the meantime.
Yeah, definitely. Matches still have to proceed as usual. Right, so what do you think about the match which just happened, honestly?
I think we're definitely starting to see a bit of a settling in the meta in terms of the strategy. Teams looking more comfortable. We have to recall, these games are happening sequentially. So any of the teams that are already here in the hall and are playing matches later can actually watch and get strategies from the teams that came before them. That's just one of the unfortunate perks of the event. Or maybe fortunate for the teams who actually get to benefit from it. So yeah, we already saw the Hyper Bloom lineup, pretty strong overall, using a single team, pretty solid strategy. What I'm most curious about personally is what is going to be the restriction we see in the next round, because so far, Choo-Choo has done a very impressive job of picking out the weirder ones.
Yeah, definitely, she's done an incredible job at like picking out restrictions, which makes the game way much more entertaining, because you know the saying, right? Limitation breeds creativity. So when you have such limitations, right, such restrictions, we actually get to see quite creative playstyles, honestly.
I guess that's true, you know? Having weirder restrictions means weirder lineups, meaning more fun, more entertainment for the entire family.
Exactly. Much entertainment and much fun to be here, honestly. To be had. It's quite tiring, honestly.
I can definitely see it. We get the stamina. You know, we already talked about the stamina in terms of the players, but there's also got to be stamina here on the caster desk, you know, because we get to see all of this action, and there's only so much excitement our hearts can take.
Yep. But I hope that next round, right, although it's a bit too much to ask, I hope that one of the teams definitely try to take on Aizdaha, or maybe even the Raiden Shogun herself, because so far, we've seen teams try to fight the Raiden Shogun, and unfortunately, they failed. And once again, I do hope that we get to see the top variety.
Yeah, and I do hope that after all of this, we get to see more of this type of event as well. The SEA Carnival, obviously, is going to be sponsored by Genshin Impact, organized by IO Esports and supported by Predator. It is thanks to these parties that we are able to bring all of this to you guys. Sponsors, the organizers, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity of witnessing an incredible event here at Comic Fiesta.
Yep, thanks a lot to the sponsors and supporters once more, because without their help, without their funding, we couldn't possibly have put this off, so thank you.
Thank you indeed. Hope you guys are able to show some support in the comments as well. Make sure they know that you love them for bringing all of this to you right at home. But that's going to be the end of round 2 for now. We've determined 2 winners. We still have 2 more to decide by the end of the day. If I'm not wrong, there's going to be some show matches before we move on to the 3rd round.
Yep, definitely. There are going to be some show matches which should be happening soon. So do stay around for that. Stay tuned.
Yep, stay tuned indeed. For now though, like you already asked me what are my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts? Like I said, I'm glad that there's some diversity, right? I'm glad that they definitely opted for the latter strategy, which is to like swap between team compositions and then improvise, adapt, adjust when they need. Because it's this type of thinkings, right? These type of decisions which make it much more entertaining and much more knowledgeable to watch, honestly. We gain a lot from watching them, honestly.
I think there's a lot of people who would consider Genshin Impact to overall be a fairly easy game, a fairly simple game. But by doing this, we add on a lot of strategy, we add on a lot of entertainment value, we just make it that much more interesting to witness what kind of thoughts are going through these players' minds, how are their skills, how are their reflexes, how fast do their fingers move, how many times can they bully the same boss over and over, you know? All of those things.
Yeah, the poor bosses. Hi. Alright. So, like I mentioned earlier, right? I do hope that one of them definitely try to take on Aizdaha or maybe the Raiden Shogun, because I think as of now, unless I remember wrongly, these 2 are the only ones on the list that haven't been challenged, alongside Dvalin, I guess, but you can't fight him because
Dvalin isn't allowed.
Yeah, he's allowed, right?
Andreas is.
Andreas is.
What's surprising is we haven't gotten to see Andreas at all.
That's
the
true,
Wolf
actually.
Lord himself. Now, there is a restriction onto Andreas specifically because he's a very unique type of boss in that he is a weekly boss that spawns in the overworld rather than a domain. So players are actually only allowed to defeat him once during their Traveler trial. So I think teams are just kind of overall avoiding fighting him because they can't repeat him
Yeah,
afterwards.
That's true.
But either way, we're gonna go on a short break. Make sure you guys join us in just a few moments.
There once was a palace, and in that palace was a puppet, sound asleep. You know, I could just pretend that I don't remember what happened after that, and then make up some boring story and get this over with. But boring clearly isn't my style, nor is it the Wanderer's way of doing things. You could say his story is simple and straightforward, or horrendously complex, and both would be right. It all depends on the storyteller.
Are you sure it has to be me? Fine. Let's get this over with.
If you happen to run into this Wanderer, don't let his menacing expression make you nervous. He's really not all that hard to get along with. You just need to keep your distance, that's all. Don't provoke him, and he won't kick up a storm. Simple, isn't it? He doesn't like to talk about it much, but the Wanderer has quite a lot of experience in forging weapons. So when the Wanderer ascends bows and catalysts, it doesn't cost him as much mora. The Wanderer's normal attack can combo up to 3 wind blades, dealing animo damage. His charged attack consumes some stamina and creates a high-pressure wind blast in front of him after a short casting time, dealing AoE animo damage. The Wanderer's elemental skill harnesses the power of the air all around as he casts off the shackles of gravity, dealing AoE animo damage and rising into the air as he enters the wind-favored state. In this state, the Wanderer is unable to use plunging attacks, and his normal and charged attacks are converted to Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai, which deal increased damage over a wider AoE. Using Kugo Tofukai will not consume stamina. The Wanderer hovers in midair while in this state, continuously consuming Kugo Ryoku points to remain airborne. When the sprint button is pressed, instead of sprinting, the Wanderer consumes more Kugo Ryoku points to fly through the air more quickly. Holding sprint maintains a faster flying speed while consuming points at a faster rate. Pressing jump raises the Wanderer higher into the air at the cost of Kugo Ryoku points, and holding jump does so continuously. The wind-favored state ends when all Kugo Ryoku points are used up. The wind-favored state allows the Wanderer to do battle from mid-air, as well as explore difficult terrain more easily. Casting his elemental skill again while airborne brings the wind-favored state to an end. After unlocking the talent Jade Claimed Flower, if the Wanderer's elemental skill makes contact with Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, or Electro when cast, the wind-favored state provides different buffs depending on the element. Hydro increases the Wanderer's Kugo Ryoku point cap. Pyro increases the Wanderer's own attack. Cryo increases his crit rate. And Electro causes him to regain some elemental energy when Kugo Fushodan and Kugo Tofukai deal damage to enemies. A limited quantity of energy can be regained per set time period, and a maximum of 2 buffs can be gained at any one time. The force of wind cannot always be seen, but it can certainly be felt. After unlocking the talent Gales of a Reverie, when Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai hits an enemy, the Wanderer has a chance to gain the Descent effect. The next time the Wanderer uses his alternate sprint to fly at speed, the Descent effect is consumed instead of Kugo Ryoku points, and several wind arrows are fired, each dealing animo damage. If a Kugo Fushodan or Kugo Tofukai does not trigger the Descent effect, the chance of triggering the effect next time is increased.
Know your place!
Casting the Wanderer's elemental burst compresses the surrounding air to form an animo plenum that blasts all sources of frustration away, dealing multiple bouts of AoE animo damage. Casting his elemental burst while in the wind-favored state brings this state to an end. Though Wanderer is his name, Aimlessness is not his game, and he does not hesitate to take decisive action in pursuit of his goals. The Wanderer's elemental skill is his preferred means of doing battle. Once in the wind-favored state, he attacks from the air using his Kubo Fushodan and Kubo Tofukai to deal increased animal damage with a wider AoE. By coordinating with his teammates, he can benefit from a range of enhancements, which make him even more powerful in battle. When energy is full, the Wanderer unleashes his elemental burst, dealing several rounds of AoE animo damage in one fell swoop, devastating all obstacles that stand in his way. The world of Teyvat has its own rules. They aren't perfect, though, and in some cases they are as delicate and fragile as the human heart. That's why I've been tasked with the job I have now, a job which gives me certain special privileges. I'm someone who likes having the freedom to live their own life, but I don't mind this job. It gives me the chance to see this world and everything that lives in it from a lot of different perspectives. People can find ways to forget, but they can't undo what they've done, and there's no escaping the past. The Wanderer learned this the hard way. But what about his future? Which way will the wind blow? A lot of people crave the power to predict the future, but I doubt the Wanderer cares for that. With a past like his, he knows the only way is...
Keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen, because the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival has returned for our third quarter-final match of the day. Welcome back. You're joined by me, Staffa, as well as Julian. Once again, your casters for today.
Hi guys, welcome back. We hope that you've enjoyed the day so far, as we will now be moving on to our third game for the day.
Indeed, you can see already up here on screen, these are the teams that are going to be going head-to-head in our third quarter-final match. It is going to be Epak Ena officials. I personally love their team logo because that's just such a cute artwork of our Radish Archon themselves. And I believe on the other side, they will be up against Team Argonomics. Out of these two teams, we did get to watch Argonomics play during the online qualifiers.
Yep, Argonomics definitely quite the crafty team, I think they are. And we'll see how they perform here. Whereas meanwhile, they have opted for a Yoimiya and... what's that? And a Yelan, actually. Very interesting.
Yoimiya, an interesting choice for a Carnival Commission character. Now remember, during the Carnival Commissions, there is no restriction to characters that these teams can use. They're allowed to regularly swap between characters as well if they feel something else would assist them in clearing the commissions more quickly. But that, of course, will come at the cost of taking some time to actually switch the characters in the first place.
Yep, that's true. And also, it appears that the commission which they've received is to defeat 2 Ruin Drakes, but not sure if they've already done it. Anyways, right now, I think they are... what do you think they're up to?
I'm not too certain. We're just gonna have to check them out because we can see that sometimes these teams will have slightly different commissions than the ones we are seeing on screen. So the only way we can really tell for certain is when we actually see them doing something that's a little bit more specific. And again, Yelan gonna be a very regular mainstay of the Carnival Commission lineups because again, no character brings as much utility to the table as she does.
Yeah, that's true. That elemental skill which she has, which allows her to run very quickly, is a very useful asset to have, honestly.
And now we can see, ooh, the use of Kuching right there from the side of Epak Ena officials. I wonder why they are using Kuching, but I'm certainly not complaining. Again, one of my favorite characters, very strong, and I do think that she has pretty good map traversal abilities with the teleport imbued into her elemental skill. But again, we have to see exactly what commissions both these teams are going for. Right now, I think Argonomics, they are on the edge of Sumeru here. Wonder what they're looking for.
That is true. They could be activating the Star Shrooms, I believe, as Star Shrooms are indeed located in Sumeru. Or they could also be trying to defeat the 2 Ruin Drakes.
Oh, that's true. It is possible that they're looking for the Ruin Drakes here and they're just not too sure where they could be. Right now, Team Argonomics, they found some ruin enemies here. Are they going for a ruin hunter here? Doesn't look like it. They're just going to be running past. Right now, it doesn't seem very clear which commission either of these teams are going for. And we've already seen their icons swap places a few times. So there's definitely been a little bit of passing so far.
That is true, actually. And it appears that the Yoimiya with Yelan team composition, once again, that vaporized reaction, right? It's just so nice to have, honestly.
From what we can see, they are actually hunting down the Ruin Hunter here, so they'll be able to take it down in pretty quick succession. Not too sure if one is going to be enough. Gonna have to check my commission list just a moment. Hold on, everyone. I gotta check how many Ruin Hunters do they have to hunt down. I can't find it, so I'm just going to assume they only have to hunt 1 or 2. Yeah, sorry, after all of that build-up, I can't find it.
I think that they were, because I noticed that the Ruin Drake, it was locked up by the Dendro, like, you know, those statues, right, when you hit with Pyros so that they will unlock it. I think they were going for that, but may have gotten distracted by these enemies, actually. That may have been the case.
It is possible. Either way, though, both teams still working on, I believe, their first commission. So, oh, actually, no. Argonomics, they actually do have one sticker up there. Their logo just happens to be the same color as the background, so it didn't quite tell. But they do have 10 points. So right now, Argonomics is going to be just slightly in the lead.
Yep, that is true. Just slightly low by 10 points. Nothing huge for now, but there is the coaching for Team Epic, actually.
Oh, fishing. I'm actually surprised we got this far and we haven't actually seen a team do fishing until this point. Looks like Epic and officials looking for a fish. Unfortunately, looks like they didn't quite find what they were looking for in that particular fishing spot. When it comes to the fishing commissions, teams actually do have to find specific breeds of fish.
Wait, something's wrong. The 10 points which Team Argonomics accumulated are gone?
Well, this is a little bit confusing right
this
now.
Is, no, there they are.
Oh, okay, there they are. And now the points just decided to take a short vacation to Comic Fiesta here at Kuala Lumpur Convention Center.
That is true.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Definitely not. Alright, so talk a bit about fishing.
Talk a bit about fishing. I mean, you throw a string into the water attached to a stick. The fish eat the string, you pull them out, and tada, you have fish.
You have fish. So here's a fact that I think many people watching may not realize, but Toma actually grants you a chance to gain double the fishes.
Ooh. Now the big question is, how does he do that exactly? You know, he just pulls another duplicate fish out of his pocket.
Yeah,
Toma is actually a master magician.
You know, like, you know, as a housewife, right? So like as a house husband, he might have something like that.
I'm pretty sure no matter how good of a house husband you are, you're not gonna be able to duplicate fish.
Yeah.
That is on the cusp of godhood right there. You have to be an Archon, I think.
Exactly.
Maybe once we get the Hydro Archon, it turns out they can duplicate fish.
That might be possible, honestly. Alright, and it appears that they have received the commission to take on Ruin Sentinels, which are these robotic.
Taking a lot of that. Oh, that's unfortunate.
There goes Yoimiya.
Now, I wonder where Yelan was right there. They need both characters together to make use of that vaporize reaction.
I think that they may have split up actually, which explains why Yelan wasn't in the vicinity.
But the thing is, while at first it might sound like a good idea to just split up and distribute tasks, you have to remember these teams are only working on one commission at a time.
Yeah, that is
So there's
true.
not much point splitting up unless you're going for like gathering materials or so on. If it comes to fighting enemies, I think it's just better to stick together.
Yeah, that is true. And this Keqing and Yelan team applying all the electro charge directions, it's doing quite good, I think. And the 10 points of Team Argonomics are gone once more.
I'm very confused right here.
I am too.
But it's fine, you know. We'll figure out how things work eventually. As now we can see Epic and our officials were able to successfully take down the Ruined Drake. I do feel like it was a little bit slow. Electric Charge is a strong reaction, but more for crowd control, more for AoE than anything. And I love Keqing, you know. But I feel like a better character to use here would have been Huta.
I'm sorry, but Huta's not coming anytime soon.
No, I don't understand. Hutao is so strong. Yeah, she's a bit risky to use.
I guess that maybe it's because her elemental skill constantly drains her health, maybe, and then in this situation, since I guess that the players are planning to split off, I think, maybe that's why they don't want to use Huta. I'm not too sure. I'm not the analyst here.
Well, you know, when you're in this sort of carnival, when there's stakes on the line, sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice a little to claim victory, you know? What's 30% HP? That's nothing, you know? Every time you lose 30% HP, you lose just a little less total HP the next time. So, you know, it just becomes more efficient the more you use it.
Yep. And right now, it appears that Team Ergonomics, I think they're quite close to forming the line, right?
Right, yeah, right now I think Team Ergonomics, they are cooking steak. There is a commission that involves collecting materials to cook 3 delicious steaks. And remember, they have to be delicious. You know, we are definitely judging their cooking ability right now. And if it's not up to par, Gordon Ramsay will walk out from behind the counter.
Alright, that's a reference we can't make, unfortunately. Alright, right now, it appears that their quest involves, I think it should be ruins. I think it might be, I'm not sure honestly, because they are in the desert right now. So I'm not too sure what they're up to.
They are looking for
primal constructs, right?
Yeah, they're looking for the primal constructs specifically. Very annoying enemies to have to look for because there really aren't a lot of them scattered across the map. So having to actually locate them and take them out can be a difficult thing in terms of commissions, and even more so if you are farming them to upgrade your characters.
Exactly. Like, just look at them. They have so many skills, you know, even for like a basic enemy being able to go invisible, summon their own little tiny constructs. Like, look, that one on the left even has a shield, right? So that's definitely quite annoying to deal with, you know?
Yeah, there's an interesting lineup though. Having both Diluc and Ayaka would result in a lot of melt reactions happening, but these are certainly not the 2 characters you'd usually expect to be the ones activating.
Yep, definitely. I never expect to see both together. Whereas meanwhile, it appears that Team Ergonomics had a commission to collect wood, actually.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they will have enough here. I do believe 12 is all they require, so that should be sufficient. And both teams are actually getting pretty close to completing their lines here in the Carnival Commission.
Yep,
Once again, doesn't look like either side is going real heavy into sabotage territory. Team Ergonomics has definitely blocked out Epac and officials a little bit there, but they do still have a space on the other side, so they can still aim for that commission. As we can see, again, another swap here. Once again, going for that aggravate with Nahida and the Raiden Shogun.
Yep, and it appears that they actually need a 24 wood, not 12, so they're just barely halfway to their goal there.
Okay, this is time that Epac and officials really needs right now, because if we can see from the lines created on the Carnival Commission board, Ergonomics, they are just lacking that one commission. Getting that extra little bit of wood is all they require to finish things off. As Team Epac and they're now starting on their final commission, murdering Timmy's friends.
Yeah, poor Timmy, honestly. But hey, they collected 6 foul, and I think that's win for them, right? Because they formed the line. I think we may have a winner here.
Ooh, could it be? Could Epac and officials have taken the victory out from under the noses of Ergonomics? Well, we'll only get the confirmation after this. As we go back to the player cams, we can see them looking pretty satisfied, looking pretty happy with their performance. But we're just gonna have to wait for a moment to get the official results of the winner of this stage of Carnival Commission.
Yep, definitely. They look very satisfied with their results, honestly, and I can't blame them because they deserve it. Yep. Especially being so creative, right? Like, you know, when the commission said, please grab like 6 foul, so that when you come to your mind, where would you automatically get 6 pieces of bird meat? Yes, Timmy! And then he brings Ganyu, he charges up the bow, and then pew, all die.
To be honest with you, what Genshin Impact player wouldn't see a commission that requires them to gather foul and then not instantly think, Timmy!
Exactly.
Poor Timmy.
Yeah, just don't talk to him afterwards. He'll make you feel bad about yourself.
That's true, you know. Ignorance is bliss in this case, you know. You may have made a child unhappy, but as long as you don't recognize that they're unhappy, then everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Don't worry so much, right? But Team Ergonomics, they definitely look quite disappointed in themselves, I must say, judging by just facial reactions. Unfortunate though that they didn't get to defeat the score in the end, but that's how it kind of is.
Well, we don't know for certain. Things are pretty close up until the very end there, so we cannot actually confirm which team did finish their Carnival Commission line first, as there were already 4 stickers for both sides at the end. There was definitely a lot of switching around. I do feel like these teams did end up using a few pass chances here and there, because there was definitely some difficulty in accomplishing certain commissions. So making sure that you can use those skip chances strategically is also part of the victory.
Alright, we've received word that Chuchu is about to create some chaos once more.
Oh, once again. So let's move it over to Chuchu. She's already drawn some pretty interesting restrictions so far. So let's see what else we can come up with. Round 1, no 5 stars. Round 2, only 3 characters per party. What could be next? We see. What does she see? Unfolding the restriction. And it is going to be no Claymore characters.
In party setups. Now that's quite the restriction, I must say. So at first glance, what do you think about this?
If it's just at first glance, I actually think this is gonna be one of the least destructive restrictions we have seen so far, because unfortunately I don't really feel like there's a lot of good Claymore characters in the pool. I could be forgetting someone right now, you know, someone's favorite character is Claymore and they're just like, but what about this? You know?
Yeah, definitely, but I share similar sentiments to you, honestly, in which that even though Claymore characters, even though Claymore characters have been restricted, so far, judging by just the characters that the players have played, there aren't that many Claymore characters chosen, honestly.
Yeah, now that you pointed out, like the party setups that we have seen so far in the SEA Carnival, I don't think we've really seen any Claymores at all, with the exception of, I guess, the team using Eula that one time. Otherwise, it's always Bennett, Xingqiu, we see Sucrose, we see Yelan, we see Nahida. Not like Claymore characters just don't seem to be that popular here.
It's true. Like, really, the only time we've seen the Claymore character really is just Eula. We haven't seen any other.
So I guess that means that we're going to be seeing basically as close as we can to these teams' full power, you know, the 100%, unless one of these teams very specifically wanted to build a team around a Claymore character, like say Diluc. We did get to see that during the Carnival Commission, right? Unless that is the case, then this should be as close as we can get to is if there was no restriction at all.
Exactly, actually. So I guess that no Claymore, just honestly, it shouldn't affect them that much. I mean, if they've been watching the stream, right, if they've been watching what the past players have done, they could very well just copy and paste what's one, because like we said, right, if it's not broken, why fix it? So they might just copy the exact same strategies that the previous teams used. We are not too sure right now, but I'm hoping that's not the case, because I would certainly, like I said, I would certainly love to see much more variety, right, much more diversity, because it would be kind of boring actually if we just saw the same thing over and over again. Right.
Well, it does depend on whether or not these teams actually want to use those characters in the first place, right? Even though they're strong and efficient, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the obvious answer, because there's sometimes players just want to play with characters they like instead of following the meta game, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
So, if we get to see some of that, I certainly would welcome it.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, our characters, they're like strategizing, right? They're like thinking, what sort of team should we build this time? So, which strategy do you think they'll go for? Would they just make the incredibly refined team, or would they do what the players in Game 2 did?
You only need one team, and that is the Hu Tao team. If I was up there, we would get to see some Hu Tao action. Like, I don't get it, you know? Hu Tao just has such a strong damage ceiling, yes, risky to play, and they're not going to be able to have access to shields as consistently as you normally would. But hey, if your dodging skills are on point, why not?
Yeah, why not? We can see that Xiangling, which has been a popular, even Yelan, Xiangling and Yelan, which have been very popular picks right now, they are being taken into consideration actually into being drafted into a team.
Absolutely, and well, Xiangling always going to be strong. She has a pretty good utility overall as well, providing energy, providing a lot of damage. Pyro Nado, probably one of the best 4-star elemental bursts in the game, and that's quite a thing when you consider that she was one of the first characters to be released in the game as well. So there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of options. We got to see a lot of the Hyper Bloom lineup in the previous round, and I still think that's going to be a very strong option since Nahida is not going to be locked behind like no 5 stars this time. So I think we can expect to see that as well.
Yeah, definitely. We might be seeing much more different, maybe much more unique gameplay, honestly. Depends on what the players do. And right now we can see that they're, they're scrolling through artifacts, and that is Lisa actually we're seeing.
Wow, that would be very interesting right there. And I would be very excited to see it. We did actually get to see Lisa play during the online qualifiers once, but I don't believe it was by any of these teams. I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it was either of these teams. And it is very interesting to see that teams are still willing to bring characters that many would consider to be not quite as strong as other possibilities.
Yeah, because, the community likes to consider characters that aren't used, like, they have a term, right? Power creep, where simply just newer, more refined characters are being launched and then the old get forgotten, like the saying, the old must go to make way for the new. But when you have such restrictions, such as one team only having 1 5-star, the old can be dug up and used once more.
wait, I don't know how to feel about you saying the old can be dug up and used once more. That just sounds like really terrible when you hear it. Like at first you hear the old go to make way for the new. It sounds like a line you'd hear from like Zhongli, for example. It feels very astute. It feels very wise.
Yeah.
And then you say, let's dig up the old. It's like, let's pull Zhongli out of his retirement.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you surprised that we haven't seen any Zhongli yet?
I'm kind of surprised, but like at the same time, not really, because like you say, right, using Zhongli will mean that you occupy the 1 5-star character slot, so that means like a reduction in terms of damage. But at the same time, we've seen that the players in Game 2 are capable of swapping out teams. So if they, let's say like they challenge the Primordial Vision, having the Zhongli there might actually be helpful for them. But then again, they might not want to sacrifice that 1 5-star slot, which I really understand because, like I said, we're in the race against time, right? And when time is constantly moving and we're not, we're wasting it basically. So I wholly understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, but one thing that Zhongli provides in the shielder position that most other shield characters don't is that defense shred. It's that minus resistance onto opponents to basically any element, and that does add a lot of damage overall, even if he is not necessarily the one doing it himself. And well, we've definitely seen some pretty interesting builds out there, like damage Zhongli, DPS, the meatball burst damage
exactly.
as well, Some of that interesting stuff. If we actually get to see it, that would be fun.
Yeah, like I once saw a clip where a Zhongli just caught down the meteor, right? And then it crashed into Angius, dealing way too much damage, and then the poor wolf literally got squashed by a meteor. But that aside, speaking about Zhongli, it actually brought up a different sort of boss that we have not seen the players challenge yet, which is the Golden Wolf Lord, if you think about it.
I mean, I don't blame them. That's probably the boss that I would want to fight the least, because corrosion is so annoying to have to deal with. You think you have shields, haha, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't
You
matter.
think you have enough heals, well, like, nope, not really. And then on top of all of that, you also have to bring Geo characters to destroy the little wolf skulls during the second phase.
Yeah.
So I 100% understand why the Golden Wolf Lord has not been seen and probably will not be seen.
Just because of this, they should make it worth 200 points, honestly, because everyone's
That's
so afraid
true.
of finding it. Yeah, but anyways, back to topic. They are still strategizing, honestly. Like just scrolling through the artifacts, sometimes having different main stats, different substats. It's like those artifacts, right? Something we all do not wish to grind eons for just to find the perfect stats, but thankfully they have a preset already ready for them.
Yeah, so it all comes down to how well they're actually able to distribute the artifacts that they have available to them, and why we do see teams focus on one lineup specifically, so they don't have to try and find multiple artifacts for different teams, different characters, and just focus on the one. So I think, yeah, it does come down to the preference of the team themselves, and you can definitely see why there's a lot of value into focusing onto one or two lineups instead. But again, a little bit of a interesting experience goes a long way.
Yep, definitely. And I think it's for Team Epak. I think I saw a Xiangling and a Bennett just at first glance, so it's gonna be unfortunately the same team once more.
Well, unfortunate for us, but not unfortunate for them, because if it does end up working out for them, then, well, we already know that it is a proven strategy. They even have Xingqiu there as well.
Yep, and Yelan,
and
actually.
Yelan, if we're not wrong, that is the second head behind Xingqiu. We'll confirm that in just a moment, but that would be a terrifying lineup.
Yeah, honestly, like just at first glance, right? The pure damage of the vaporization reaction, it's just gonna burn down so many bosses, honestly.
Now, we've already talked about specific characters so far. I obviously want to see Huta. We talked about why Zhongli hasn't really shown up yet. How about your favorite, Kazuha? Not only your favorite character, but in general, a favorite of many players for his utility and damage. Why do you think we haven't seen any Kazuha?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I guess that maybe we talked about it, I think, earlier today, right? Where like animal against bosses. I guess that unfortunately players do not consider it that important against them, because animal characters, they're mainly used against crowded enemies. Like when there's an entire crowd of them, right? You get to crowd control all of them. You get to suck them all up together into like one spot and then just do the final blow against them. But against bosses, I guess that the players just do not see it as that essential of an element, maybe. That could be what's going on in their heads, honestly.
But there's so much value in the Kazuha slash, you know?
Yeah, there is, honestly.
Elemental defense reduction overall, I feel like adds a lot of value, yes. You won't get like the gathering utility of Anemo as an element, but we see Kazuha on all those big one-shot showcases for a reason.
Exactly. Alright.
Either way, sounds like the game is ready. The players have prepared their party setups. So, let's get the party going and begin the carnival once again. The Traveler's Trials. Gonna be up on screen. Epak Ena official up against Team Argonomics. The results of the Carnival Commission still a little inconclusive. Turns out it was actually even closer than we expected. So we gotta wait a little bit longer to find that out. So, as far as we're aware, this is a clean slate for both these teams.
Yep. And right now, we have the team that we already discussed about, right? Like the insane vaporization team, which has just taken down the Cryoregis. Whereas for Team Epak, they appear to be taking out Child.
Oh, this is quite interesting here. They've gone for... I don't actually know what the purpose of this team here is. This is actually going for aggravate, going for burning. Like, you normally wouldn't put a Pyro and Electro character together with Dendro unless you also have Hydro to take advantage of Burgeon and Hyper Bloom. But there is no Hydro here, so there's not going to be any Bloom reaction. They're just relying on the basic Dendro reactions.
That is true, actually. Quite the unique team, honestly. Very interesting, because we haven't seen anything like this so far. Like, so far, if you think about it, right? In terms of elemental reactions, it's been quite monotone, right? As in, like, it's just maybe the one vaporize or the one melt, right? But this is quite interesting, honestly.
I think one of the goals of this lineup as well, specifically, is just to emphasize the Raiden Shogun as much as possible. We have characters who have fairly spammable elemental bursts to really buff up that Raiden burst and provide even more energy recharge. So they're just reactioning the bosses down to nothing.
Yep, that is true. And right now, it appears that there might be... alright. So Team Argonomics is going to be moving on to the Primal Geovishap. It's quite the journey there, But with Yelan, it makes it much more quicker.
Absolutely, and he will be able to start the Primo Geo Bishop first as well. They don't actually have to wait for all party members to arrive just yet. Someone can start, the rest can catch up and actually finish the job. Whereas Epoch and officials going for a more interesting style. They're just focusing on the weekly bosses here, not even starting with the weaker options like the Hypostasis and the Regisvine. Nope, straight to Child, straight to La Signora.
Exactly. Maybe this is like their strategy, you know, just take on the weekly bosses, and then by just constantly fighting the weekly bosses, they do accumulate much more points in that sense.
Indeed. And by using that point lead, it'll allow them to have a more comfortable time by going through the weaker bosses instead. What will interest me is whether or not they will continue the weekly boss trend and actually fight bosses like the Raiden Shogun, like Scaramouche, because so far, we haven't seen any teams actually clear those on the Traveler's Trials.
Yeah, exactly. The Raiden Shogun, Ajdaha, and also Scaramouche himself, these three haven't actually been challenged, despite their importance as weekly bosses.
So, considering right now, Epoch and officials going to be doing a pretty good job of keeping up the pace. They're definitely going to be slower in terms of the number of bosses taken out, but their score is going to be keeping up on track with that of Argonomics, though they're definitely taking a while with La Signora, and unfortunately, again, the flaming tornado of death and doom and destruction going to be appearing once again and wasting a little bit more time from them.
Yeah, that eye phase, incredibly annoying, and it does drain a lot of time out their side. Meanwhile, for Team Epoch, they are going to be taking out the Electro Hypostasis, whereas Team Argonomics, with their very unique team composition, they're going to be... I mean, like, they appear to be struggling, honestly. The Raiden Shogun is quite close to dying, but that is close. Quite close, honestly.
Literally the final moments, the Elemental Burst iframes on the Raiden Shogun just to survive and get that last hit. You could not have finished that any more stylishly than they did.
Yep.
And that is excellent. As now Team Argonomics are actually going to be the ones rotating over to fight La Signora themselves. They're still going to be sticking with the same lineup, so they have decided to use this as their universal party. And honestly, as far as very universal parties goes, I think this is a pretty good choice.
It is, actually, because like this team composition of just constantly applying Vaporize, it's worked very well throughout every single game, honestly, every single round. Like, we have seen at least one Vaporized team, so that must prove its importance.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the other side, we could see that the other side, I believe that's actually Epoch Enna, if I'm not wrong, with the Raiden Shogun.
Yeah, I think they
They are taking on the pre-green curry right here, taking him down, doing a lot of damage, lots of colorful numbers. Again, I do really like these teams that go for multiple elemental reactions because it's just really nice to look at.
Yeah, it is. Like, you know, just the satisfaction of looking at colorful numbers. You know, you got red, you got green, you got blue. It's like just very, just like, how should I say, very pleasant to the eyes, basically.
Yep, as now we can see, ooh, Argonomics making really quick work of La Signora there, not allowing her to enter the tornado phase. And that is going to buy them some time when compared to their opponents who, unfortunately, did have to sit through it. Now we can see Epoch Enna going over to Triangle Man himself, Asimon, our good old friend with the long name. Let's see how fast they're able to take him down, since they do actually have access to Electro.
Yep, they do actually. Meanwhile, Team Argonomics is actually, I think they swapped it, but I think it is Team Argonomics playing the Vaporize reaction team, and they appear to be taking out Magu Kenki.
Magu Kenki should definitely not be too much of a problem for this. I do feel like this is overall one of the better team comps you could go for if you're going to be sticking with just one. And there is a reason why the national team was referred to as such during the earlier days of Genshin. But unfortunately, it does look like they may have lost a player there. I believe Xingqiu, or was it Bennett? I'm not too sure. One of them ended up biting the bullet against Magu Kenki. But with Yelan and Xiangling still around, they should be able to make quick work of that.
Yep, that is true. And do take note that the one who lost Bennett was actually the captain of the world. And because of that, he can't just revive it on the spot. He actually has to go to the Statue of Seven itself to revive it.
I see. That is an interesting observation right there as, well, that is a familiar game. We are seeing
this
Team
weird?
Ergonomics. Are they going to take on the challenge? This is the boss that ended up defeating, who was it earlier, who tried to challenge it and didn't quite make it.
3 baddies, 1 game.
Ah,
I
yes,
think.
3
Yeah,
baddies,
the-
1 squad. They tried, they got very close, but had to give up. So
Yep.
let's see how Ergonomics does.
Yep, this is gonna be incredibly challenging, honestly. I hope they don't fall to it, like how 3 baddies, 1 group did, because that's gonna be a massive setback on their side.
They do have Bennett to provide some healing, but again, no shields, so that is going to be a lot of damage taken if they're not able to dodge away from abilities effectively. They actually got the impeccable judgment.
Yeah, they got the achievement,
right
which
there.
means that they actually guessed the clone, like the shadow. They guessed it first try, which is amazing, honestly.
What's even more amazing is that they didn't like split up the all take 1 clone. They were so confident. All 3 players were on that particular one. Like, this is it. We don't have to try anything else.
They got it. They got it before the Rhino Sugar could go to the second phase.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, Vaporize putting in all the work.
The national teams continuing to prove to be one of the most effective comps you could go for. And again, this is not an expensive team to build. A lot of these characters are easily accessible with the exception of Yelan, and she's not even like compulsory to the lineup.
Yep, that is true, honestly. So right now, the national team are on their way to defeat this Thunder manifestation.
Yeah, so unfortunately the Pyro characters are not going to have the best time here because proccing overload not going to help them very much. The Electro Charge not going to help them very much as well. But having Yelan and Xingqiu around means a lot of damage that will home in on the Thundering Manifestation, all on 1 player as well. So it's very important for Marin to survive this, and they will, and easily take down the Flying Electric Bird.
Yep, Electric Escape as the achievement stated. Alright, so now we have, I think that's the Hydro Primordial Bishop. I could be wrong
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it should be. So Team F-Buck's gonna try their very best to take it out, and they have swapped their team composition actually. No more Raiden Shogun here. We now have Ayaka as our main team, as our 5-star.
They're not focusing on any particular elemental reaction here, so it's not freeze, it's not really superconduct because they have both Fischl and Xingqiu. They are focusing on getting that cryo resonance, probably to give Ayaka that much more crit rate so that they can focus more on the crit damage build as well. One of the benefits of having a main DPS cryo character is that crit rate coming from the cryo resonance.
That is true, honestly. The elemental resonances are also a thing that I don't pay way too much attention to, but I really should because like it is putting in quite a bit of work.
Aurelia's taking a lot of damage there, but Diona does have her elemental burst, so that's going to be free healing, and they will actually get the deflection as well. Diona can be a very powerful character for dealing with the Primo Geo Bishop. Whereas on the other side, we can see Epak, Enna, and Official now working on the Aeon Blight Drake.
Yep, the Aeon Blight Drake. If you, how should I say it? Like we thought we needed bow characters or range characters to knock it out, but the team so far have just taught us that a better strategy is to beat it before it flies, honestly.
Yeah, a little bit. They do have Yelan this time, so even if it does fly, they can take it down. But again, showing that you don't have to wait for it to fly if it never gets the chance to take off in the first place. So
yep.
The Aeon Blight Drake not having a fun time today.
Yeah, definitely not. Alright, it looks like Team Epa, they were moving on to the Pyro Registine, I think. Whereas for Team Ergonomics, they're going to be taking on our good friend.
Yep, Pythagoras' theorem right here.
Yep,
Gonna be the
Pythagoras'
next
theorem.
target for the side of Team Ergonomics. Efak and officials now gonna shift their target again to the Pyro Regisvine sitting comfortably in his own home, gonna get invaded once again.
Yep.
Very sad for the Pyro Regisvine.
Yep.
And all other Regisvines as well. The entire Regisvine family, honestly, just can't catch a break.
Yeah, they really can't, honestly. But just like that, Pythagoras has been defeated, and now we move on to the Pyro Regisvine.
Yeah, not having a fun time here, but who is having a fun time right now is Team Ergonomics. Their point total looking to be very comfortable up against Team Epak Enna Official. And now they're going to be visiting our best friend Chicken Katsu once again.
Oh, we have way too many names for this thing. Alright, so the Burgeon reaction is actually working very well here, honestly. but just as much as
Wow,
Vaporize.
that is fast.
That is very fast.
That
honestly.
is impressively fast right there. We literally just saw them walk up to it.
Yep, and oh, Xingqiu took quite a lot of damage from
Yeah,
the fall.
I gotta be quite careful right there. Make sure, get the gliders out. You don't want to die before even reaching the boss. That is just
Yeah.
embarrassing.
It is. Alright, it looks like Magu Kenki is gonna fall prey to Team Epak. And no. Alright, I'm a bit confused, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Whereas-
We just have to remember
Yeah.
that Team Argonomics is the national
It's the,
team.
yeah, it's the Vaporized team, alright. And before we could even talk about the boss they were fighting, it's already gone, so no reason to talk about that.
Yep, poor Cairo Regisvine not gonna get his promised amount of screen time today. Gonna have his
Yep.
contract revised just a little bit because he wasn't able to survive long enough.
Yep.
But
Ayaka's
that's
going down.
unfortunate.
Yikes, that's definitely very unfortunate.
Kamisato Ayaka dashed unfortunately into probably the worst place you could be, and now Official just barely surviving as well. These players
Yeah.
have to be careful. They need to build up their healing once again. That's the danger of Magu Kenki. And not only does he have a lot of iframes, he does a deceptively high amount of damage if you're not able to dodge it properly.
Exactly, that is true. Like, I feel like his crit damage, maybe his crit rate is way too above the man. Like those strikes that were hitting the official, ooh, that was painful.
Now we can see Child once again gonna be taken out by Team Epak Ena. And yeah, they seem to be quite comfortable with the national team here. Honestly, this is a team that I didn't really consider going into this. I was definitely looking at a lot of Hyper Bloom, but I can't believe I forgot one of the most classic team comps. Like, this is a lineup that many people relied on to get them through the abyss in the earliest days of Genshin Impact for low cost.
It is true, actually. So now it appears that Team Argonomics, they're going to be moving on to the Electro Hypostasis.
Yep.
Whereas...
Argonomics, where are they? This is the Electro Regisvine.
No,
if I
this is
remember.
the Dendro Regisvine, actually, for Argonomics. This is the, not Dendro Regisvine, sorry, the Dendro Hypostasis.
Okay. I was a little bit confused. I don't remember there being a Dendro Regisvine.
Yeah.
Technically, in a way, every Regisvine
Is
has some
Dendro.
degree of Dendro, you know? They're all
Yeah.
vegetables in one way or another.
They
But yeah,
are.
Dendro Hypostasis. Well, hold on, this is the first time
Yeah,
we've
the
actually
first, actually.
seen
Yeah.
a team challenge this. To the point where I actually have to check how many points this boss gives, because this is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, but I definitely do understand why the players, they don't frequent this boss, because the path down to it is actually quite long, honestly, compared to other bosses. Like, they have to jump off the cliff, they have to find the tunnel, and then they have to go down the tunnel and then fly to the thing. Like, I understand why, honestly.
Yeah, okay. The Dendro Hypostasis provides 140 points, so it's definitely a pretty good boss to take down as well. I think the reason why we haven't seen teams go for it is because you do require a very specific lineup.
Yeah.
You need both Electro and Dendro to be able to clear the second phase.
Yep.
And they do have that. And also, Yanfei.
Yep, Yanfei, actually. First time seeing her here.
Yeah, Yanfei gonna be used as the primary DPS. I think that's a pretty good choice here.
Yeah, it is. Plus, there is Nahida on the team. But I guess Nahida's just there to apply Dendro then, but isn't that kind of wasted in some sense? I mean, like, I guess Carly could have got the job done just as well, right? I guess?
Yeah, I do believe so, but I think that's okay. Because in the end, you do need a Dendro character
Yeah,
anyway.
that is true, yeah.
And they are using Barbara here, which is also very smart in order to
Yep.
just consistently bloom off of the hypostasis and then apply hyper bloom.
Yep. Meanwhile, the national team, they're working their way through the Pyro Hypostasis.
Oh.
Also a first, actually.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that as well. I guess
Yep.
it makes sense when you have both Yelan and Xingqiu on the same team. It
There's-
should be pretty easy to break through. The unfortunate case here is that they are both in the hands of the host.
Yeah, they are.
So if they had them on different players, I think it would have gone down more quickly, but they're still able to break through the shield. And once that Pyro shield is gone, the Pyro Hypostasis is pretty squishy.
Yep, it is actually. Like, just it's falling very quickly. Vaporize doing its job.
Now, and on the other side, we could see that they were able to successfully revive the Dendro Hypostasis as well. So, gonna be transitioning over to La Signora once again for the side of Argonomics, who is making excellent time right now. We were talking just earlier in round 2 how there was a big point deficit. Now we're seeing an even bigger point deficit.
Even larger one. Alright, so one side is gonna be taking on La Signora, which is the national team, whereas the other side are using Nahida to fight the cryo hypostasis. Now this is something I've never seen.
Oh, I do like what they're doing here on the side of Epak Ena official currently on the right side of the screen. They're actually sticking with the same team that they used to defeat the Dendro Hypostasis to use on the Cryo Hypostasis, because it does actually work pretty well having Yanfei and Kuki Shinobu with Nahida. So it does look like from the looks of it, they have arranged these bosses in a specific order to reduce the number of times they have to swap their team by swapping to one team once, defeating all the bosses that team is good against, and then swapping to the next.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty strategical thinking out of, and it's worked quite well. But Team Ergonomics have decided that a much better strategy is using one singular team and beating out every single boss.
The universal answer, the one solution, the skeleton key, always going to be more effective than having an entire ring of different keys, and you have to look through them for the correct one.
Yeah, that is true. Alright, so meanwhile, we have Team Epak working their way through the cryo Registine. The poor plant.
Yeah, we'll take it down very quickly. There's literally stand no chance. Some of these teams are really powerful. They do so much damage that these bosses, they just don't know what hit them. But one boss that is able to put up a pretty solid fight in return is, of course, the Magu Kenki, who has already taken a few victims in this round so far. But looks like Team Ergonomics has already learned from that. Not gonna allow him to get an easy kill. Oh, well, I spoke too soon.
As you were saying, Xiangling has unfortunately fainted. But I think that even though Xiangling's not gonna be here right now, they still are doing quite a lot of damage. Like, just look at those numbers. Those are huge critical numbers, honestly.
Yeah, and Magu Kenki is not that far away from the TP point, so it's all good. We're gonna see Lasans on the Xiangling rejoin very quickly. Yeah, I feel like that's an example of what we in the industry like to call the caster curse. You say something isn't going to happen, and then it happens, and you're just left there with egg on your face.
Exactly. But now we have Ergonomics moving on to the... We have Team Ergonomics, they were moving on to the Electro, the Thunder Manifestation, I think. But meanwhile, Team Epak are going to be moving on to Child.
Yep, Child gonna be beaten up once again, which again, I do feel like he's quite happy with. This is probably the one boss in the game that is very satisfied with the current circumstances because he just gets to fight as much as his heart desires.
Yep, and it looks like the Elemental Burst by Collei has just missed by just a few squares, unfortunately. But, Collei is... I think they lost. Team Epak lost the character, I think. I'm not sure who is it, but I think they did. Not sure. But meanwhile, Ergonomics is just blasting their way through the cryo hypostasis because why not? And meanwhile, Child is doing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does look like they're missing one player here. Only Raiden Shogun and Collei still around, but they're able to clear it just in time, so everything is fine there. But my God, the point difference!
Almost 1,000, honestly.
That is ridiculous. All of a sudden, I have to revise my choice for the most efficient team composition here.
Yeah.
Because right now, the national team, again, making a very good argument for this.
Yeah, they are, honestly. The results speak for themselves, right? They have an entire 900, maybe 800 plus difference. And right now, they're going to be taking out the Thunder Manifestation once more, granting them even more points.
There's just a lot of universal application here. We talked about how a lot of bosses are lacking resistance overall to Dendro application, to Hyper Bloom. But sometimes you can't beat the good old-fashioned multiplicative nature of the Vaporize reaction buffed by that fantastic voyage from Bennett. It's just a very simple recipe, but very effective.
Very effective, honestly. The one size fits all, you know? And meanwhile, Team Epak are going to be taking their Burgeon / Overload / basically one in everything, and they're going to be trying to take out La Signora with it.
Yeah, this is the same composition they used against La Signora earlier. Worked out pretty alright for them as well. I don't think they ended up losing any characters, so seems pretty comfortable. What's interesting is that we did see one of these teams go for the Raiden Shogun. I believe that was Team Argonomics. They cleared the Raiden Shogun very effectively, and yet they haven't returned.
That is true. I guess that maybe... I'm not sure, honestly. There has to be a reason why maybe they've simply forgotten about her existence, but Team Argonomics are going to be moving on to the Aeon Blight Drake now. Another one of the more simpler bosses because of their incredible, like just their team layout is just way too incredible, honestly. It's given them such efficiency and such a head start over Team Epa.
Yeah, I'd honestly be kind of surprised if they did actually end up forgetting about the Raiden Shogun, considering that she wasn't the one erased from Ermin's soul, tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would think that by now they have actually defeated 10 bosses. Like, the only reason I can think is like, oh, they haven't defeated 10 other bosses yet, but it feels like it's been long enough,
yeah,
you
it's
know?
definitely been a long time.
Like, Raiden Shogun gives so many points.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess that to them, it doesn't make a difference because everything falls to them if you think about it.
Like, I honestly, I've been watching this the whole time and I really don't understand how Argonomics has 1,000-point lead.
Yeah, just as you were saying.
Oh, okay, there we go.
There we go.
Maybe they didn't actually clear 10 bosses after all. It's hard to keep count after, like, the 5th.
Yeah, that is true. Alright, meanwhile, the Raiden Shogun getting bullied once again.
Will Team Argonomics be able to successfully take down the Raiden Shogun before she reaches her second phase again? And will Team Argonomics be able to correctly guess which clone is the actual Raiden Shogun first
if they
try?
get again, that would be sick, but look.
They don't even have to!
They don't have to.
Okay, that is so fast that is actually kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it is, honestly. I'm gonna go build such a team when I get home.
Yeah, I think so, right? I was like, it's time to take a page out of these players. If anyone is having difficulty clearing the abyss, here you go.
Yeah, I just built Vaporize, why not? Alright, meanwhile, Team Epak, despite their setback, they're gonna be doing their best efforts to clear as much as they can. Whereas Team Argonomics are gonna be moving on to the Primordial Fishat once more.
Yeah, unfortunately, the teriyaki chicken gonna be made very quick work of once again. No chance to even be savored in its entirety, as the teams are just rushing straight through, going through all to the end. And I cannot believe we are looking at one team having 3,000 points and another just hitting 2.
Exactly.
I thought that point values would be a lot closer throughout this this carnival.
Yep.
So. Honestly, props to Argonomics. They're doing an amazing job.
Yeah, they're gonna look back at what they've done and they'll be like, oh, we did so much?
Yeah, like it's not as if Team Epak Ena official is moving very slowly or anything. Their point value is about the same as we saw in rounds 1 and 2. So Team Argonomics is just built different.
Yeah, they're just built different. They have a better gaming chair, you know.
A better gaming chair.
Yeah. Alright, so now they're gonna be back to bullying the poor Cryo Regis-Fine. I think, yeah, they're gonna be back to bullying the poor Cryo Regis-Fine once more. And with their team comp, sure, why not?
Yep, the frozen vegetable, not gonna be frozen for much longer, not gonna exist for much longer when it comes to the team of Argonomics. Just honestly, they're already breaking the Corolla, and Xiangling is not even here.
Yeah, speaking about Xiangling, she's actually using Sino's weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she's using, I forgot the name, but I know it's Sino's base weapon.
I believe it's Staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Yeah, something like that.
If I remember correctly.
That's quite interesting, honestly.
No, why is that? Okay, I'm gonna look that up. I want to actually see why you would use that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Anyways, we have Raiden Shogun. What are they doing? Oh! They didn't... I'm not sure what they're doing. I think they're climbing towards the Aeon Blight Drake, but I could be wrong. I have no idea what they're doing.
Well, so the Staff of the Scarlet Sands is a crit weapon that provides bonus attack based on EM, which on first glance doesn't really seem like it would be suited for Xiangling, but there's a possibility that Team Argonomics here have just forgone the usual energy recharge build for Xiangling and gone for full EM to take advantage of Vaporize and just because the national team generates a lot of particles, so they don't actually need quite as much ER as you normally would expect.
I think it's quite true, honestly. And after much deliberation and after getting lost, I think Team Epoch finally found their way to Aeon Magic, because you weren't looking just now, but they were basically climbing around the area surrounding it. I have no idea what happened. I think they might have forgotten the path there, but all good because the Aeon Magic is going down quite quickly as well.
So in this case, why did Epoch Ana officials cross the road to get to the chicken?
Yeah.
In this case, Aeon Light Drake definitely not gonna put up much resistance. We have the Raiden Shogun here after all, gonna fall apart in a matter of
Fiesta!
It's Fiesta!
Yeah.
Oh wow, literally, we were just talking about. I guess Argonomics feeling quite comfortable right now. They of course don't know how far ahead they are to their opponents, but you know, they've been doing a good job, so why not give the big Geo Lizard a try?
Exactly. I mean, like, if you think about it, they've cleared so many bosses, and they're probably, I hope they're having fun doing this, which is probably the reason why they decide to challenge Azda in the first place. But sure.
One of the issues with Azdaha obviously being that he does have these long periods of iframes, but when you really total up the time taken to wait, I think it's actually not that bad compared to some other bosses. So the only main issue is that you have to avoid his massive AoE damage, and as long as you're able to dodge okay and have enough healing, then that's actually not too big a concern.
Speaking about healing, Xiangling is dangerously
that's so sad. He got the burst just at that last moment, but it wasn't quite in time.
That's very unfortunate. But if you think about it, this second reaction that Azdaha is now, he's now getting, right? It's actually cryo, not hydro, thankfully. So Yelan and Xingqiu might actually have a chance here.
That is true, that is true. But having Xiangling would have certainly made this a lot more quick.
Yeah, definitely.
Considering that they are now lacking a pretty reliable source of pyro application, but I think they should actually be able to.
They're gonna get it,
They'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, no Xiangling needed after all.
Again, Argonomics continuing to impress us as we can see Team Epoch Ana officials doing a very good job as well. 2.4k points at this stage, 1 minute left on the timer. A very effective showing. It's just 3,500, easily the record for the quarterfinals so far.
Yeah, that's definitely the most they've got so far, like no doubt. In fact, it's definitely just the most.
Considering with 1 minute left, their next target and probably last target is going to be the Pyro Regisvine. There's not a lot of bosses you can defeat under like 40 seconds, but I think this is one of them.
Yeah, the Regisvines are definitely one of them. I would agree with that.
Both teams actually are going for the Pyro Regisvine. They recognize that there's not a lot of time left. They have to go for the easiest boss that they can take down. Argonomics, they're going to be able to start it just a little bit earlier, so it does look like they should be able to take it down. Epoch Ana official though, will they be able to finish it off? They are taking down the Corolla very quickly. They're doing a good amount of damage as well with Kamisato Ayaka. 10 seconds left. Argonomics, they've completed the Regisvine. They know that they can take a moment, take a breath. And with that, that's the end of the Traveler Trial. I think the winner needs no introduction.
Yeah, definitely. With such a huge difference between teams, Argonomics is gonna be your winner for match 3 of the quarterfinals.
Team Argonomics, definitely a team that we now have to pay a lot of attention to. Definitely the highest Traveler's Trial score that we have seen thus far in the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. I bet that a lot of teams are feeling a bit intimidated by this now.
They should be, honestly, because so far with the different team compositions, I think this National Vaporized team has performed the best, honestly, and is the most effective.
So let's have a look at how our brackets will update after the end of our third quarterfinal today. Team Argonomics going to be joining Sayonara and Yoo-Hoo as our third semi-finalist of the day. And we will also witness the end of another team's journey. GG well played to Epoch Ana officials.
Yeah, good game indeed to them. They put up a fight, honestly, despite their best efforts. Unfortunately, they still came just 1,000 points way too short to Team Argonomics, and unfortunately, their journey ends here. But thankfully, just as usual, they'll be going home with prizes.
Yep. Everyone that is going home here from the playoffs are going to be able to go home with some primo gems, go home with a small cash prize, because we want to value all of the players that have taken the time to participate, to show us what they are made of as travelers of Teyvat, and come all the way here to Comic Fiesta at Kuala Lumpur Convention Center to just have fun, join the carnival, and yeah, enjoy Genshin Impact together.
Yep, enjoying Genshin Impact. The thing that, most of us are even here for, honestly. Because once again, Genshin is not like a competitive game, In the end of the day, we just want to have fun, we want to relax, have some sort of entertainment, So this is definitely the best example of it, honestly.
Yep, but as you guys can see right now on the screen, we have a QR code right below us, and that is going to be the QR code that you guys should scan if you all want to hear more about future Genshin Impact events. It is our official Genshin Events Discord, aka the Genshin Impact Tavern. So if you guys want to join the community, join the discussion, and stay up to date with all event-related news, make sure to scan the QR code right here on screen.
Yeah, definitely do scan it and then give it a try, honestly, It doesn't hurt to try, gain the Discord server. You might even make some new friends in there. You never know, right?
Yeah, after all, we all love Genshin Impact. So I think that's already a common point of interest for us to form friendships, to join the community in, because this is a great game. And we get to watch some very interesting twists and turns and formats on a familiar game title.
Yeah, definitely. So do try it out. But talking about what happened last game, what do you think was what is your opinion on it? Oh wait, alright, so it appears that our host, Choo is ready.
Looks like our host's gonna have some things to share with us here, so let us throw it over to Choo Gaming.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, we're back here in KLCC Convention Center. And thank you so much for our casters. It has been remarkable casting the entire day. But with me here, we have Aizat, is it right? Aizat, who just came out from the merchandise booth behind me. So we do have this booth, official of Genshin Impact booth for the Southeast Asia Carnival. So Aizat, how long did you line up to buy what you want today?
I think it was about like half an hour, more than that I think. I'm not sure. Probably 40 minutes. Probably 40 minutes like that.
Are you sure it's just 40 minutes?
I lost count actually.
If you guys see the line back there, it's...
I don't remember.
He can't even remember how long he lined up.
Yeah, I just automatic. I just stopped thinking. Because I already went too fast. I said, I can't give up now.
Oh, stay strong, brother. But can you show us what you buy just now?
Oh, unfortunately, the merchandise shop is already run out of stuff already.
So what did you do? What did you do?
I only got the freebie, which is I have to greet Catherine. I have to answer a question, a trivia in Genshin Impact. I also have to take a picture as well as post it on, take picture of the teleport and post it on any social media. I decided to post it on my Facebook.
Wow, okay. No, stop just cramming your PMs towards Aizat Facebook, okay? Stop bashing him on Facebook or finding him. Are you, no, I'm not going to ask are you single or not. But can you show us what you get yourself for freebies today? Yeah, show it to the cam.
Well, this is a fan. I might be using it for tomorrow when I line up tomorrow. And there's a couple of, there's a postcard I get, which is a postcard from, I think it's from the last update, not the current update of Genshin Impact. And then there's a sticker of Paimon.
Show us the sticker, show us the sticker.
Yeah, there's a sticker of Paimon. Yeah. Paimon along with I forgot what it is, it's a mushroom or something.
It's a mushroom,
Nahida. Yeah, no. Nahida? Oh, that's Paimon as well.
Wow,
and
got Nahida.
And I got a Nahida's bookmark as well.
Wow, look at this, so cool.
Yeah, I also have a weapon.
Wow, you have a weapon?
A weapon as well.
In the game?
Yes.
You got it?
Yes.
Can you give it to me?
No.
So what else did you buy for did you venture out? How's the event for today come up from Genshin Impact from your view?
Genshin Impact only. Well, I buy a couple of keychains. Was it? I don't remember Genshin. But actually, I did buy any Genshin merchandise.
But if you get to choose one of your favorite characters, which one do you want to see so much, or which one is your favorite?
Well, if I had to choose one, I think it's probably Ganyu.
Oh, Ganyu! Have you met any Ganyu cosplayer today?
Definitely.
You take away all the Ganyu cosplayers?
Well, I tried to.
How many Ganyu cosplayers did you take picture with? And then you find to, why are you running away from me? Come here.
Well, I'm not sure, like 2 or 3 of them. Maybe more, I'm not sure.
So you're a big Ganyu fan?
Definitely I am.
Okay, but I hope you enjoy so far the event. Thank you so much, Izzat. I see you're a bit nervous, Izzat. So thank you so much, Izzat. That's been amazing. We're going to find another victim behind us who's going to be the next one. So thank you. Have a nice day. Enjoy the Genshin Impact Carnival. And oh, we have somebody awesome. Come on. No, you don't get to run, sir. Come here, sir. Sir. Come here. Come. Hi, sir. Hi. You look so cool today. What's your name, sir? You look like awesome, but your voice is not coming out. What's your name again? So how do I call you easier version of it?
Vincent.
Vincent. This is how Vincent looks in real life. He looks awesome. I'm Chi, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm the host for Genshin Impact. So what did you get from your booth just now? Show us what you get from the booth just. Don't show the camera. He's so shy. Oh, that looks so fancy. You got a postcard as well. Oh, did you get stickers? Did you get stickers, Vincent? Can we see the... We're not going to steal away your stickers. Don't worry. I'm not going to steal away from you. Vincent, I'm so sorry. I think he's scared of me, but he looks super cool, by the way. I'm like, you look cool. Oh, there's so many. Oh, you got this. Oh my God, this is such a good. Oh my God, the camera. You're just having too much fun, guys. So, for now, this is just how much you can get. This is freebies, right?
What?
Are these freebies?
Yes.
So you have to do mission?
Yes.
So he's doing mission to get all this. It's limited edition as well. Did you get to buy yourself any merchandise for Genshin Impact?
No.
Are you late?
Yes.
Are you going to come early tomorrow?
Yes.
What time are you coming tomorrow?
Thank you. What?
What time are you coming over tomorrow?
9:30.
I think that's very late because a lot of people are staying here at 6 a.m. Now, I need to ask you one question. How long did you queue to finish this mission?
How long? 1 hour?
Are you sure it's just 1 hour, bro? You see the queue at the back? Are you sure it's 1 hour, bro?
Yeah. 1 hour.
How long did you queue to come into Comic Fiesta?
1.5 hour?
Are you sure it's just 1.5 hour?
Yes.
Not more than that? What time did you have to queue for 1.5 hour this morning?
1.5 hour this morning. What time you arrive?
He's counting.
不是5 吗?
Hey, your friend, come here. What time did you guys come over?
Around 3:30
AM or PM?
PM.
Yeah, I'm scared just now if things gonna happen like, AM, because that actually happened. I'm not surprised. But you guys who's still at home watching this, sitting on your couch, you should just come over, right? I mean, like Vincent just gave up. But I think that's it for now. We're gonna just, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, one more. Okay. We got pretty lady. This hi lady. What's your name, miss?
Jasing.
Thank you, Vincent. Sorry, what's your name again?
Jasing.
Jasing.
Yeah.
So you love to sing?
Kind of.
She loves to sing. Can you sing for us one thing now?
Sing ABC.
ABC sounds fine. So you just finished your mission as well.
Yes, yes.
Can you at least give us an idea about what the mission is?
Actually, it's some simple question about Genshin, such as some elements or the how to introduce, how to greeting with Kaylin. Yeah.
Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine.
Oh, so did you at least have fun with the mission?
Yeah, yes.
Did you get Primogem for doing the mission?
No, I think no.
At least you got freebies. Now, do you? Can I see your freebies as well? Can we show her? Can we show the camera her freebies? Hers like looks way more than the rest though.
I got some fan postcard and bookmarks and stickers. Yeah, Nahida. Ooh.
Did you manage to buy any sort of any stuff from that booth? Did you actually bought anything?
Not yet. Later, I'm going to.
Tomorrow.
Later.
Oh, she's gonna buy merchandise now. Okay, which merchandise that you're gonna go for most?
I think
Genshin Impact characters.
in Zhongli.
Oh, we got Zhongli. I think we see a lot of Zhongli today. But thank you so much. Just sing. Yeah, she loves singing. She just sing. Her life is all about singing. Thank you so much. Hope you have fun. But we're going to toss it back to our casters. And back to the game we go. Casters, take it away.
Always fun to be able to hear from more of our Genshin Impact fans and of course visitors of the Genshin Impact booth here at Comic Fiesta KLCC. Welcome back to the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. You're joined by me again, Staffa, as well as Julian to bring our final quarter-final match of the day.
Yep, the final match is on the way actually. And honestly, it's been such a long day. It's been so many exhilarating matches, right? And finally, it's the last one. What do you think?
Well, last but not least, of course, we've got two really exciting teams up on screen. We actually got to watch both of them in the online qualifiers as well. Right now, we are looking at Team Blue Rats. They had a very strong, very consistent showing in the online qualifiers. And I don't think anything about them stood out too much, but that's because their performance was just really swell.
Yeah, honestly. And also Team Blue Rats, you know the rats that are ready to bite the heck out of the bosses later, and then they're just blue, you know. And our next team over here, we have.
I do believe this is the
first
Sage of Boor, which is all of us right now. Spoiler alert to everyone who's watching. We are all the first Sage of Boor, and personally, this is one of my favorite teams from the online qualifiers because they brought some very interesting characters. If not wrong, they used Lisa for one domain. I can't remember if it was them who used Kaya. There was a team who used Kaya as well, but I remember them for bringing more interesting team lineups, and they did use different lineups for every single domain as well, and had one of the fastest times we got to watch during the qualifiers. So I have some expectations of them.
All right, you're having expectations on the. Good idea. But anyways, we have our two teams, and it's also the last round for the quarterfinals today. So I'm looking forward to what they're up to because they're the very last one. And if you think about it, it means that they have gained the most knowledge and wisdom from the other teams, right? By simply
That's
just
true.
referencing, right? So we'll see what they have in mind.
Yeah, will they truly live up to the moniker of the first Sage of Boor? I guess we'll find out. And once again, we've already got to see a lot of different types of team lineups, different party compositions, different character strategies. So I'm excited to find out what is going to be used this time. Will we see the national team again? Will we see the Hyper Bloom team again? What do you think?
It could be both, honestly, because these two teams, they have been watching, like let's say if they have been watching, but like if they've been watching, they have gained the most amount of experiences. So I'm expecting some top quality decision making by them and hoping that, they pick like the most efficient strategy, the best of combos, the most powerful of elemental reactions, and also honestly just be able to proceed into the semi-final rounds.
Indeed, these are both going to be very strong teams, and honestly a little bit sad that they're going to be meeting in the quarterfinals here because, yeah, I do feel like both these teams deserve to move on a little bit further into the carnival here, but that's just the nature of this kind of event. Someone's got to move on, so it's going to be the best of the best.
Yep, definitely. So, as previous rounds have already happened, these two teams will basically be pitting their heads against each other in also the Carnival Commission and also the Traveler Trials just as usual. And the winner will also move on to the semi-final. So I have to imagine both of the teams are strategizing, they're picking their artifacts, they're adjusting their team compositions. Yeah, basically just the basics.
Well, the basics are going to be the fundamentals for securing that victory. So let us start things off. Our final quarter-final match of the day, beginning with the Carnival Commissions. We're seeing on the side of Blue Rats. Currently, it's showing that the commission is defeating 3 Ruin Sentinels. We'll see whether or not that is actually the commission they will be challenging. Whereas on the opposite side, for Sejapur, gonna be looking for some peaches.
Yep, the Zayton peaches, which will be harvested by these two players who are picking Yelan. So Yelan, the very popular choice because, you know, the elemental skill allowing her to zoom across the entire map very quickly. And yep, just like that, they've already claimed 3 Zayton peaches. Yep. Meanwhile, is that a Kazuha?
Oh, look at that. It actually is.
Yep.
It is officially the first appearance of Kazuha, the man himself, being used alongside Bennett to take down 3 Ruin Sentinels as quick as possible for the side of Blue Rats.
Yeah, that seems like quite the interesting team composition, no, for Carnival Commissions? Because I don't think I've seen these two together in Carnival Commissions ever.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the most efficient in terms of movement, so it's possible that this is a lineup specifically to defeat Ruin Sentinels, but we'll know for sure once they do clear out this first commission. On the other side, for Sejapur, gonna be spending some time looking around.
Yep, they're gonna be looking around for the Zayton peaches. And these, oh, could their commissions have changed? Because those are Hera fruits, actually. Now this is something. Alright, so okay, so I guess we are back on track on Zayton peaches.
Yeah, it's possible that they saw it from afar. They're like, oh, there's a fruit bush right there.
Yeah, there's a fruit bush.
Then
it's
they got
red.
close. It's like, oh wait, this is the wrong fruit.
Yep.
Now they do have 8 peaches now, but I do believe they need a little bit more. They gotta find 1 more bush, and it can be really annoying because you always think these are like really common materials. We should be able to find them everywhere, but when you want them, they are nowhere.
Yep, they are basically nowhere. Right, so I think that the Blue Rats have already I think they have no, I think they're not done with killing the Ruin Sentinels yet. I don't think they're just quite done.
I guess we'll have to confirm that for now. Not too sure if they have. Meanwhile, on the other side, let's see, both teams gonna be progressing pretty comfortably so far. Again, the goal of the Carnival Commission is to make sure that you are able to clear 4 commissions in a row, and then you'll instantly claim victory and get a bonus 120 points to add to your total in the Traveler's Trials. And now, we're seeing an interesting location there. If that is the commission that Blue Rats is going for, we might be seeing the first time where a team is taking a commission purely to try and disrupt their opponents.
Yep, sabotaging after 3 rounds are finally going to come into play. Been looking forward to seeing that, honestly. And now it looks like the first stage of Brewers are going to find Volberries.
Yeah, Volberries. Honestly, not a difficult material to have to look for because they are basically only found in the Stormbearer Mountains, and there's a pretty good concentration of them as well. So I don't think they'll have much trouble picking that up compared to other material collection commissions. On the other side, Blue Rats, they are still keeping to their Bennett Kazuha lineup. Have to be a bit careful here. Bennett's very low, could die to burning. Ooh,
yep.
Luckily, has the burst just in time.
Yep, pop in out right there to restore the health loss by burning himself earlier. That's a bit unfortunate. But I think they have defeated the required amount of Spectres and they should be moving on to their next commission. Meanwhile, the first stage of Brewers are finding. I have no idea what they're finding.
Yeah, well, what we know is that Blue Rat's definitely looking for some wood right now.
Yep.
Should be able to farm that pretty consistently. You can usually find pretty big deposits of the same tree as long as you know where you are looking for. And First Age of War definitely focusing more towards finishing their own line of commission. So far, Blue Rat not too certain what the goal is with the positioning of their stickers.
Yeah. Oh, I think they skipped the commission, I think, because the commission that was near the first stage of Boon, like the line, it's gone. So
true.
That may have been a mistake, honestly.
Well, who knows for certain, but that does mean that First Age of War looking to be just a little bit more comfortable right now. They're already on their third commission, which Blue Rats has not quite yet begun. And yeah, we get the confirmation that it was collecting 24 maple wood. So that is a good amount of trees you're going to have to whack through. That is, I believe, 8 trees, 6 if you have Ito. So again, maybe using Ito, not a bad idea.
Yeah. One interesting observation I've made is that they gave Bennett a Yaka sword, I think.
Huh. That is very interesting. Did they actually?
I think they did, because I saw Bennett holding the, it's like a purple samurai looking sword. I think it's Ayaka's weapon, if I'm not mistaken.
The use of, I feel like the choice of weapons, though, specifically in the Carnival commission, isn't actually going to be that important because, yes, there are combat commissions, but compared to what you have to do in Traveler Trials, it's not really that noticeable. So focusing more on clearing commissions as fast as possible is going to matter rather than weapon choice.
Yep, agreed. Alright, it looks like they're going to be collecting mushrooms for the first stage of Bur, whereas the Blue Rats are going to be defeating 3 Ruined Sentinels once again. I think they got the same quest twice, actually.
That is actually possible. For those of you who are wondering, some of these commissions are actually the same. So teams have to be prepared for that. But I do think that with that, First Stage of Bur have already completed their 4 commissions. I did see the completion of 4 spaces in a line. Really efficient, honestly. Like, it just happened without us even noticing.
Yep, they are probably the quickest team to complete Carnival commission, honestly.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, impressed. But unfortunately, that means none of the teams today did any sabotaging play, which, right, respectable, I guess. There's honor amongst them after all.
Well, I guess they're focusing so hard on like making sure that they can complete their own commissions first that there's not really much space left in their minds to think about, ooh, how should I disrupt my opponent, you know?
Yeah.
Because they could just end up putting themselves in a more awkward situation instead.
That's true. Alright, so based on the score, I do think that the first stage of Bua just came ahead, right? I think it was like 180 to 40, I think?
Absolutely. And remember, the team that clears Carnival Commission will get bonus points. Now, we haven't actually gotten too much confirmation yet as to which team actually did win, but just based on how the board was tracking things, I believe it was the first stage of Boer. But I think we're going to have to wait until the end of Traveler Trials to confirm which will be our final team moving on to the semi-finals.
Yep, that is true. Ooh, quite a match. Alright, so yeah, the final Traveler's Trials for today upcoming actually.
So we already got to see Kazuha here.
Yep.
Will they like carry it onward to the Traveler Trials, do you think?
It is quite a possibility, honestly. But I also can't be too certain because, you know, we have no idea what's going on in the minds of these players, right? They could just have picked Kazuha because they thought he was maybe effective against the crowds of enemies. But against bosses, they might have different strategies, you know, maybe different thinkings. So it's honestly really just up to the players.
That is true, that is true. We've already discussed it a few times. Animal characters, maybe not the best choice against the boss rush of the Traveler's Trial Challenge. And Kazuha, while definitely having more utility than other animal characters due to the defense shred that he's able to provide, is still a 5-star character, and only having 1 5-star limit per party means that teams might want to prioritize other things instead.
Yeah, definitely. So I could be seeing things wrongly, but I think that's a Scaramouche in the team alongside Faruzan and Layla.
It does look that way, but we're not certain whether they
Yeah.
will actually end up keeping that. I think we have to recall as well. I believe there's supposed to be a restriction applied at some point, right?
Oh yeah, there is. True. Oh no.
I don't know if we're waiting on that. Don't know whether it's drawn, whether it's been erased from the Ermin Soul. Okay. We just got notice. Yep, it is time to draw our final restriction of the day. So once again, the camera gonna be looking at our very own host, Choo Choo, shaking the box, the jar, I don't really know what to call it, the container of restrictions with a grin on her face. She knows she's about to make life difficult for these players once again for the last time today. What is it going to be? We've already seen a lot of interesting reactions across the quarterfinal matches today.
And it's going to be... it's inverted. And
oh.
No Mondstadt characters in party setups.
Oh.
Now that is one unique restriction, honestly.
No Bennett!
No Bennett, yeah. So that means no Bennett, no Mona, no Sucrose? What else am I missing?
Interesting. Okay, what Mondstadt characters have been being used like quite a lot so far? Like we've seen, obviously Bennett is the most obvious choice that's gonna be like a major problem for these teams. Then we have seen Sucrose, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
We got to see a little bit of Diona and Fischl being used in specific team lineups. Who are we missing? Are we missing anyone here?
I think we might, but I just can't put my finger on it right now. But I think Bennett and Sucrose, these two getting removed, restricted, are gonna be the most biggest changes, honestly. Because think about it, this whole time, oh wait, Barbara's not allowed too. Because you think about it, this whole time, the teams have been relying on Bennett for healing.
Oh, yeah.
But without healing, well, I have no idea what they're gonna resort to, honestly.
Yeah, actually, that is such an interesting restriction to get now. Because, yeah, Bennett has literally been the character. There is no team so far that has not used him.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he's banned, along with the rest of the characters from Mondstadt. Like, who else offers that kind of utility? Bennett offers healing, damage boost, and a really big damage boost as well. So, ooh.
Our players are going to be up for quite a challenge this time. It's going to be a bit challenging for them, I'd say, because without Bennett, they have to resort to a different type of character which can provide heal, yet also give them pyro, and also give them a huge damage boost.
So this is gonna be indirectly a big buff to other elemental reactions as well, like Hyper Bloom is going to be definitely like a point of contention now, because no longer is the national team available unless they want to run a variant without Bennett, which is still possible, but a little riskier since you have no healing. So, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be very fun, honestly.
The evil grin, this is gonna be fun.
But, let me think, because there was a second Pyro character, right, in the national team?
Xiangling.
Xiangling. Oh, okay, then that's not a big deal, right? Depends on, honestly.
The entire idea of the national team is that
Bennett.
everyone is from Lier except for Bennett.
Exactly. No, I think that the idea for most teams, in fact, is that literally Bennett exists.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the glue sticking the puzzle pieces together. Without him, it's gonna be quite interesting. I love to see what the characters are gonna resort to, honestly. Like what the players they're gonna resort to. Different characters this time, I think.
Yeah, so let's think about this for a moment. I'll run through the characters from Mondstadt for a little bit, see if there's anyone that we might be notable. Now, we already talked about Bennett. We already talked about Sucrose. Earlier, I mentioned that First Sage of War used Lisa during the online qualifier, but now we don't get to see that either, which is kind of unfortunate. Diona definitely has a lot of value in providing both healing and shield, but again, no longer available. Fischl for Electro application is a no. Venti, but people aren't using Kazuha, so they're probably not considering Venti.
Yeah, exactly. I guess they can't play like... I guess that they can't run a physical damage team comp as well because Eula's banned as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So no physical damage, but I don't think that's too big of an issue.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't feel like physical damage is just that that viable
Yeah.
of a reaction these days, if we can call it a reaction.
Physical reaction.
Physical reaction. When we hit enemies with an elemental reaction, they will have a physical reaction.
Alright, so I think that the players, they'll definitely be racking their brain cells trying to strategize a much more coherent strategy, I think, this time, because, you know, I guess that the teams before this, their strategy, like the team, it must have consisted of at least one Bennett, right? But these are the first two teams who have to divert from tradition. If you think about it, they can't just play the standard, the conventional comp, which is, okay, there must be one Bennett, but now there is no Bennett. This is the biggest change to them, I'd say.
That is true. So, yeah, I get the feeling that we're not gonna get a chance to see one of these teams break the record of team ergonomics from round 3, because in that round, Claymore characters are banned, and we already mentioned that that's probably the closest we can get to having no restriction at all.
Exactly.
And we got to see that when the national team just went ham on every boss in existence. Now, no monster characters is pretty notable with no Bennett. So, what becomes viable? Characters that were previously not used as often because their healing wasn't as strong or their damage buffing wasn't as good, now become very solid options.
Yeah, definitely. But I think I saw a quick glance on their screen, and I did see a Yelan, I think. Not sure if that's going to be finalized, but it looks like we're sticking to the old reliable once more, which is Yelan.
I mean, if Bennett is banned, there's no way these teams are not taking Yelan, because if you don't have both of these characters, you really are missing out on a lot of damage enabling. So I wouldn't be surprised if that would be more of an option.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
So far, teams have mainly been relying on Bennett to keep themselves topped up, because not only does he buff damage, he provides healing to make sure that they don't die, because they're not using shields because they want more damage. So, will we see shield characters again, or is healing the way to go?
It might be, actually. That's pretty much a possibility, because I can't think of any other character which can really just give like a regenerating effect and also a damage increasing effect simultaneously. Like, I just can't even think of any character like that so far.
Yeah.
So I think they'll either lean towards extreme healing or extreme shielding, I think that's what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, what's notable is that, like, probably the second best, like, shielding support as well is Diona.
Yep.
Who is also from Mondstadt. So, what is the option here? Like, in terms of shielding, obviously we still have to consider Zhongli.
Yeah, definitely.
He's still very strong, but again, he takes the 5-star slot, so a lot of teams are not willing to go for that. Then after that, the second strongest shield in the game is Layla.
That's true.
And she does do a good job of providing cryo for elemental reactions, but she doesn't contribute a lot of damage herself.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
You know, I thought of one healer which will actually be quite sick if they played, but I think they won't Chi-Chi.
Get to see Chi-Chi here in the SEA Carnival. You know, I'm all for it. If they want to play Chi-Chi, I would simultaneously like sing their praises and also be incredibly confused.
Yeah, that's true. But I also just thought about one while thinking through the Inazuman characters. What if they play Hyper Bloom but with Kokomi instead?
With Kokomi, I don't think it's really necessary, because we have to remember, in the Hyper Bloom lineup, you usually run Kuki Shinobu and she provides healing.
True, yeah.
So they don't really need it, and that's why you don't see
that's true.
Bennett on the Hyper Bloom compositions. You
That's
just
true,
go for Nahida with Xingqiu, with Shinobu, and then I guess Yelan if you really want to go for it. But otherwise, they are fine. So that's why I was thinking like Hyper Bloom definitely going to be, you know, popular now.
Yep. I already saw Xingqiu actually, so we might be heading towards that direction.
What else is good? What else is good? Let's think about this. Are there any like Sumeru characters that would be notable other than Nahida, of course? So we already talked about Layla having a very strong shield. Faruzan still does a pretty good job as an Anemo support if she's at C6, which she will be.
Yep.
I would like to see, like, I think watching Nilu would be very fun, but she
Nilu?
kind of needs the Hida to truly operate
Yeah.
at max potential, so sadly, probably not.
I'm looking at a Yelan, a Hazel, I think, and a Xingqiu right now on one of the players' screen.
Makes sense, makes sense. We will see. Like right now, the players are obviously still in the setup phase. Cameraman, we're getting a little bit close for comfort
Yeah.
there, you know, we gotta have some personal space. But I'm sure these players are definitely preparing. They're racking their brains as well. It's
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
ooh, we don't have Bennett. You always think like, Bennett, he's always going to be there for you when you
Yep.
need it. And all of a sudden, that
He's not.
lifeline has been taken away.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, honestly. Alright, so yeah, this is definitely taking longer than usual, but I understand because you know you can't just build the same teams that the players in the past have because you know the options not really there. But looks like the game is about to roll.
Yep, sounds like it. Let's find out how these teams have resolved this puzzling conundrum as we enter our final Traveler's Trial of the day. Is gonna be Blue Rat versus First Sage of Boor. What kind of party setups do they have?
Yep. So on the first stage of Boor, we have Xingqiu, Yelan. I think that's Yunjin, I think,
Ooh.
and Hazel. This is quite the team, honestly.
Yunjin is a Hazel support. Now that is interesting.
Yep, and on the other side, just as you predicted, we're going to be having Hyper Blue.
Yep, they're gonna have Kalei as a secondary Dendro applicator here. So yeah, I think this is just gonna be a very solid lineup overall. Blue Rats going for Hyper Bloom. They're gonna start things off with Asimon, our good old friend. And a very interesting boss to start things off with, but makes sense. A boss that is generally vulnerable to Electro. Hyper Bloom is gonna do very well against it. They actually take it out before Blue Rats takes out the Pyro Regispine.
Yep, that is true. I guess that maybe it's because of the Yunjin, maybe it's just not contributing as much damage as Hyper Bloom would, but we'll see because it is just the first boss after all. And there's a... Yep.
The value of Yunjin here is that she will buff normal attacks, which isn't actually the best because I don't think Hazel relies on normal attacks that much. He wants to buff his burst, his elemental skill, but she also is a Geo character, so there will be crystallized, there will be shielding, which will be very good against the Primo Geo Visha.
Exactly, and both teams have decided to take on the Raiden Shogun herself.
Wow, that is some impressive syncing from these two because they're not communicating. They don't know which bosses the other team is fighting. So the fact that they started the Raiden Shogun at the same time is like, what are the chances?
Pretty low to be honest, but given how powerful the team of the first stage of Boor is, I can't blame them because they are melting bosses very quickly. This Hyper Bloom composition which you talked about is very, very effective. But that's not to say that Blue Rats are falling behind. In fact, they are falling behind just maybe, what, 2 seconds? 5 seconds? But they're still going to get the job done, I believe.
Yeah, Blue Rats actually doing a very good job here. I don't think this is a particularly optimal lineup, but they should have brought the Raiden Shogun low enough that going into the second phase, it's not going to matter too much. It just slows them down a little bit.
Yep, just a little bit. But now, we see that the first stage of Boor are going to move on to the one and only Magu Kenki.
Yeah, Magu Kenki, the next choice. Honestly, looking at all these Hyper Bloom comps does make me feel I should build a Hyper Bloom comp.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, why? This is just so strong.
It is.
We'll get to see how fast it can take down the Magu Kenki. He deals a lot of damage, and there's not a lot of sturdiness on this side.
Much healing, actually. There really is just Xingqiu's blades, I think. Because I think he does quite a bit of healing, but not too much, but it doesn't matter because Magu Kenki is dead either way.
Wow, you keep forgetting about Cookie Shinobu. That she is a healer. Like, she doesn't look like one, but she is a healer. So, I don't blame you there. As now Signora gonna be the target. I don't feel like he needed to use Hazel's elemental burst there. Yes, it reduces the elemental shield a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. But we'll see. They don't have any pyro on this team. So they do have to rely entirely on the Lotus Moths.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, honestly. but you gotta do what you have to do.
So Hazel is just kind of in charge of consistently whacking the ice cocoon because as Animo, he can still somewhat do some damage to it. The other two though, they just gotta wait.
Yeah. I guess that this is the downsides of Bennett getting banned. You can't do pyro damage anymore, but it doesn't matter because now they've reached the second stage of La Signora for the Blue Rats, whereas the first stage of Brewer are melting the Aeon Blight Drake.
My goodness, that is so much damage. That's actually ridiculous right there. As once again, the mechanical bird gonna fall to the hands of first stage of Boer. Blue Rats definitely having a little bit of difficulty here. They are finally on the second phase of La Signora, but again, no healing. They are relying entirely on shields from Yunjin, so they gotta take La Signora down as fast as possible.
And take her down they did, honestly. They even got to take her down before she entered her tornado phase, which is the phase you talked about.
Absolutely, and that's always the most important thing. You make sure she doesn't enter that iframe phase. And speaking of La Signora, now it is the first stage of Boer's turn to try and challenge her themselves. And again, Hyper Bloom, no Pyro, so they as well have to awkwardly wait for the Crimson Lotus Moth.
Yep, that is true. Whereas the Blue Rats are going to be attempting to take down the Thunder Manifestation, which is dropping quite quickly, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't realize just how much value Bennett was adding to the La Signora fight specifically. But yeah, every team was using the C6 to just break down the Ice Cocoon that much faster. And without him, like you can really feel it in this fight specifically.
Yeah, it is true, because Bennett C6, right, because like when he uses his Elemental Burst, everyone in the field does pyro damage with their basic attacks. So with that removed, they are taking quite a long time to... how should I say it? They are taking quite a long time to send Signora down to her second phase.
Yeah, but they will be able to achieve it now, and this is what I'm curious about. How fast does Hyper Bloom break through the Crimson Witch of Embers? Incredibly fast!
Incredibly.
My goodness! Wow, okay.
That is quite the efficiency.
Efficiency at its max right there. That's why it's called the Hyper Bloom.
Yep, Hyper, we get it. Alright, right now we have the Blue Rats. They are taking out the Mago Kenki. And Xingqiu's actually, two of their characters are actually down to half, but they're still gonna be fine, I think.
I feel like I need to have a look at what weapon this Hazel is using there. Because I may have seen wrong for a moment there. I feel like I saw Prototype Amber.
Oh.
I don't know if I saw that correctly. Please remind me the next time we actually see his weapon, because I'm hoping that's not the case.
I hope so. Alright, so it looks like the Hyper Bloom team will be taking their fight to the Primal Geovishap, whereas the Blue Rats are gonna be taking on the Pyro Hypostasis.
Yep, they do have Bobiolan and Xingqiu, this time on different players, so this should be no problem for them at all. Meanwhile, the Primo Geobishop going to be the next target for first stage of Boer. It is unfortunately Electro, so a little bit of resistance to the Hyper Bloom damage, but it just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Because I guess that Hyper Bloom, the damage is more so from Dendro, right? And just look at those 20,000, 40,000, 70,000. Those are incredible.
Yep. Yeah, I am building a Hyper Bloom team once I get
I'm
home.
sure you will. Alright. Well, since they're running a more Hydro-based team, so as expected, the Pyro Hypostasis fell quite quickly. And now, it looks like the Blue Rats are going to be...
swap.
Yeah, it is.
Hey,
Oh,
look,
they did.
it's
Hey,
a Kazuha too. Wait, are they using Kazuha as a main DPS? Because they have Faruzan here to reduce like Animo resist.
They might actually.
This is very interesting. And they're actually using Chon Yun as well as a bit of a DPS. So this is very interesting.
Our second Claymore character for the day.
Oh, that's
Traveler
true.
Alright,
Claymore
so,
characters need more love.
Exactly. So the Chongyun pick is kind of... I'm not going to say anything because it got the job done, but I thought it was strange at first, but it worked. Meanwhile, the Blue Rats are taking out Child as we speak, and they've already reached the last phase of it.
Again, shouldn't be too much problem here. This is of course the Hazel comp. And Hazel, honestly, as a 4-star, does a lot of damage. So you're buffing his basic attack specifically with Yunjin. So this is more consistent DPS as compared to if they were just focusing more on his Animal Burst and Elemental skill. Whereas here, we once again return to our favorite green curry ingredient. Going to be the target of First Sage of Boor.
Yep, the poor chicken once again getting mercilessly slaughtered for the Katsuju, which you've been waiting for. Alright, and it's gone. Alright, so next we have the Blue Rats taking on the Cryo Hypostasis this time.
Well, okay, that's kind of impressive here that they're able to fight the Cryo Hypostasis. No Pyro again, and that would usually make this process a whole lot quicker. So let's see how fast they're able to actually finish this off. As of current, the point total for both these teams is super neck and neck.
Yeah, it is quite neck and neck, honestly. I thought that, the Hyperbloom team will have a massive advantage, but as we see, that's not quite the case, as the Blue Rats are now gonna go bowling, basically. They're gonna go...
No, they're going
bowling.
bowling.
They're going bowling.
Okay. They're just waiting for the bowling balls to actually return from the machine,
Yeah, and they got it. Meanwhile, the First Sage of Boor are gonna be taking on the Electro Hypostasis with their new and reformed team.
Now, this team is honestly really interesting to me because on one hand, they have Faruzan, so that implies that they want to use Kazuha as a DPS for his animal damage, but that's not actually the case because they're using Chonyun to infuse Kazuha's basic attacks and then melt with Xiang Ling. So I like this idea. I think it's a great idea.
Well,
I just don't know why Faruzan is
that's-
needed.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. But I like that final part there, because Xiang Ning went for one of the 3 crystals, then Chongyun went for one, then Kazuha went for the last. I think that's quite the teamwork. But anyways, they're gonna be moving on to the Aeon Blight Drake.
Well, once again, I'm still keeping an eye out for what weapon this Hazel is actually using because I want to make sure that I did. It is Prototype Amber. Okay, so you know how we were saying this team doesn't have a healer?
Yeah.
It does. The DPS is the healer.
Well,
wow.
That's amazing, honestly.
That is actually so fun.
Yeah. Right now we have the First Sage of Boor. They are once again taking down Child, whereas the Blue Rats are grinding their way through the Aeon Blight Drake.
Okay, so I guess that explains why they have Yunjin specifically.
Yeah, I guess.
Because without a actual DPS weapon and relying on Prototype Amber to heal the team, Hazel needs a little bit of extra damage to actually become a DPS.
Yeah, that is true actually. And now it looks like the Blue Rats are gonna be going back for the chicken once again.
The chicken, once again. Good old friend.
Yeah.
Mushroom chicken, Thanksgiving turkey, teriyaki, chicken katsu. I don't know how many names we come
way
up
too
with.
many.
But there's always more. There's always room for
Yeah.
another good old chicken dish.
Yeah, there's room for improvement. Alright, so now the First Stage of Boor are actually leading by quite the score.
Yeah, okay, they've actually made up, they were neck and neck just a moment ago, but yeah, like you mentioned, First Stage of Boor now in the lead just slightly, but I think their opponent's going to be able to catch up fairly soon, as they did just defeat that Jade Plume Terror Shroom, actually using his proper name for once in his life.
Shocking. Alright, meanwhile we have the Blue Rats working their way to our good friend Asimo, right? You called
Asimon,
it. Asimo,
yes.
yeah.
It's like
I got it.
algorithm of semi and transient
Asimo.
matrix of Overseer network.
Meanwhile we have the Hyperbloom team working the okay, never mind. There goes the Pyro Regisvine.
We don't even need to talk about the
we don't need to talk about
Regisvines
it.
anymore.
Yeah. But now it looks like the Blue Rats will actually gain the advantage here, right? Because as soon as they take out Asimon, they're gonna have a massive lead, I believe.
So this is very tight. There are still 17 minutes left on this Traveler trial. So there's still a lot of space for these teams to do something different, to make up the difference, to try and extend the lead with the other side. But like I mentioned, these are two teams that perform very well during the online qualifiers. So and like we've seen literally no mistakes from either side yet. No deaths on any
literally.
characters.
It's quite the perfect run if you think about
Very
it.
interesting team lineups.
Yep.
I'm honestly sad that one of these teams isn't moving on.
Yeah, that is that is true actually. Very unfortunate because look, despite the despite like the composition that we thought was weird, like this one, the Hazel, Yelan, it's working. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's working, honestly. It just felt weird at first glance, but the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, and they're basically just never losing any HP with this prototype Amber on Hazel. So like you think it's not a good idea, but
it works.
You'll make it work somehow.
Yep. And meanwhile, we have the Hyper Bloom team. They're gonna be melting the Raiden Shogun as we've seen before. Like, this team excels at dealing with her. And let's see if they find the clone the first time.
Will they find the clone the
Will
first
they find
time?
It, then get the achievement?
Will they get it?
Will they?
They got it! Wait!
Okay,
wait. Is there a sign?
I think there's a sign, I think. There's no way both teams got it first time.
Is there a signal?
There has to be. Let's just look at the Blue Rats because they're doing the same. I think there's definitely like a... There has to be a characteristic which exposes the right one. Like, come on, no way!
Wait, has there been an indication
I
this
think
whole
there
time?
Yeah, there might have been.
My entire Genshin career? Excuse me?
This is shocking.
Someone tell me in the comments that there's actually some kind of indication to tell which is the real one, because I have just been breaking all of them, you know?
Yeah, definitely is. Oh, but this one's not using the clones yet, I think, and it's actually about to get into the second phase. Let's hope they got it in time.
Yeah, these teams are doing a very good job of just making sure that the Raiden Shogun never gets a chance to enter her second phase, and that is going to be very important, as we all know. Breaking down Raiden Shogun's second phase is very difficult just due to how much elemental application we need.
Yeah, we need a lot, actually. Alright, so right now, it looks like the Blue Rats are going to be taking on La Signora.
Signora. I don't... Yeah, again, no Pyro, but I mean, we already saw them defeat this boss one time before, so...
No Pyro needed.
I don't think we have to worry too much about this, and we do see that both these teams are mainly going for their one universal lineup, with the exception of that Kazuha Chongyun composition.
Yep.
So, very interesting.
It is interesting. So, it looks like they're going to be punching through the cocoon whilst waiting for the crystal flies to appear. Alright.
Yeah, this boss can be quite annoying because of just how you need a shield to be able to defend against all the homing missiles, but you also need a healer to make sure you don't die to the sheer cold and whatever over time. So,
Alright, meanwhile, the first stage of War with their standard Hyper Bloom team, I mean, it's a one size fits all, so naturally it's gonna fit into breaking apart the Aeon Blight Drake.
Yep, and Light Drake, no more. No chance at all. And we enter the second phase of Signora. Both teams making very good time, very solid showing so far. Yeah. First stage of War, just a little bit ahead for now, but once Signora falls, Blue Rats will be catching up straight away.
Actually. Yeah, definitely, because of the additional 200 points, right? By defeating Signora.
Yep.
And it looks like the first stage of War are gonna do the exact same here.
This is just gonna be history repeating itself for a little while now. We still have 30 minutes left on the Traveler trial, but we already know what these teams are capable of. We already know they're very strong, that their team compositions are pretty well thought out, all things considered.
It is, actually.
So, what now?
I guess we wait for the crystal flies to spawn so that they can take out the cocoon in the middle. Meanwhile, we have the Blue Rats. They're gonna be... I've run out of adjectives. They're gonna be slowly but surely destroying the Thunder Manifestation. Alright.
So we've gotten a chance to witness these bosses fall over and over again today. I'm sure that there's going to be some viewers out there who get a sense of catharsis for this, it's like, There's this one particular boss that they really dislike fighting because it always gives them a hard time, or they just can't defeat it at all. And then they get to see these players defeating them over and over again. It's like, ha, take that, boss.
Yeah, it's true. It's like the master teaching the student how to get it done, you know, something like that. So
That's true.
Yep. So meanwhile, it looks like the first stage of war are gonna move towards the Primo Geofishat, whereas Blue Rats are gonna be taking on Magu Kenki.
So talking about it, we're now definitely getting a bit of a trend for the bosses, the route that both these teams are taking. And so now we can take a moment to kind of talk about the bosses that we just haven't seen all day.
Golden Wolflord, that's the first.
So Golden Wolflord, yep, that's true. I feel like, yeah, he probably should give more points for how much of a pain he is to have to deal with. Otherwise, we've already seen teams challenge Azdaha, Raiden Shogun, Scaramouche, not yet. And I don't think it's because Scaramouche is particularly difficult to fight. He just takes a really long time.
Yeah, I think he has kind of the same issue as the Raiden Shogun's second phase, if you think about it. Because like you need to gather stuff and then you need to fire the green flower at it, right? Like all of this takes a lot of time, I think. Maybe that's why players dislike it. But the Golden Wolflord, that's a different story.
That's a different story entirely. After that, we've seen... So far, no one has challenged Andreas as well.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can only fight him once, but he's not a difficult boss. I feel like you could take him out.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
He does give a lot less points compared to other weekly bosses.
True, he gives lesser points, but I also think that the time needed to reach him, I think that could be a factor as well as to why they don't want to get there. You know, like there are like 5 different methods you can get to him according to 5 different teleporters, you know? So that could be the reason as well.
Yeah, you never really know for sure which teleporter is actually the most efficient. Okay, I get you there. That's understandable.
Yeah, I guess to the players it might be like a low risk, low reward kind of thing, and I guess we are all here, you know, especially when you have the Thunder Bloom, you have not Thunder Bloom, you have the Hyper Bloom on your side, you can play kind of high risk, I think.
And after that, they also haven't challenged the Oceanid.
Oceanid, now that's one, I think.
Which, honestly, I think it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, because I think he also wastes quite a lot of time, no?
Yeah, we don't really need to talk much about the Oceanid because everyone knows the pain of fighting the Oceanid.
Yeah, especially when you have no ranged characters and then he summons the birds to attack.
Yes. My god.
That's quite a struggle, honestly.
And then besides that, I guess we've seen every other boss being challenged at some point. Though I am a little surprised of how little we've seen teams fight the Animo hypostasis.
Oh yeah, that's one, yeah.
Like we've seen here and there, but like we see teams just spamming the Regis Vines, the other
true.
hypostasis.
That's very true.
Why have we only seen the Animo hypostasis once
I guess
or twice?
it's because when you get into low health, you need to like pick up the little orbs in the sky, I think. I can't remember because I haven't fought it in a long time. But I think they're like orbs in the sky which you need to fly on wing gliders, right? Then you pick them up and then you need to pick sufficient enough and then you're going to get down and then after that beat him again.
I don't think it's that difficult, right? You know?
I guess maybe time consuming, I guess.
I guess, but like if you compare it to other things, like I don't think it takes that much longer than like the bowling balls and so on. I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, it looks like we have the Blue Rats.
There is a death there.
There is a death, yeah.
I think that was Xingqiu. I think that's pretty alright.
Yeah,
they do still have Yelan, and well, the teleport not too far away, so Lala-chan from Blue Rats gonna be able to rejoin the rest of their team pretty quickly.
Yep, that is true. And meanwhile, it looks like we're going bowling once more, and the shield has been penetrated.
Penetrated very effectively, and at this point, the Regis Vines and the Hypostasis are just not really like considerable at all, right?
Yeah, not much on
like, they're just basic enemies at this point. After watching 4 rounds of the Traveler's Trials, like the only really interesting bosses to watch these teams go through are the weekly bosses.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. There's actually like no healer on this team, right? Is that?
That is true, yeah.
That could explain why they're all so low. Anyways, the Blue Rats are going to be moving on to the Aeon Light Drake once more.
Yep. So that means that basically at the end of the Traveler Trials today, officially we could say there was no Hu Tao today. And I am very sad.
I can tell you're very sad.
like at least one, you know? I thought there'd be at least one team. Like we saw one team using Hu Tao in the online qualifiers.
Oh yeah, there was, yeah.
I forgot who it was. I think it was actually First Sage, but I could be remembering incorrectly as well. But yeah, a little bit disappointed there, you know.
When you can play your National Vaporize or play your Hyper Blue, I guess that the players see no reason for Hu Tao, maybe?
I guess so, you know, because everyone is like gonna be thinking, if we want to play Hu Tao, we need to have a shield.
Yeah.
And we just don't want to bring a shield character. So okay, understandable.
That's
but
true.
it's still disappointing.
Yeah, it is disappointing. Well, we still have Hyper Bloom working as efficiently as always. No change there.
Yeah, ridiculously efficiently
Ridiculously efficient.
Like, honestly, when the Dendro reactions were introduced, I think a lot of us were hoping that there would be a notable buff to Electro as an element, because during the earlier days of Genshin, Electro definitely felt like it got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we got Aggravate, we got Hyper Bloom, and all of a sudden, Electro mains are eating good, you know?
That's true, honestly. Alright, we have the poor chicken getting slaughtered today.
Once again. What other chicken dishes are there that we haven't mentioned until now?
Chicken rice.
that is true. It's so basic, yet you don't really think about it. That's true, yes, the chicken rice.
Yeah,
we just need some rice.
Yeah, honestly. Alright, so not much to add on here, I guess. Just Hyper Bloom doing his job as always, whereas Asimon is gonna be back once more. Honestly, I must say, Yunjin as an addition has worked out quite well for Blue Rats. They've even taken the lead, actually.
Yeah, I'm honestly quite impressed here. I like looking at this, I would have thought that like this team doesn't seem to have the best synergy. Like I can see what they're going for, but it doesn't seem that good to me. But yeah, proving me wrong instantly. They're still maintaining the lead, even against Hyper Blue.
Exactly. But I think it could be because of Yunjin's C6, right? Because I remember she had a Constellation, which will increase your attack speed. So I think Yelan definitely benefits from that.
Ah, that is true. Attack speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because you do have characters that are able to deal a lot of damage very quickly, and Yelan, and Xingqiu, like you mentioned, if they're able to do more attacks, they're able to fire off more swords. So that does make a lot of sense.
Yep, that's true. Meanwhile, the Blue Rats are gonna be challenging the Raiden Shogun. And do remember that they actually have no healer, so any damage... Oh wait,
no, they have a healer.
Oh yeah, I forgot the dates.
They have the Shikanoin Heizo MD.
Alright, but that puts even more pressure on Hazel actually, because Hazel can't die. If he dies or faints actually, then it's quite over for the team, so they have to get this as soon as possible. And yeah.
They do have Yunjin.
They didn't get the clone this time.
Okay,
Not
so
the first try.
I'm still wondering, is there actually an indication
I think there might
of
be.
which is the real clone, you know? Because we already saw it twice today, and it's not, again, there was no splitting up. They weren't like sending one player to each clone to check them all. They're all like, it's that one, let's go. Like, I gotta Google this after.
Yeah, obviously, definitely. As you can see, both of the teams went for the Raiden Shogun, and the Hyper Bloom team, as expected, came first. And
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with relying on Hazel as your healer.
That's really sad too, because they were actually able to clear with no issue previously.
Yeah, if let's say if they hypothetically if they got the Raiden Shogun, they will be ahead of the first Age of World by 20 points actually. In terms of Traveler Trials, let's not factor in the Carnival commissions yet.
So while the teams were pretty neck and neck the entire time, that one blunder, that one mistake has made the difference. As now First Stage of Boor will be able to gain a small point lead for the very first time.
Yeah, for once, honestly. The Hyper Bloom team finally bearing fruit.
Consistency is key after all.
It is.
We talked about this. Stamina gonna play a role, and it feels bad as well. It's the final few minutes.
Yeah, it is actually. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left.
Like, imagine being so consistent the entire time. The teams don't know this. They're not aware of how evenly matched they were the entire time.
Yep.
But imagine that if they were to re-watch this VOD at some point in the future and realize, it was that loss to the Raiden Shogun that cost them the victory.
Yeah, it is actually. And the Blue Reds did manage to clear the Raiden Shogun on their second attempt, but it's not enough, I'm afraid. Because even if they had 3,580 points, still not quite enough to match the 3,700 of the first stage of Boer.
Yep, and remember, while we don't have a confirmation of which team actually won the Carnival Commission segment, it did look more likely that it was the first stage. So Blue Rats would ideally want to have a bit of a point lead at the end of this, and well, it doesn't seem like that's possible anymore.
Yeah, that's not quite possible, I'm afraid. And right now, the Blue Rats are going to be taking on the Thunder Manifestation, whereas I have no idea what the first stage of Boer are up to.
We're gonna have to wait until the screen
Yep.
shifts over to them. The last minute and a half. If you are in perhaps the more optimal situations, you could see defeating 2 bosses within this timing. First stage of Boer actually starting La Signora with 1.5 minutes left.
That's quite interesting because I think because of their hyper blow strategy, she's gonna take the longest to beat, I think, because you need to wait for the crystal flies, and then you have no Bennett, right? Because poor Bennett got restricted, and because of that, they have to wait for the Crimson Muffs, not crystal flies actually.
Yeah, guess we'll see. I mean, they should be able to break through the cocoon, but will they have enough time to finish off the second phase of Signora? That's gonna be the primary concern here.
Exactly. They still need 2 more Muffs, I believe, after this, maybe even 3 actually.
Wow, Maku Kenki. This is going to be the final boss that Blue Rats will be able to take down. And even if they do finish it, it doesn't look like they'll be getting enough points to catch up the first stage of Boer. So from what I can tell, it does seem like first stage of Boer most likely going to be the team moving on to the semifinals. But again, we are not confirmed on the Carnival Commission. So there is always hope.
There is hope in the end. 9 seconds? Could they get it?
Oh, 5 seconds. Will they finish off Signora in 5 seconds? Can they get it? They do! With 2 seconds left on the clock. First stage of Boer actually completed. That is tight right there.
That was very
That's
tight.
a risk going for La Signora when you have 1.5 minutes left.
It is. It is actually. 200 more points in the bank with them. That's astonishing, honestly.
That's going to be very comfortable here, and we can see both teams looking pretty happy right now.
Yep, it's quite neck and neck actually if you think about it, because we haven't factored in the Carnival Commission, so we are still not too sure as to who the winner is, honestly.
We're gonna have to wait for confirmation there, but overall, Julian, what did you think of this final quarter-final match?
I have to say it was one of the more intense ones, I think, because, let's be honest, the first one was quite neck and neck, the second one was quite the landslide, the third one, I think it was something similar, I believe, with just the efficiency of the national vaporized team. This was quite neck and neck as well, so it's like, we start with it and we end with it as well, so I'm quite surprised, honestly. But it's quite pleasant as well, because, at least it's not like a landslide victory, it's not like, one side had the overwhelming edge, it's like both sides, even though they had the peculiar Yunjin pick, it worked out well for them in the end.
There were definitely some peculiar picks on both sides, but it turns out to still be effective, and that's what we want to see. But I think we have confirmation here.
The winner is first stage of Boer.
Our fourth and final semi-finalist for the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. First stage of Boer. And I think they can definitely give themselves a pat on the back there. That was very well done. And like I said, one of my favorite teams from the online qualifiers. Glad to see them moving on.
Yep.
Blue Rats, unfortunately, not going to be able to continue their journey. And that is quite heartbreaking because they really put up a great show.
Yeah, they did, honestly. Like, I thought that even with the unique looking team composition, they still managed to pull it off in the end. It was not too bad, honestly. It worked out quite well.
Yeah, really surprising. I would not have thought that a Yunjin Hazo comp with Hazo as a healer with the prototype Amber would have been like the way to go, but they kept on pace
They
with
did.
like Hyper Bloom the entire time until they made that one simple mistake. So can't look down on any team compositions in Genshin Impact.
Yep, we really shouldn't. And now we'll be having the bracket shown to us, so let's take a look.
Yeah, we started with 8 teams from across Southeast Asia joining us here at Comic Fiesta KLCC for the SEA Carnival playoffs. And now we see 4 survivors who will be moving on to day number 2, namely Sayonara, Yoo-Hoo, Argonomics, and First Sage of Boor.
Yep, that's right. So, once again, it's unfortunate that Blue Rats just couldn't make it enough, though. You know, like maybe they just didn't do well enough. But then again, they put up quite the fight, and I think that's very respectable, very admirable in a sense, I'd say. Right? And once again, now that we're in the semifinals, we have only 4 teams left. Could you imagine that we started with 8 today, and now we're down to 4?
Yeah, I know, right? And that only means that the matches are going to become that much more intense. Like,
Yeah,
there's
they
going to
will.
be even more competitive carnival commissions. The Traveler's Trial tomorrow will be introducing the band pick phase as well. So that's going to be exciting.
It will actually. Band pick, not a term you normally hear in these type of MMORPG games, right? But now, here we go.
With that, that's going to be the end of day 1 of the Genshin Impact SEA Carnival. So to close out the show, let us pass the ball back to our host. Choo Choo, take it away.
Taking the ball. Rice balls. We want chicken rice right now. Thank you so much, Sadafa, and also Jillian. Amazing, amazing cast today, and what a tight race till the end of it. But now we have to wrap things up when it comes to our Genshin Impact Southeast Asia Carnival in Comic Fiesta at KLCC Convention Center. If you guys are not here today, it's okay. We still have tomorrow. Congratulations to all the 4 teams that managed to just tight enough to get into the semifinals tomorrow, but tomorrow will be the grand finals as well, as 10,000 USD plus, like we always love, Primo Gems also at stake. So you guys, if you guys are not here today, tomorrow we're still gonna have the same old, the fun pop mini quiz where you can win mystery gift, and also you can win yourself some other stuff if you happen to be, hopefully tomorrow we're gonna have a show match. And don't forget to join in the carnival for the support of your players across Southeast Asia. 8 teams, now down to 4, but we're gonna thank none other than our sponsor here. Definitely, it's gonna be Genshin Impact himself, and also this is also supported by Predator, and also brought to you by IO Esport. I think that's it for us today, but there's a lot of things going on still, so I'm not going back yet. You guys be sure to stay here tomorrow, same time, same place, in any channel if you're watching on stream. If you're here, drop by our booth because there's so many amazing and many incredible activities going on. See you guys tomorrow. This is Choo Choo signing off. Bye!
My ordnance divine.